the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, no.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my van. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know?
In place, y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Ghetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made, it's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water, blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll with verbs, the rebirth of verbs from inside out, outside in. We control the frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way it uplifts. Across seas swift, water quench thirst, there's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is land. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
They drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could've been F'ing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude, sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
The rising tides of Asia Pacific have arrived. These are the top teams of your countries. Some are out for dominance, some are out for vengeance. They'll give it their all, so you better watch out. This is day 1 of VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers.
Pero ngayon, ito si Jack na magarang terpisah atin seorang diri saja banget. Defensi Tochi ABG Ezura Koma gerai terlap.
Use the drone information. Patience.
On the board! And it's gonna fall. The win is not done. The Oma, your Loma.
They'll gamble and answer the call. 后续 PPGL 的配合上就是做一个击杀之后。
Welcome back to why did I say welcome back? A little bit of muscle memory happening over there, but I'd like to say welcome to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. This is the long-awaited competition. This is the last chance on a regional level to make it to Masters and eventually Champions. After all, this is the year we only get 2 stages of VCT. There we go. I can see my co-panelists with me right now. Hello. We have a lot of things to cover as it is day 1 here on APAC. But before we do so, allow me to introduce our lovely panel. I will be your host. My name is Likeable. Beside me are the ever lovely panelists Fluffy02 and Tricks with a 1. It is day 1 again of stage 2 of APAC. So why don't we get a little bit more comfortable here on the panel and actually introduce ourselves to our audience. I'll start. I'm Likeable. I'm a Valorant enthusiast, dog lover, and my hobby is to pick on Fluffy. Fluffy?
That would be me. Yeah, hello. Very happy to be back here on panel. My name again is Fluffy02. I am a very, very big nerd, especially for Valorant. I love everything. Kind of five-head about Valorant, no matter how small it may seem. And I was the former professional head coach for Oasis Gaming up until the end of Stage 1. I'm still a content creator for them. But today I'll be your English panel analyst for the rest of APAC, along with Tricks.
Wait, okay. Fluffy, you tried too hard on your introduction. I feel bad about mine now. Wow, what a flex!
It's not a flex. Tricks is pro too, you know?
Oh, that's true.
I was. So hi, I'm Tricks. I also love animals. But yes, I was a pro player and head coach for Enigma Galaxy, and now I am here in the analyst for APAC.
Welcome back, Trix. We're happy to have you back here on our team on VCT. Now, I do feel a little bit of the heat and excitement getting to us here on the panel. But before we get too ahead of ourselves, let's take a moment to hear about the tournament format for a better understanding of how we'll be moving forward. Here's Mika Fabs.
This is the VCT Challengers APAC Stage 2 Playoffs. The climb to the next global stage begins for APAC as the top 20 teams from the region seek out to be feared by those at the top. The tournament begins with the play-ins, where 8 teams are split into 4-team double elimination brackets. The top 2 teams that claim victory in each bracket proceed to the group stage. In the group stage, we'll see the top-seeded squads from the different regions and our teams from play-ins go head-to-head in a 4-team double elimination bracket. The top 2 teams from each group then move on to the playoffs. Our final 8 squads are then seated in the final double elimination bracket, where they'll get the opportunity to qualify for Master Stage 2 and a chance to seize APAC's throne. The Pacific's rising tide grows stronger, and the time to test those at the top is now. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
Again, that was the very lovely Mika Fabs with a great explanation of how things will flow. With what Mika just explained, Fluffy, 2 teams from each group here in the play-ins will be moving forward to the group stage. So how do you think their first match will be affecting their running here?
Well, I feel like the first match really is the one that sets the tempo for the rest of how they're going to play. Because as the format stands, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that you basically cannot lose 2 games. Every team has to really try hard their best to get out of this stage and move on to the next part of the tournament. So really, it's the teams really starting their momentum strong, and the teams that can really start strong normally finish strong, meaning that you really have to have your A game and put in your all, even at the very start, just so that you lessen the risk you have and increase your odds into moving forward to the tournament.
Oh, definitely. So again, we've got our play-ins, we've got our group stage, and of course the playoffs. It's a lot of ground to cover, and to be honest, I'm a little bit overwhelmed off the bat. So why don't we focus on the now first? Let's have a sneak peek of the first matches we'll be witnessing here on APAC Stage 2. Here is our match schedule, you guys. So here you have it. It's gonna be Boom Esports versus Cerberus Esports. And then we got Bleed Esports versus Ghetto Artist. Top of your head, Tricks, who's a team you're excited to see play?
I've been waiting to watch Boom Esports play again to see what kind of innovations they've made since the previous APAC Stage 1. And honestly, after watching the performance of Ghetto Artist in their qualifiers, I'm excited to also watch them.
I'm excited to see that too. What about you, Fluffy? Any teams you're looking out for this stage?
I am really looking forward to see Cerberus Esports play in the first series, but I'd have to agree with Trix as well. And I think Ghetto Artist has a lot of potential, especially the way that they're playing right now is so interesting that for me, versus Bleed, they would be what I'd be focused on the most in the second series.
Interesting. So we're taking a look at the group play-ins right now. As we can see, this is Group A. As we just mentioned, it's Boom Esports versus Cerberus Esports, and down below is Made in Thailand versus Enigma Gaming. Very interesting. We'll be seeing Made in Thailand and Enigma tomorrow battle it out. But over here on the Group B play-ins, we do have Bleed again, and then Ghetto Artist, and then Rexregum Keon versus Team Big Bam. Very interesting matches up ahead. I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves because we will be discussing these teams as we go into their matchups. You know, a lot of things to discuss, a lot of ground to cover, as I mentioned before, and I'm very excited. So why don't we head on over and just really focus on the very first match that we'll be witnessing this time. Whew, look at that. Look at the brackets. Very nice. In your head right now, Fluffy, is there anything enticing, or is there any match that you're kind of afraid? How should I say this? I'm trying to look for the better phrase for this. In terms of brackets, do you see any team that might not be as fortunate as the others?
Overall, like the entire tournament? Not really in the play-ins, because play-ins is more like a test of skill, but after the play-ins, for those who seeded a bit higher in their regional tournaments, I think they're very interesting brackets. I'm kind of excited for the bracket, of course, with Oasis Gaming, but that also has Paper X in it, so seeing them on an international stage outside of our current PH region, because most of us here are from the PH casting region, would be a very interesting sight to see, especially against a great team like Paper X.
I like how you were able to still sneak in a little bit of Oasis Gaming over there, Fluffy.
Of course. Gotta stick to the heart, you know?
Now, Trix, at the top of your head, what do you know about Boom Esports?
Boom Esports has a lot of skill in their, throughout their games. They have a lot of aggression that you see, especially during APAC Stage 1. I feel that there still is polishing that they have to do there in terms of playing at a disadvantage, because I have noticed that during a disadvantage, they get a little more lost than when they're at a 5-man stack and they're just executing a site together. So I worry about how that's going to be punished by Cerberus.
That is a very interesting point that you pointed out there, because there is an emergency that has gone down with Boom Esports, meaning that it's not their usual roster that we'll be seeing today. But I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. Why don't we introduce this team formally? This is the team that finished top 1 in VCT ID Stage 1. They went straight to the group stages of the previous VCT APAC. This time around, they're in a trickier situation, not just because of the emergency that I mentioned before, but they're also going to be starting off at the play-ins instead of the group stages like they did last time. But maybe this is their started from the bottom, now we're here story. This is Boom Esports. Here you have it, guys. It is Boom Esports, and you know what? I just said that they're gonna have substitutions, but scratch what I said. League Ops, League Ops just confirmed that they are gonna be playing their main roster. So we're gonna be seeing some action from Berserks, Blaze King, Flip's Jitter, Frostmine, and Tempotol. Woo! Gonna be a stacked team over here. Now, although being at the play-in seems a little bit for a rocky start from Boom Esports, they're definitely not a team to sleep on. After all, Tricks, they did finish fourth in their APAC Stage 1 run.
Honestly, I'm really excited to see how Berserks is going to perform, because just seeing the way he's been playing, it's been amazing. Especially with the rest of the lineup, you have Tempotol as well, who's just been stepping up, and Flip's Jitter, who I hope to see even more of during the Stage 2 APAC.
Yeah, so I hope that, we get to see the strongest performance from this team today. Now, I did mention a little bit that they did have an emergency, and I hope that it's nothing too serious, but I'm glad to see that the entire team, or like the main roster, will be the ones that are going to be playing it out here on this matchup. Now, on the flip side, they're going into a battle against a team that is also no stranger here on APAC. This team, like Boom Esports, went straight to the group stage last time, but failed to make it to the playoffs. I think that a situation like this is enough to get your blood boiling and come back with a vengeance. So with that, let us welcome the second team that will be stepping up on our stage. This is Cerberus Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, the second team stepping up on our VCT APAC stage is Cerberus Esports. We've got Akashi, Daikute, Kishi, Loki, and Suka. Very familiar faces again, stepping up to the plate. Actually super familiar, since this is the same lineup that we saw last stage. Two players that caught my eye would have to be the very explosive jet player Daikute and the ever so powerful initiator Kishi, who has been with the team since its conception. What about you, Fluffy? Who are the players you want to talk about from this team?
I feel like the player that represents this team a lot, at least in their vibe, is really Suka. That guy has really sacrificed a lot to be with his team and really practice. And as we know, these dangerous dogs are really back and off the leash, as they are the most consistent, in my opinion, and most, in a way, it's predictable, but on the other hand, it's very precise and stable, as they play a lot of similar comps. They rarely have any variations. They're very dedicated as a team in general, playing up to like 4 in the morning. This is one of the most consistent teams that are coming into APAC. You've even seen them consistently play throughout APAC in Stage 1, where they slightly fell short versus Made in Thailand, but they came back very strong in their own VCT regionals, going through a sway of 2-0 streaks up until except for their opening game, up until the end, where they ultimately fell to Fancy United and moved still into APAC, but it's now their job to get back on top of the leaderboards. But with that dream today, it might be delayed if this three-headed dog really lets in an opening for Boom Esports and get lost chasing bones.
Perfect. Funny enough, as soon as we introduced Cerberus Esports, my dog started barking.
See?
I don't know what that means, but it's something. Bark, bark.
It's the connection.
Wait, are we allowed to bark on the podcast? I don't want to get flipped over this. But yeah, I'm very excited to see how this team is gonna be playing out today. Cerberus Esports, just something else. It's a lot to take in. You know, we got these players, we got their mechanic. I am interested because I haven't had the biggest exposure when it comes to these APAC teams, right? Of course, PH teams are homegrown teams. We've come so used to them. We're very familiar with them. But what else can we say about the teams that are stepping up over here, Trick?
I think for Cerberus, looking back at the way they've been just the amazing plays that they're able to do, I find that they lack a bit of coordination, so I'm looking forward to see how they might have worked on that coming into APAC Stage 2, to have more of the executions and really working together with the refrags, making sure to actually commit to their pushes, but also not overcommitting, having that balance that they need as a, three-headed dog.
Yeah, I feel like it's also a nice matchup today because, as Trix really explained really well, there's one team like Boom Esports that looks more put together when they're in that 5-man execute, play together death ball kind of strategy. Whereas there's another team, which is in Cerberus, as she just mentioned, that is kind of weak at that, but strong where the other team is not. They're kind of better at that default, better at getting picks and playing more of the macro game. So it'll be a very interesting match to see if one can really counter for example, the 5-stack potential of one, or if they know how to play the long game and really they play out the entire round correctly, the early, the mid game, and up until the end.
Interesting. Trix, I already asked this question to Fluffy way back in the PH Challengers, but I want to ask you, if you were in the spot of these players, how would you prepare for a big day like this one, being the first day of APAC?
Watch the VODs of your opponents, but also to watch your own VODs to see where you're lacking, what is being punished from what the opponents are punishing on your side, but also keeping a level head that you have trained hard enough and you have trained long enough to also be able to overcome the issues that may arise in the matches.
Perfect. Why is it so serious? Okay, so I have a bit of, how should I call it, contrast when it comes to the panel. There are times wherein Fluffy is like the super serious one, and then there are times that he gives us like really laid back answers. Example, when I asked him this question, he said that, you know what? We wake up pretty late, like right before the match from time to time. And then we got Trix. And then we got Trix who's like super serious with the answers. But enough daddling around for now. We're gonna be heading over to our map vetoes, and I'm excited to take a look at where the setting for this storyline is gonna take place. So let's go.
I think in terms of map vetoes, yeah. Excited to see maybe Haven come out because both of them have been performing on it a lot.
Really? Haven, interesting map. I would say too, generally a great map for both of these teams. Probably on the side of Boom Esports, more on the attacking side is their forte. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. What about you, Fluffy? Any maps that you're looking forward to seeing in this series?
I'm actually very excited if we do get your favorite map, which is mine, because Cerberus Esports, at least in VCT Stage 2 VN, had a 100% win rate on Bind in all the games they played. I think they played like 4 games on it, and like what Trix mentioned, they also have a very strong Haven, but aside from that, they also have a pretty decent split. So I feel like if any of these 3 maps go through, especially the Bind and the split, it will make a big difference. And it looks like on the side of Boom, they really did their research, because as expected, they just banned out the map that the other team never lost it. Kind of smart move, honestly.
That makes me really sad. I was really hoping to see a Bind map over here, especially since this is a map where both of the teams have actually picked Fade before in their respective nations. But yeah, we're not gonna be seeing that today. Neither are we gonna be seeing Fracture. No Fracture today, Trix.
Fracture is a good map for, at least when I watch Boom Esports, I really love them on Fracture, but there's the Ascent, which both teams have been performing consistently on, actually.
Ascent. I would say that Ascent is like a comfort pick for Boom Esports. They keep coming back to this map, and for very good reason. In general, their defense has been really good, but in the recent national run, we've seen their attack really improve here, Fluffy.
Yeah, I mean, Ascent is really one of those maps, like we always mention, is about fundamentals, and a strong team like Boom Esports can really leverage that. But looking more into the map, Vito, for the next map that I believe Cerberus is going to pick, it looks like they're going to go for the Breeze pick. Very interesting, as they have played this in the past, but I wouldn't say it's the best on their track record. But of course, APAC is completely new, completely different. A lot of teams come in with new strategies as well as new tactics for them to really pull off in these big games. So I'd be surprised to see what they can pull off. But I'm more surprised that we still don't see Haven either picked or banned for either team, because like what Trix mentioned also, Haven is one of the maps that both teams are very comfortable on. And based on how the map Vito is going to go also, I'm wondering if Split is going to get banned or go through. And it looks like Haven is going to be the one that's going to be banned. Yeah, very interesting. Which leaves both, I believe, Split as well as one more map still open. Split is weird because if you give it to the opponent on the decider map that gets the side pick, if you don't have a good attacking plan, it can be very one-sided because it'll be like a stacking around fest on the defensive side. So you have to have a lot of confidence to be able to leave it open, or a lot of practice at least, to have the ability to say, okay, it's fine, we'll play that map for decider.
Interesting.
I'm
leaving
really
it
up
curious.
to Icebox.
You think so?
I just think that leaving it up to Icebox on Cerberus side, I'm not so sure, but that's what they do. Because Boom Esports on Icebox has been performing well, and I feel like, especially because it's an execute map, they might have the edge there. Since Boom in general has a lot of coordination, or they've been showing a lot of coordination in previous matches up until now.
So we got Ascent, Breeze, and Icebox. Totally not what we were prepared for, because again, we were really looking forward to that Haven, and we were hoping to see that find, but not today. These teams said, nope, not today, not today.
Yeah, but the challenge moving off from your regional tournaments and coming into such a major tournament like APAC, which is the first stepping stone into that international scene, maybe moving on to even champions if you make it all the way, is you cannot remain the same team that you were consistently winning your regional tournament. You have to evolve as a team, because the more you play and the more you show, just like how Boom Esports banned out Bind in the first phase ban here, a lot of teams will really look into your strategies and try to figure out your team. So if you don't constantly evolve and practice all these other maps, which even though us on the panel, we rely on the statistics, so we base it off that, it really depends on the team itself and how practiced they end up being to really pull off what it takes to be an APAC qualified team. Because it's not about being the best team in your region anymore, it's about being the best team in Southeast Asia. So you really have to, you can't just rely on like a few tricks that your team has anymore. You have to have the whole rounded out team philosophy.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's one thing to, again, like you said, us as analysts, we look at the stats, we look at the numbers, but behind the scenes, we're not really sure what's going on. These guys have their scrims, these guys practice, they try out new strats behind the camera that we just don't get to see. And that's why from time to time, even though we have the numbers ready, they still surprise us. For example, these map picks, just amazing right now. Now, as amazing as these things may be, and as you mentioned earlier, we need new tricks, but here on the panel, we don't need new tricks. What we do need is our prediction. Very dreaded prediction. See, just the way Fluffy reacted, it's just, I don't know, I'm out of words just thinking about how the predictions is gonna go, because this is something that could potentially embarrass us here on the panel. We're supposed to be the people who look at the numbers, who look at the stats, but again, the surprises keep on coming, especially on a scale as big as APAC. So with that, Trix, because you are new on the panel, you are first blood. Please let us know your prediction.
I am predicting that Boom Esports will come out victorious in this matchup. Also based on especially the map picks, I'm really hoping to see their performance, but I do know that there are some external factors that may be affecting their gameplay today.
Hopefully nothing too major though is happening behind the scenes. Fluffy, your turn.
Right, so like Trix said, the maps are kind of favored for Boom, and I kind of agree with that. But knowing that they were the ones who chose Icebox essentially as the decider makes me feel a little more confident thinking they have a plan. So for me, I'd go the other end and vote for Cerberus Esports.
Okay, so we got one panelist for Boom, we got one panelist for Cerberus Esports, and we got one more for Boom Esports. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Boom Esports for this one. Dude, they did so well in the last APAC Challengers. You can't blame me for having faith in this team. What? What do you want to say?
Well, one of us will be right, I think, maybe.
I mean, it's impossible for no one to be right on this panel. I think two of us will be right though, Fluffy.
I guess we'll see.
I like to be on neutral ground. I look forward to how both of the teams perform and look forward to seeing what they've brought for us.
Look at Trix trying to be neutral, but deep inside she's like, I want my prediction to be right. Please let it be right.
Nah, she wants Boom to win for sure.
You know, sometimes I think it's unfair to lock these predictions in before we even get to see what's coming up next. You know, like a lot is in store. I don't know. These players, man. And plus, we haven't seen the full potential of these teams. We've seen some of the VODs, we've seen some of the numbers, but it's just different, especially on a scale as grand as APAC. You know, again, as you mentioned earlier, Fluffy, the national level isn't the same as the regional level. Some teams out here can really pop off in their national level, but not do so well here on APAC. And the same goes the other way around. Sometimes they do really well here on APAC, but not so well on the national level. So, you know, it always boils down on how they're able to adapt to what kind of competition that they have. Wouldn't you agree to this, Trix?
I would. I think that the most important thing for any top tier team is to be able to adjust and adapt on the spot and understand your opponents and how you need to play against them.
Oh, that requires a lot of studying, and that is what we've been doing here on the panel. Yeah. I've been studying so hard for this because APAC is something that I've been looking forward to. After all, you know, these are the best of the best in this region. These are the players that are really fighting it out to make it to Masters. And I can't wait to see what kind of strats they're going to be pulling out today. But Fluffy, I know that you are very close with Oasis Gaming. Do you have some intel on what kind of preparation an APAC qualified team as them has been doing behind the scenes, like before we got to this point?
I feel like in general for all teams, of course, after your VCT, some teams take a break, some teams keep on the grind. It depends on their environment and the attitude, etc. But generally speaking, every team doubles down on practice and every team doubles down on research because, like I mentioned, like even as an analyst, you have a lot of information that is available, but it's very hard to tell if it's accurate all the time. You can always sense habits and patterns of certain teams and kind of get the identity and the idea of a team, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that's what's going to show up in your game. As when you move on to something like APAC, it's kind of like a mental and like board reset, you know? You have the statistics, but all of these things are just reference. It's really now is the day zero and how teams perform today and right now. It doesn't matter how they did in the past, really, honestly. It's how they do right now in their games that will set their tone for the rest of the tournament. And then maybe later on in the tournament, that's when you can have more reliable, more relevant stats. But besides that, it's really, the opening is always a surprise, you know?
Oh, that's true. And you have these teams trying to get more comfortable, trying to get a feel of how teams from other nations are going to be performing, right? They may not be on the same level of aggression, the same level of strategy as the teams that you have in your country. So there's really a lot to take in over here. And I'm sure that as the analysts or like the panel over here are kind of overwhelmed with all of the information that we have, I'm pretty sure that the players out here also feel that same level of overwhelmingness. Is that a word? Is overwhelmingness a word? Basically, they feel overwhelmed. Trix is just laughing. She's probably thinking, I don't think that's a word. Is it?
It's okay. Maybe. I just think that as Fluffy mentioned, all teams right now, especially if they have done their research, have all the pieces of the puzzle. But it's a matter of them putting it together and figuring out the perfect combination or permutation of those pieces of the information that they have in order to best play against their opponents.
I'm so glad I'm not. I'm just in the panel here. Fluffy, Tricks, you guys have been No, because the pressure is different. We're just here overwhelmed, right? Like, oh wow, I want this team to win. I want this team to win. I've been studying them. I think they're gonna win. But to actually play and to actually have something on the line over here, I mean, I'm pretty sure it feels different. You guys probably know that.
Yeah, for sure.
That's
I
true.
mean, I feel like another big thing is that there are a lot of teams, obviously being a C qualifier means that you come from different regions, and every region, even by a small margin, has their own little permutation of how they play their Valorant, their game. And it's how these ideas clash from region to region, even those slight differences that can really throw off a player that's used to just being the best in their region compared to being the best in C overall. So if you're not a team that has consistently been going to APAC recently, for example, Team Secret or Oasis Gaming from the PH skipped one from last stage, you kind of, although you have a lot of experience, especially for Team Secret, you kind of lose out and lose touch from how Valorant is played outside your point of view. So it's really a big clash of ideas for a lot of teams that aren't very used to it. And being the best of the best at this level really means that you just have to power through and be able to adapt very quickly. I feel like that's the important word, very quickly, because a lot of teams can adapt. Some are slower than others, if I'm going to be honest. But the ones that are the best normally are the ones that round by round can just look like a different team suddenly.
Yes.
Oh, well, continuing off of what you just said, you said that teams who aren't as familiar with how APAC works or are new to the APAC scene would have a little bit more of adjustments to do. So do you think that this is going to be a problem or an issue for a team that we're going to be seeing later on, which is Ghetto Artists?
I think Ghetto Artists actually comes from, some of the players come from CBT Gaming from memory. So I find that they've felt that pressure. They know what is required of them, and at least being able for some players to give that information to the newer players would really help them in terms of adapting on the spot, as Fluffy is pointing out, because that really is the most important. Coming into something that is no longer a region, like a national tournament, that's a regional tournament, you really need to be able to know yourselves as well as your opponents.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true. And well, if they already know who they are, I'm excited to get to know them more, This is my first introduction to some of the teams over here because I haven't been quite acquainted yet with some of the teams over here on APAC, but that is what brings out the excitement even more because I don't know what to expect from these teams. I've seen the numbers, I've seen some of their VODs, but it's a different level here. And I want to see the action. I want to see the prepared or like the study that they've shown or like they've done to pop off in their games. Very exciting.
It is very exciting, and I really am excited just to see how everyone has adapted, because I find that every time I watch them, I'm constantly surprised by the kinds of rounds they're pulling off, or just the sheer amount of confidence some rounds have. And then on the flip side, the amount of indecision you can see in the players on other rounds. So I'm wondering how everyone has been working on that to have more of a level head in the middle of high pressure tournaments.
Okay, now that you mentioned having a level head, again, this is the first day of this tournament. Do you think that there are still players out there who have like the first day jitters as they go into APAC?
I think everyone will always have first day jitters.
We have first day jitters. Yeah. If we're being honest here on the panel, we have first day jitters too. What about you, Fluffy? Are you feeling the first day jitters?
Yeah, a lot. Like you said on your part, as much as I did do a lot of research, there's still a couple teams that we haven't really seen go into APAC. So looking into them more, I hope that I'm pleasantly surprised in the future and even in our upcoming series.
Oh, for sure. Series are something else. Do you think that it would have been more effective to see how these teams would battle it out if it were more of a BO5 instead of a BO3, especially since we'll get to see more maps, Fluffy?
I think that in a long-form tournament like this, playing in multiple best of fives might not be the best, because one, it's tiring for the players, and it is detrimental to some of the teams, but also moving forward, it's also harder for you to evolve as a team and keep some strategies secret if you have to basically play a grand finals every game. So I think a best of 3 is fine, because a best of 1 could be just a stroke of luck, but winning 2 out of 3, you can see a lot of 2-0s and a lot of reverse comebacks as well, or comebacks. So it's consistent enough and short enough to really show a team's mettle over just straining them straight out.
That's true. Another point that I'm thinking of because of that is that they kind of get to secure more of their strats. It's not always revealed, because when you have a best of 5, just too many maps are exposed, and it kind of limits the creativity that they can have, because it's always going to be easier for their opponents, or like their future opponents, to study the previous maps that they did. So that's a very good point. Plus, again, the fatigue, we don't want that to happen to our players over here. But now that all of that is said and done, I think we're just about ready to officially introduce what kind of agents these teams will be picking out. Yeah, we've already locked in our predictions, so there's no going back now, despite the agent selection we'll be seeing. But in terms of composition, I guess we already have a bit of expectations on our end. But Fluffy, what do you think we'll be seeing on Ascent over here?
I feel like Ascent, I'm very interested to find out if there's going to be a Sova or Fade, but as we can obviously see right now, it's going to be the Sova lock. More traditional initiators coming out, a more stable lineup, something that I know at least from Cerberus is a more practice thing. They don't really change their comps at all. It's kind of like that DRX vibe where they just grind the same comp that they can figure out, oh, this is our weakness, or it's about learning themselves and knowing how to react with mastery of their own lineup rather than trying to evolve as quickly as other teams. But on the other hand, we see Boom Esports running very interesting that they're playing Ascent with the Astra versus the Omen. I feel like that's a big difference from both of the teams, as the controller role in name alone already shows that they are the agents that generally at least have a big impact in setting the pace of a game. And the big difference on Astra and Omen is Omen can be like your pseudo duelist. It's kind of like a really slow jet, honestly, with a smoke and a TP. But with the Flash itself, it's more supportive where he's in the fight, whereas Astra really has a global presence, having not just the ability to place the smokes at any range, but also those small things by dissipating certain angles, as well as having stars ready, is already innate pressure, or what a lot of teams like to call perceived pressure, where they can block out a lot of info, and especially on the defensive side, is a more powerful agent to have on your roster than something like an Omen, unless you really practice with using the Omen practice.
What about you, Trix? What do you think will be the win condition for either of the teams here on Ascent?
I think a big part of it is always going to be the KO knife, being able to deny information and protection from especially a setup like the Killjoy. But as you mentioned, the Astra global ability to constantly have pressure is going to be very important, and I wonder how Boom Esports is going to pull that off. Hopefully not having the Astra in any position to die too early.
Okay then, so there we go. Hopefully no controllers die too early so that we get to see a really good matchup over here. But now guys, the maps are locked, the agents are locked. On top of everything, our predictions have also been secured. So at this point, there's no going back. Casters, let the games begin.
Oh man, we're back at it again, guys. We're here for the first day of APAC Stage 2. My name is Asarai. Joining with me now is Raph, and we'll be seeing this first best of 3 series between Boom Esports and Cerberus Esports, the Titans of Indonesia and Vietnam. And as we saw, and good job for the panel for holding on for as long as they can to let the teams and the players prepare themselves. It is going to be Ascent that will be our first match, and interestingly enough, Raph, as we are about to begin into this one, Boom gonna be picking up the Raze over the Jet in Ascent. So that is gonna be their sole duelist coming into this series, or into this first map.
Hang on, man. I'm playing balloons with Dax. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, again, congratulations. Okay, no, that's a spicy intro for day 1 APAC. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, again, foregoing the Jet, I guess the most immediate consequences, well, now they can't really take a switch, or if they want to go for the more KR route, if they want to go for that Cloudburst play towards B, then that's definitely not going to be an option. But Ray still is going to succeed in a lot of, as I said, forward space taking. And again, kudos to the panel. They really did touch on so many topics that could easily fly over the heads of a lot of our viewers and potentially some players. Like, for example, I really like how Fluffy talked about perceived pressure. That's something that, honestly, I feel like a lot of teams don't even employ. But enough of looking back on the panel. Let's look ahead into our teams here. Boom Esports. Now, this is one of the teams where I really rode the hype train last stage. Again, they were the perceived #1, and we talked about it a little bit on how far they've fallen, but Flips, he has a different and pretty malicious intent here to find 2 picks already, opening up this round, Asarai.
The reposition immediately for mid-take here. There's a lot of utility that is at least thinning down the HPs of Boom, but no takedown fully just yet. Akashi does get the 1 first. Still allow Boom access into the site. Blaze King a little bit looking for the picks, but as his first flash does not get anything, backs away first. Can rotate, just back up with the rest of the team. He is very much caught out to the open, especially with that recon dart shutting him out. And now they know one is in B main. They can at least look to fight Frostmine first, but he does have the help of Berserks, where they're not allowing to just charge into B main. But hold on for just a moment here, as Frostmine's the only one. B side is already exposed, and now they know they can just keep on defusing the spike, and Frostmine has to charge into the side, but he cannot play this too slowly because there's just too many opponents to just try to fight. And, well, Suka to remain. That is a huge retake undertaking from Cerberus.
Maybe a movement a little too superfluous on the side of Boom Esports. Either way, they did make it somewhat forgivable. They did take majority out of Cerberus. But again, losing around like that, you're just kind of allowing Cerberus to get that early swing. And we know how a lot of our VN teams, they are one of our hottest starters, always getting those first 2 rounds. Boom Esports, we've seen them recover very well. I'm actually surprised that Blaze King isn't on the Sova. It's actually Frostmine to go for the for that pick. But Berserk's already taking a lot of damage here. Might have to play a little more passive, as Kishi's gonna find Blaze King. A flash has been thrown out, but it doesn't matter. Cerberus, the 3-headed beast, guards the gates. And Boom Esports getting flushed out on that second round. Much expected.
That was a force buy, by the way, from Boom Esports. So that's gonna, again, hit their economy just a tad bit coming into this next round. As you can see, they just purchased onto these sheriffs. I was kind of wondering what the plan was. I just want to overtake and everything, but against such a composition that Cerberus has, especially with Suka, just putting in so much defensive pressure with those nano swarms, Boom just cannot find the pace here. Cerberus managing to hold on, and this is what we're kind of wondering here. How well has Vietnam really come into the swing, right? Because I think it was when we were doing our pre-tournament discussion, right, that Dax was pointing out that Cerberus technically is the strongest team in Vietnam. They just got one up by the Cinderella run from Fans United. Oh, this is perfect timing though from Tabatal. Could get the timing shot onto Kishi, which he does. Cannot pick up the weapon, but there's more than enough. It seems like these upgraded pistols working more magic. We've seen teams do so well with just slow peek with the Sheriff. It's more about that controlled push rather than just the explosiveness. And maybe with that one pick, with the with the Sky out of the question, it could be better here, but never mind. They're starting to clean things up. Berserk's huge shot to at least make it a more expensive round for Cerberus here, but that's more than he can just pick up. Maybe if he does get closer here, he can find another shot at Loki and maybe a shot at Redemption, but nope, not at all.
Well, at the very least, you're always hoping for at least 2 kills, and that's what Boom Esports got, but Cerberus already looking to be poised to taking yet another round, especially with this momentum. Boom Esports, though, they're very, very good at recovering. One of the most graceful teams we have. But, yeah, that's right. Maybe the schemes of, or at least the defensive plan of Cerberus, it's been really shining. We talked about Vienna as a region that's been, I would say, in the middle of the pack for APAC. Despite their efforts in the previous stage. But this time around, they're looking far more impressive, looking a little more savvy, and potentially unshaken by the grandeur of the stage.
And I will also add, you know, how, at least for us in the Philippines, when it's closing to APAC region or APAC tournament, there's always what we call the free agency time, right, where everybody just swaps teams and everything, or they make their own like LFO super team, or super team, and all of that. But that's not feasible for Cerberus. They've just stuck together as an entire roster for the longest time. The last time that I've seen this team, aside from I think last last APAC was C Challengers last year, 2021, and this is still the same roster that they're playing with. With all that said, yeah, it's always good to have just a roster just always playing, because again, they build up confidence and experience as an entire team.
Chemistry is the biggest thing too when you stay as a team, and that's been a long recurring theme for both of these teams, really. Boom, they did mention, I believe it was an interview with Blaze King, that if he had to assemble a super team, he would not change anybody from their lineup. As Cerberus, they have no qualms of going against said super team, opening it up. Tebedal and Blaze King, they try to hold their own, but it's not meant to be. As they lose yet another round, the trademark 4-round opener on the side of Cerberus, looking mighty, mighty strong here. Question is, how can Boom really adjust? I mean, this lineup seems to be much more favored on the defensive side of things. You know, the Astra and the Raze combo. Again, the biggest issue could potentially be a lot less space taking. Even though we know the Raze is capable of doing those jumps, it's just not the same immediate control a Jett can give.
I definitely agree with that. It feels like Cerberus definitely understand this dynamic that they have against Boom, and what they have been doing, just letting Boom come into the site. They're like, okay, you're gonna throw all your utilities because you don't know if we're gonna be inside, and you don't really have that speed that the Jett does give. And even if Berserk tries to go for this double satchel play, it's still very damn risky, because again, there's just all of this punish play that Cerberus already has with their preset utility, and again with initiators being able to just react in the nick of time as Daikyu gets into the corner and makes quick work sushi, mind you, of Boom as they try to get that control onto fast lane. Unfortunately, not gonna be good control. A little bit of control, but not enough to get them into the site and plant the spike.
Life in the fast lane definitely has its dangers, and we are seeing that to full effect. Granted, it is only upgraded pistols they were against. Still, Boom Esports, the malnutrition on their attacking side, they're definitely not a fed wolf at the moment. Still looking to strike a deal, maybe potentially, again, find that stride, that rhythm that they are so desperately needing right now. 5-0 against Cerberus. They have to pull out a Michael Jordan flu game on this one, but they finally have that operator up on flips. He even has a tour de force for good measure. I doubt that he's going to bring that out. It'd be pretty funny, but it's unlikely. I think this is a timeout on the side of Boom.
Oh yeah, for sure. Would be also remiss to not point out that Boom is having certain issues on their end as well that may be affecting their performance output, but you can't also deny that Cerberus is playing absolutely pristine on this defending side. And they brought out Daikyu, who I feel like has been for the longest time the sweetheart of the Vietnamese region. Like if our sweetheart has to be, let's say, dubstep, right? I think for Vietnam, it has to be Daikyu. Both of these gentlemen have CSGO pedigree and whatnot. Daikin has been a long-standing powerhouse, if not, let's say, big name in the FPS scene for Vietnam, and he's really stepping up the game. Now he's primed up his dash. He already sees Berserk right there, but the timing,
oh my goodness.
He might have just back away. He's been spotted already. Yeah, he's gonna burn this dash already. Might not even show that he activated it, but if Berserks did get a catch of that as he was jumping out of tiles, that could give a little bit more, what's the word here, safety or confidence for Boom, now that they know that there's no more aggressive Daikyu peaks coming out of off angles.
Just a little bit of insurance would have been much needed, but Flips has found himself behind Daikyu. Like you said, he might be the sweetheart of the region, but Flips with the patient gets once, but Loki, he denies any control, any map presence on the side of Boom. Mind you guys, this is Boom's pick. So Cerberus, they've done the research. They've done everything possible. The scramble is far from over. As they still try to hit a site here, they're somewhat sandwiched. A defensive layout that's proven to be suffocating for Boom. Still continues. There's only 30 seconds and it's winding down. The patience from Berserks finally worn off. They throw a flash towards CT. They take a few hits, but they still find the frag. 3 players left alive on the side of Cerberus. But they go for the fake. They're gonna barely enough time here, but Kishi might actually deny everything. And boom! They have to make a choice here. Oh no! Oh dear!
Tebatal, 5 seconds. The spike, my guy. It's all the way up onto A Heaven, and Tebatal, he's just gonna hope that maybe he can find Loki with the time that is remaining, but no dice, no luck. As Cerberus just dismantled the plan of Boom. Boom, just no confidence to get into the B side. They were so much afraid of what was behind them that they just gambled that, okay, maybe we could just rotate on spawn and hope that nobody's gonna be anywhere and we can play for the trades, but that just did not work out, especially with this transition from Kishi. Look at that hold. Oh, that was so unfortunate. Tebatal was already heating up, but again, no position, no time, no spike. All those 3 things working against the favor of Boom.
What a clamp. What a clamp down by Cerberus as Boom. They've somewhat lost their way here. They're stumbling. Can't really find a way back into the pack. As Tebatal's the only one with a rifle. Potentially could find a few returns here. Highly unlikely with the pistol surrounding him. As Cerberus, they get that information. And I love how reactive they are. But they might actually find a lurking player here in the form of Blaze King. Blaze King still very wary of this one-way smoke. He feels a tingle in the back of his neck, but flips with the tour de force, finds Akashi. That's going to be some recon and some information removed. But the same can be said on the side of Boom as they lose that ever so important KO. Now Daikyu, we've talked about him, we've championed him. He has to make a choice here, but maybe potentially this is the more dangerous one. Tebatal happily obliges the consequences of that action. And it is down to 3v3, looking much more even. But as I say that, it's Suka finding Tebatal, cutting him off. And still, the finish off by Suka. Oh my goodness, Asar. Like you mentioned, he is just fired up. 7-0. A potential skunk. Boom Esports, they have to find that bravado that they played with in the previous stage, because somewhat, or at least at the moment, it's completely absent.
You could say that Boom's just trying to do basically everything, right? Play slow, play fast, but it feels like they can't find that rhythm as much as they would want to. They can find these off picks somewhere mid of the map, but site takes just not their strong point. It feels like they can throw out the utilities at the initial point of the site, right? The entrance to A main, the entrance to B main, but to flush out players on the back of things hasn't really been their strong suite. And because of that, you see how just Cerberus are just laying back, making their utility work for them, and they still have plenty to spare as soon as Boom tries to enter. You see that with Loki's paranoia. You see that with Suka still having the nanoswarm. Kishi saving at least one flash to punish the rest of Boom as they're coming in. And again, because of that miss of explosive entry that the Jet does entail, there needs to be a different sort of adjustment here from Boom. And they're probably hoping for maybe aggressive picks at the very start, but Cerberus just are not letting them have that.
That's true, and another thing that Boom have to consider is they're actually well equipped to take all those hidden spaces, those corners, those deep angles. Again, they have the combo for it. Blaze King doesn't really care. He's gonna swing. He's gonna set Kishi on fire. But going back to my point, the objective here is to get Frostmine's information to have some sort of value. But Cerberus, they've been doing such a good job of denying that. That's also rendering Tebodol and Berserk's utility moot. Right now, we see that the null command is gonna come out. Akashi might fall, but no, Berserk's whips on a crucial ult. And everyone here on the site is holding it down as Suka finds yet another. But 2v2 here, Daikute with an operator. We all know the tale of operators on retakes. It is not the easiest thing. Doesn't have a dash available. Ooh. He does, but the time is winding down, so he has to make a forward motion, a forward movement. But no. Paranoia is gonna come out as well as the smokes. And Daikute has to resort to taking matters into his own hands as he's left alone, but Frostmind gets Loki. Now we have a 1v1 and Frostmind! Oh, that's why they call him Frostmind. Absolutely ice cold in the clutch.
Maybe that's just what they need. Lots of burn utilities or ultimates from Boom, especially the Showstopper and the Null command, but at least they're able to squeeze that one round in. But look at the hold that Suka just did for the most part there. I thought that they might have lost that one if they weren't able to double up. I was also thinking that maybe the drone was a little bit too late. Maybe the positioning from Frostmind was a little bit too far forward, but he backs away, helps his team out alongside Blaze King, and just perfectly places that. Still very close, still very dangerous. But, well, that's where Boom have to live right now in Ascent, at least for this first half.
Well, still yet another default employed and being played here by Boom Esports. The set plays have been somewhat denied. We saw one with that wall, with the Cosmic Divide. And we see Flips Jitter. Very wary of that recon dart, that potential information that could reveal them. But here we are. I feel like this is one of the more innocuous parts of the match. They're probably just going to wait out, maybe explode. But Frostmind, he has other plans here, playing and toying with death just a tiny bit here. A bit of utility now being thrown towards mid. And presence being shown. Cerberus, they don't have an inkling where Boom really wants to go. They haven't really cleared out main. Rather A main and Wine. Now Boom, they put their attention, they put their forces, they put their resources towards B now. 30 seconds. A gamble has to be made on the side of Cerberus. Either they rotate now or Suka. Wow. Well done. Do they have the shock darts to find this action? Well, Hunter's Fury. They might trade with each other, but Frostmind has different ideas for Akashi. And that's going to be him alongside Daikute to be removed from this round. 13 seconds left. Boom Esports, it seems that they found their identity. And now they get that free plant going. Kishi and Loki, they have to make a miracle happen here. But Flips Jitter with a 3K in the round and a spray down. I believe that's
smart. Yeah, I was just gonna say, Boom played that so well. The blade, the KO blade from Blaze King actually spotted that Daikute was still rotating back onto market. So they gambled to actually fight for B, knowing that it's going to be an operator plus maybe the Killjoy and whatnot, right? So because of that, they really were okay with fighting it because Frostmind still had the Hunter's Fury to counter also the lockdown. So even if the Akashi went for his own Hunter's Fury to counter that, they would still have more bodies to throw onto the B site than what Cerberus could really have handled unless Suka performed, which he could not. And it was just played so well by Boom. You knew that they were just expecting haunting Cerberus to have the operator right there. And perfectly, I still have the technical pause to keep my point going. And with all of that, you're seeing Boom start to understand the movements of Cerberus here. And all of this was actually started with that little peek that Frostmind did as he jumped up from top mid and spotted the operator playing somewhere in Arch on mid.
That is so nasty. That spray down. I really like the decision making on the side of Suka though, putting that lockdown immediately. Or at least when the 30-second mark countdown. It's like, you know what? They can either go one way or the other. Let's make them invest something. So I think that's something that other players have to consider too. The risk and returns. That was a great return, but Boom, you know how they play. They love to really have a methodical, measured approach. They've been potentially picking at the brains of Cerberus in the last 7 rounds they lost. And that's right, the look of the game has honestly looked so different in the last 2 rounds that Boom won. If you just kind of cover up the scoreboard, you would assume that Boom was winning all those opening rounds, but really is not the case. Still, we have a long game ahead of us.
True
Technical
enough.
pause is only a sign of it.
Well, technical pause is done. But also I wanted to add as well, the use of lockdown and the Hunter's Fury from Cerberus side to counter the lockdown that Frostmine was throwing out kind of hurt them in the case that it was to punish Frostmine, which was good, but it also allowed the rest of Boom to like, oh, so there's basically just one person really just using the weapon to shoot us down, right? It's the operator and ultimate that's being used to counter us, but this double up could work well. Not enough though. This goes for the 1-for-1 trade, but Blaze King loses, kneels in front of Daikute as he swarms and drowns him in the aquarium of that Vandal.
I love that.
3 players remaining. Oh yeah, I thought you were already like.
I'm over it, but it
yeah,
doesn't
you're
mean
over it and you bought it.
Okay, now don't put me in the spot like that. I love the skin. I enjoy the skin. It's just sometimes my mood, or at least my penchant for swapping skins is a little too strong. As Boom Esports, they swap sites, knowing that 2 of their players have already been slain on the other side of things. But Loki, I love the patience. If he gets the call here, he hears one. He has to make sure, and he swings out. He could get everybody. And perfect is right on the money. Cerberus, they stop the march of Boom before it gets started. 8-2, pretty dominating half so far. 2 more rounds could potentially make it doable, but still difficult nonetheless.
Flipshooter was already like, looking at wine, and the second guess is that, oh, nobody's there because no one peeks me. Well, you are wrong, good sir. Loki's just... Yeah, thank you very much. I'm gonna get that one. And my team is gonna get that one. So 2 more rounds in the first half, and Cerberus definitely do have the commanding lead. Seems like they want to play hardball on mid, and Kishi gets in through this one. Does Berserk even know? But Flipshooter's already done damage. Loki is trying to at least manage things. And as the dust settles, Suka to remain on the B side. They know that he plays B, so they're just slow marching it to A. Actually, no, he alternates from time to time, so maybe that's why they're slowing down. But Suka, if he can time this push, maybe he can cut them unawares. Ooh, just barely left. They're going to double peek maybe mid? No, they're just going to 3-man push the A side. Door should be closed. And Suka, because Flipshooter is down, this trap, this tripwire, this trademark, excuse me, for A main is not going to be active. So he can't sneak by. And Boom might not be able to sniff this one out, but they do have the crossfire to at least be very much prepared for it when it comes.
Does have utility available, but I don't think it's going to be timely enough for a realistic retake. He might just post up for exits here, and I think that's what he's doing. They have enough bank anywho moving forward to really buy up, and still it's Boom to be a little more wary. If any of them fall on this exit, they are going to suffer light buys upon light buys. Here we go.
Oh, they're making
noise. It's up to him. Oh, but the timing. The timing! Oh, no. He gets one. But Frostmine trades him out. But like I said, that's still going to hurt their economy. I think he might just end up rocking a Bulldog on the last round. Unless my math is off. It is off by quite a bit, apparently. Okay. Math is hard.
Oh! I didn't see that second shot come in. That was... very nasty. The ADS on the second kill, though.
Oh, yeah.
On the try on the second kill from Suka. But
oh, no, my math was right. Yeah, Suka has to use a Bulldog now. Okay. So I wasn't wrong.
Scanning ahead.
Wow. Mathurist.
Just a little bit of self-validation. I can do basic arithmetic math. It's okay. As Boom, this time around, I think this is a different look. They have a lot more pressure towards mid, much earlier on the round clock. So they post up Flipshooter here, waiting for some sort of resistance to come out of tree, to come out from heaven. But Daikute might just jump spot this. Don't think anybody's in his sight line at the moment, but that's going to give them a bit of a sound cue to know where the jet's going to be. As Berserk has already expended his bot. Doesn't even matter as Flips finds Loki. Frostmine somehow finds Daikute in the smoke. As smokes and mirrors, they are going in the way of Boom, and Tebedal dismantles Akashi, who was trying to hold on to the switch. but the momentum is on the side of the Dire Wolves, on the side of Boom. Suka and Kishi left in a 2v4. If they can find one, this is much more doable, and it's Frostmine to fall. However, they're all on one side, so they have to break this door as quickly as they can. Where do they collapse from? Are they going to go for a pincer? That they do. Suka successfully finds the opening frag here. Doesn't get flushed out yet. Kishi throws out the Trailblazer. But oh no, Suka falls. Blaze King. As much as I built that clutch up, the age of Cinder is upon us as Blaze King denies any clutch whatsoever.
Oh yeah, he was definitely heating up there. You know, the embers of his efforts really leading a trail, a blazing trail for Blaze King.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah. Huge 2K
That's
from him,
right.
because if he wasn't able to clutch that, Tebatol, I believe, was still stunned by the Trailblazer, so that might have been also a bad moment
Domino
for
effect,
Boom. Yeah.
That is absolutely true. As if we just take a gander at the stats here, this could be where everybody on Boom comes online, gets that mental reset as Berserks, which is... This is very uncharacteristic of him. We rarely see Berserks be on the bottom of the scoreboard. He's been an absolute wizard on these duelist roles, but it seems that the map hasn't been too kind to him. Maybe this half is going to tell a different story. On the side of Cerberus, frag distribution is... Actually, no, on everyone else, the frag distribution is pretty evened out.
Yeah.
But still, very realistic here. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Berserks arguably is the most explosive player on Boom, and seeing him in 3, 12, and 4, not really the case that we're kind of looking here. That being said, though, again, he is on the slower duelist with that raise, but you were also mentioning at the first half, right, that this composition from Boom might sway in the favor of a defensive comp because they do have more utility to throw out against Cerberus here, which could actually hurt Cerberus, because again, Cerberus's comp I feel like works better on the defensive end depending on how they play this, but at least looking at it from that base perspective, right, they might have some difficulties, especially fighting against multiple molly abilities, nades, and the shock darts that Frostmite can throw out. Even if he has like any nerd lineups as well, this could prove fatal for Cerberus if they're gonna try to plant on default. Hey, it's a true thing, all right? Even though there's been the nerf on the shock dart, if you get hit by 2 of those in the center point, you're gonna come back out.
Okay. So here's my thing, right? Again, we know Cerberus very strong on the pistol. Berserk's already awake fighting that first frag. As Flipshooter is gonna chime in as well, fighting Suka. I don't know why they keep contesting this, but it doesn't matter as Berserks and the rest of the boys, they're like, you know what, go ahead, go do that. But going back to my original point, nerd lineups. Really? You're gonna call somebody who's gonna do lineups in a tactical shooter a nerd? Oh man, it's because, dude, you're also playing Valorant, man. That doesn't make you any less of a nerd. We're all nerds here. We're all nerds here, guys.
Yeah,
Stop
but
the cat.
That's not that is not a insult at any given perspective, man. It's they've set what, hundreds, if not thousands of hours just to learn the lineup, so...
Of course.
Yeah, wear the badge of honor. Be called a nerd. Right?
Nerd is also one of my favorite projects from Pharrell Williams, for all you music nerds out there.
It's my
but now
favorite candy when I was a kid. Nerds, yeah.
I haven't seen a Nerds, like, pack in a while. I wonder what happened. Are they still there?
It's in Candy Corner, dude. No, they're still there. Yeah, they have the 2-for-1, like, flavors, but... Berserks is going to have another one with this Marshall, mayhaps, maybe? At the moment. Flipshooter, though. Spotted. Not gutted. We'll have to TP out, but he spotted the waterfall from the rest of Cerberus, so Blaze King is going to be prepared already. Wonder if he's going to flash first or shoot and ask questions later. Now he spotted the first contact, backing away smartly, but he is slowly getting overwhelmed, but gets back into cover beautifully here. As Cerberus's 2-pronged attack might not just work for them. One more to remain. It's Loki pushing through the smoke. Not going to find any dividends. And Boom Esports, from an 8-2 that we saw a couple of rounds ago in the first half, 8-6, they are just at spitting distance of Cerberus before they equalize.
Absolutely. And this is honestly why I prefer having a Raze as a main rifler rather than being the main entry, because I feel like her utility just suits that type of role so well. You can support really well with the nades. You can use your blast packs as an exit route. Again, it's really not the quickest way to get into a site if you're primary entry, especially unsupported by a flash. So there's so many things that could go wrong. But Suka, temporarily distracted by that recon dart, could potentially be found by Flips Jadur here. But no, he does stop by the box as Akashi is going to try and scout out what's happening towards tree, towards shorts. As Blaze King, he hears him, and he is too quick on that. Now he goes back without really expending too... I don't know why that happened. Was it bait? It's bait, but Frostbind just couldn't find the trade. They do have one against Akashi. So this bonus is already going into acceptable territory very, very soon. That flash is going to blind the scope in Berserks, but no, he reacts. The smoke actually saves him. But either way, he's going to be denied entry of the site as Daikute is here to cut off the rotation, and Blaze King, all the frags have belonged to him so far. And he is looking to sink some players on the side of Cerberus with this newly acquired Vandal.
Oh, there was Loki looking to swing against it. Blade to use, check out logs. They might not know someone's going to be on B main here, but, well, they are at least coming into the site. If Loki is a little bit slow, this could look to hamper the things for or Cerberus rather, but not going to happen. Suka is on fire right now. He's gotten the 4K. He's top fragging as of the moment, and they haven't lost too much in that round. Plus, now they'll have the usage of that lockdown to threaten Boom if they're not careful, which could be well utilized here. Now, looking back into the replay, Raph, really loving that aggressive play from Blaze. Unfortunately, they did lose a lot of players on B main, plus the, as you mentioned, no trade, even though they kind of wanted to play that way for Boom here. So a little bit unfortunate, but they are going to be now playing on their laurels with this buy round, especially Flipsitter now having that operator in his hands. And he's slow peeking B main. Come peek me. Ooh, this is timing. Get out of there.
Placing alarm bot. Initiated.
As I was saying, guys, hopefully that turret didn't entail the same disaster. But Flinger, he finally fights Kishi, and they back out. That lockdown is gonna force them to be a little more passive here. They're forced them to retake, but with finding that Kishi, makes it that much easier. No Trailblazer, no guiding lights, and definitely no Seekers to deal with. As Daikute has found himself in a forward position, Asarai. He is still pretty much upset.
Oh my God.
Getting a free kill, and Berserks has been... He's awake. He's definitely awake now. Daikute cuts off one. Can he find more? Find a little more value, but no, Berserks wants to keep this duelist duel going, but Suka knocks him out of contention, knocks him out of the ground. Akashi is here too. Everybody in Cerberus, they're responding. They're responding really well. Blaze King wasn't an open spot, but confidence is in spades finding Akashi. And now Suka all alone defending this lone spike. The flash could potentially come, but he dodges it. It's a 1v2! And Frostbite, the initiator duo, they take it away from Cerberus.
That was a definite risk for Cerberus there, playing that close with Daikute looking to maybe play spoil sport, especially with Loki being spotted there already. It was really good that Daikute still got the kill off of Flipsitter because Flips did go for that double scope into the unscope just as Daikute was peeking in. But look at this shot from Akashi. That could have been the saving grace. Just again, Boom Esports winning these duels straight up from the get-go. But it was so close. Just honestly so close for Boom to losing that. Especially with Loki being spotted by the Blades. I was wondering why he pushed even more forward. Because he got just flushed out by Boom. They could have just wrapped around to B main, and that would have been a really good crossfire setup already for Cerberus. The fact that he wanted to go more, even more aggressive, you know, not being able to help out with smokes anymore, maybe if a paranoia, if he still had it, would have been absolutely tremendous for Cerberus if Loki still survived.
So one thing that we also have to take note for Boom is that even in the first stage, they wouldn't necessarily win in the number side of rounds, right? Like, it wouldn't be too far apart. It'd be 13-8, 13-9, 13-10. Round lines like that. But every time we watch a Boom game, the way they win, it just seems so demoralizing for the opposite team because it's always off hard reads. But Cerberus, they're still keeping this very, very competitive. They're still 2 rounds up. But as I mentioned, that gap is looking that much narrower as they try to make do with the weapons they have. They have upgraded pistols and a Marshall in hand. If they find an overextending Blaze King, then their fortunes could be flipped over. But that is not the case yet, Asarai. They're expending a little bit of utility just to clear out Tree here. And Daikute wants to get down to business here to defeat the Boom. But now, Berserks, who's been very successful in this defensive half, has been tagged out, is forced to use both his blast packs. That's gonna find him some safety, but look at this! Look at this! Daikute, he finds Tebatal. Is that gonna give them a false sense of security? And it does! Blaze King, this could be such a massive flank, but he can't even find Akashi! Oh
no! That's a missed opportunity there. Shock darts will do absolutely nothing. Maybe just a bit of a love tap to Akashi, but they picked up a Vandal. This is still very, very strong for them, but Kishi! Oh my goodness, where is Cerberus finding the steam to do these kind of plays? Absolutely phenomenal for them. Flipsitter's already been spotted, but he's not going to risk the loss of this operator already. Although Cerberus, they could go for the hunting party, but they're feeding the flames. They're feeding the hunger of Flipsitter as he just backs away to the, well, back of B site. Going to retreat first, ask questions later. And now he's gotten himself a rather good position once again. The flash will not blind him, so that will give him a little bit of that surprise factor. One more peek, he knows. Timing is going to be crucial. Timing is going to be key, and Flipshitter hits those. But that is, as you can see, a thrifty round from Cerberus.
Well, Boom. Now they have a bit of a taller order to, once again, go against. Now they're on the eco side here. Like you said, that was a missed opportunity. That could have been massive. The recovery by Cerberus was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
Cerberus, they have to keep up the pace for 3 more rounds. It looks very, very promising. Flips has been on fire though. No matter what weapon he's had, he's making so much of a splash for Boom. But look at this. Oh, that cannot feel good. Daikute is hating Valorant right now, but Kishi, he is undeterred by whatever's happening. Got a double for himself in the previous round. Looking for more this time around. And as the positions, they fall apart for Boom. Berserks actually finds Loki through the smoke.
Oh, it's still a 3 versus 3 though.
Definitely. Berserk's low on HP. Flips does have a quick hand. And he finds Kishi. 2v2 now. Still, the weapons are in favor for Cerberus. Berserk's on 11 health. One more kill, just one more kill could change the destiny of this round. As he sees the gun barrel, he finds one. Now a 1v1. Frostbite, or rather, Akashi has the low ground. He tried it, this time he succeeded. And that could potentially be the birth of the Death Star. At least the very, very preemptive birth, my goodness.
Man, that was close. I thought Berserks could have hit that master shot to clutch the round for Boom here. But again,
one enemy remaining.
It was just not meant to be. I just gotta say though, again, coming back into the round before this, a Thrifty, that was the one that really affected me the most. I think for everybody of us. I was expecting Blaze King to fight a lot more because he really did expose Tebatal to the elements, right? Especially when he got smoked off. Tebatal did not reposition at all in A main. He just doubled up and hoped that maybe his teammate could help him just secure the A short, which basically all of the Cerberus players were coming from. Now that initiating shot onto Suka will create a case here for Boom. They really can't make any more mistakes. 11-7. Even though it's very close, it's closer for Cerberus to finishing off this map.
Absolutely. Cerberus, they are doing so well. And now they changed the pace again. It was blistering in the past few rounds. Now it is slowed down to a grueling grind. 3 agents suppressed as Blaze King. That is his ticket to nope out of there. If he does have that null command, they could use it proactively. But Kishi has already found himself a comfortable spot to throw that guiding light. Now timing is all they need right now as Daikyu has made himself comfortable on Heaven. Even finds a timing on Frostmine. Gets a free peek. Berserks has to find and defend so many fronts. He goes to hell. Tebedal falls as Akashi opens up the scythe. And Cerberus, they are looking mighty strong. What can Blaze King and the rest of the Boom Boys do? They have an operator in hand on Flips, but he is quite ways away from the action. Now the number is still getting reduced. Berserks, who's been a stalwart defender, is now out of mind. And Blaze King, are we counting him out? Why though? He gets 2, a massive double for him. Flips picks up the rifle. Loki has all the information in the world. He even has a shadow step to fake him out. Flipshitter only has the rendezvous, but he doesn't even what? He didn't even have to set his feet and he gets Loki. That is not fair. That is moving shot 99 if this was 2K, but Flips, he is ice cold. Oh my goodness.
What was he even thinking going up there for Flips? Was he thinking maybe to go up on Heaven and jump up to Jenny? Or just have a different position? Talk about the low ground. He was trying to go for the high ground this time. I don't know. This one, though, was absolutely brilliant. I'm pretty sure it's one of the players from Cerberus that broke the window because Daikyu didn't want to give away his position very close, and he wanted to get quick access to a Heaven without exposing himself. That was really strong, but Flipshitter, whew, what a shot. What a risky maneuver, but it still pays off in the end. And in the end, it does matter.
It does. As the confidence, it has to seep out through this round, but still suffering a very, very wonky buy here is Boom Esports. They have a Spectre and a Judge that is in the hands of Frostmine, Tebedal, and Blaze King respectively. The range is not going to be in their favor. Daikyu playing dangerously close though, as he finds Frostmine and Berserks falls. Where's this all happening? Apparently all in the shadows, as Blaze King and Flipshitter are left wondering, how did our team get dismantled? And Cerberus, they're using those heads to much reward. And now they do find a kill here. Not entirely sure if they want to go for a save call or if they really want to force out the overtime, but it does look like it's going to be something they're committing to.
They're gonna have to, right?
They have to.
I don't understand how they got through mid. And all right, Boom is just not having a good round. That's basically it. Oh, nice shorty, but yeah, even though it is a nice shorty, the only other weapon that they really do have was Loki. What? Absolutely disgusting. Yeah, Asuka made sure that nobody was on A main, so that just meant that Flipshitter was just at one certain point of the map, which was Wine. And boy, did he get a nice little pour there of a little bit of Loki. That was so weird. Just everybody just getting through anywhere, through smokes, through B main, and I have no idea what Blaze King was doing there. I think it was just fiddling with his knife or something. So
I want the new knife. But anyhow, back to
Xeno
the
Hunter
action here. Yeah. Oh man.
Is that? I'm just gonna
yes,
like,
it's
assume
an
it's probably
reference.
like for what, like a Predator?
No,
right?
it's alien. It's aliens. I just said it's an aliens reference.
I get it, but they're both in somewhat the same universe now, right? So Xeno Hunter, yes, I get it, because Xenomorph. But then the knife looks like something that Arnold would have used in Predator, right? Because Ridley Scott didn't use that. Or, sorry, not Ridley.
But it's a standard issue Marines supposedly Bowie knife. Or
Yeah,
something
exactly.
like that. Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. Anywho,
There you go.
before we trail off, I have to say Cerberus have been looking mighty impressive. They were going into this series as the heavy underdogs despite having more heads in their K9 logo. But taking the map pick away from Boom, their fortunes, again, they're looking so good. But Akashi even makes it look better as the find on Tebedal is going to be so crucial for his team. Now without smokes, Boom has to operate on raw peaks. as Blaze King has a molly in his hands and he's turning up, and Flinchitter finds a flanking Akashi. I'm not sure why they did that. Berserks even finds a frag on that showstopper. And now we have a 2v3. Still very doable on the side of Cerberus, as we have yet another flank. They're never going to expect a second flank, and they don't! They take the first map and the pick away from Boom Esports. Congratulations, Cerberus.
What a round from Cerberus there, huh? They just demolish Boom. It feels like Boom, they're always front-facing, but you gotta check your 6, you gotta check your 9, your 3. They were just being attacked at every single avenue that you could think of, and then some. There was just layers upon layers of what Cerberus wanted to do, and boy, did it work for them. What a play from Cerberus.
Indeed, like we mentioned, they were coming into this series as really a considerable underdog, Asterai, but it's APAC, it's VCT. We know that things are gonna go topsy-turvy one way or the other.
That is very true. So, with all that being said, I do believe that we are going to be passing this back onto the panel, because they're the ones who are going to want to discuss it. They're the ones who have the bigger brains than us. So we'll let them use those big craniums of theirs, their big cerebellums, to break it down even further. All right, we're just going to go to break. See you guys in a bit.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction.
Welcome back to the VCT APAC Play-ins. We are back at the panel. It's the likable, Fluffy, and Trix. And I would like to say that Fluffy was right. Only one of us was right so far.
So far.
Gotta say so far. We're not yet done with the series, Fluffy.
For sure. But, you know, looking back at this game, it was really intense for the first map already, especially because it was Boom's map pick and CES did end up on top. Very interesting start for them. Good momentum coming in, especially from a couple of players, especially Suka, I think. He ended up with so many impact frags not just because, he's a great fragger overall, but more than anything, it's because his positioning really allowed him to play into the plan of Boom Esports, especially because their KO knife, as Trix mentioned a lot earlier, did not get a lot of value, especially early on into the game.
Well, I did see that, like, Suka was really popping off over there, but we're gonna look at the numbers to let these numbers fully explain to us what was going on throughout that game. There you go. Look at these objectives. You got 13-8 on the side of Cerberus Esports. And when you mentioned their name earlier, Fluffy, my dog barked again. I think it's a sign. Again. CES, bark, bark. But looking at these numbers on the board, Trix, so what can you say about the performance that these two teams had?
Cerberus just doing so much damage, winning all of the frags that they had to, and the objectives. I know the casters pointed it out. Suka was just playing so well, especially on the defender side, forcing Boom into certain angles, as well as constantly changing his setup so that he wasn't so predictable, which I find is a mistake a lot of players make on the Sentinel, that they become extremely predictable. Players are able to know where they are, but they had all of these amazing bait setups, especially with the Omen Flash and the Killjoy turret, so I thought, it was really great to watch.
It was definitely great to watch. Again, Suka, just on a whole other level. We love seeing that. We're used to seeing the duelists of these teams pop off, but today, it was a Sentinel, and we love it. Fluffy, economy on the board. Oh, never mind. We've got the MVP, rather. We're skipping that for a little bit. I mean, you guys saw it. It means a lot to us, but we want to talk about the ACS, the kills, the MVPs that we got on the board, Fluffy.
Right, so overall we have our MVP Flipster just really standing out on that chamber role, really carrying his weight on Boom Esports. But unfortunately for them, CES does take this map with Suka, as spoken about a lot, has really proved himself as one of the best Sentinels so far that we have seen. And like we mentioned earlier, with APAC being relatively new for us, it's a reset to zero for statistics, so having new statistics like this really shows the potential of a team that is relevant currently, and I feel like it really shows throughout the game. Aside from him though, a lot of the standout players for me for CES was really their duelist, that could really putting himself in a lot of prime positions, especially early on when they had that very, very strong lead. I think it was 4 or 5-0 when he got into logs and came up with a great timing play, as well as Zuka's nade to create a great nano swarm vulnerable for his knives. It was such a good play that really emphasized the team play, and I think team play is a good key factor here. CES, although they have won a lot of their duels, mainly because Boom didn't get a lot of the trade frags, it also was because they slowed down the tempo of Boom enough for them to not be able to play their classic very good executes that Boom is known for, and is forced to play more of the macro game. However, for credit for Boom Esports, once they did slow down their game a bit, they were able to get more control, especially on the attacker side.
Yeah, I found that Boom gave up quite a bit of space, especially on the attacker side, which put CS in these advantageous positions, although I felt that sometimes it seemed that the refrag was lacking, but since the opponent, in this case Boom, was not capitalizing on the spacing of CS just always had the advantage on position and information.
I think it just goes to show how well prepared for this matchup CES really was, because they could read through the rotations, they could read through how much space Boom Esports was giving away over here, and they really capitalized off of what they were able to research up. And we see Suka again. We've seen Suka have those massive 3Ks as he held the site. Regardless whether Boom Esports was going into A site or B site, it was just always off guard for them. Cerberus Esports was just well prepared, especially after we saw that 7-0 opener. But if we can remember, it was Frostmine getting the clutch that became getting the clutch point, or like the first point for their team, that became the catalyst for this team to start locking in points. I mean, right after that, Flipshooter got a solid 3K afterwards. So there was a lot to take in this series. But what do you think, Trix? What do you think Boom Esports could have done better on the side of the attacking?
In the side of the attacking, I had hoped to see more pressure applied by Boom Esports to take back control of the map, force the defenders into certain areas, or at least not give up certain areas of the map, because I find that's where Cerberus was able to especially capitalize on Boom.
Oh, definitely. We saw that too. Again, that's how we saw it. Like Boom Esports, whether they go A or B side, Cerberus just has that map control. And the casters were saying earlier that they would have loved to see Boom Esports have more of that controlled push that we were hoping to see in a map like Ascent. Again, Fluffy has pointed down that several times that it always boils down to the fundamentals when it comes to Ascent, because it's been a map that has been around since the beginning of the Valorant scene, right, Fluffy?
Right. It is one of those maps that really shows the team's mettle, and more than that, I feel like in this game specifically, in the context of what we just watched for the map 1, CS just really had not only better positioning, but they look like they're like one step ahead of Boom Esports, where instead of being as reactive as you'd think a defensive team would be, especially on that side, they were a bit more proactive in thinking ahead, whereas Boom Esports wasn't as proactive enough to make sure that they keep the advantage going, or just get the strengths of the attacker side, which is normally the fact that you can play with a man advantage and take that advantage into a conversion for the round. Because what ends up happening a lot of the time is they either get countered, or they look like sometimes that they're kind of hesitant and hesitating when they do push in, and it's so detrimental because they lose a couple people on entry, and then it's very hard once it comes to the retake because they have no utility and they're stuck inside. So CES just playing beautiful Valorant right there, but Boom Esports still with a lot of flashes of brilliance, which the series, as this map is over, the series isn't over yet, so still a lot more hope, especially with a top team like Boom Esports.
You were talking about the confidence that Boom Esports had here and how they were kind of lacking that level of confidence that you'd hope to see from them. But I guess one of the reasons behind this is, again, the timing that Cerberus Esports had. They were phenomenal with their rotations. They could always just catch their enemy opponent off guard with the positionings that they had. We have Kishi hiding in a corner that we weren't expecting him to be on, and once Boom Esports starts to entry or perhaps retake a site, they just start scattering all over the place because they're not sure where the enemy team is going to be coming from. Is it going to be a double flank? Is it not going to be a double flank? There's a lot of possibilities when it comes to Cerberus Esports, and that is the type of play that we love to see here.
I felt like in terms of seeing Boom's lineup with that double initiator of the KO and the Sova, I had actually hoped to see more aggression on that defender side. Although we saw the Jet updrafting on Cerberus' side to make sure that the KO is not peeking A short, I felt that Boom could have still done something more to take map control from the opponents rather than just playing it like a default and reacting. As Fluffy pointed out, I had hoped to see more proactive plays.
Proactive is the name of the game, and that's something that we really saw from Kishi. Whether it's going into A site, pushing through a smoke, or going into mid and peeking out market, Kishi had a lot of that proactiveness in his blood. But now we're going to be looking forward to the next map that these two are going to be fighting on. It's a map that's close to the ocean. It is Breeze, and we're excited to see what kind of compositions they're going to be pulling out over here. Fluffy, from what we know from these teams, what comps do you think we'll be seeing on the side of Cerberus Esports?
I don't think that there's going to be anything too special. Cerberus Esports, as I mentioned before, is a type of team that really runs the same composition over and over again. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the standard agents on Breeze like Sova as well as Viper. And it looks like they are going with that, with the Chamber, with the Jet. Nothing really special. Sky is something that a lot of teams flex on. You know, some people run a different initiator. Sometimes I've seen teams run the KO Sova or the Sky Sova variation. Some teams who are very confident sometimes run that Breach, very rarely, but they're going for the more standard approach, the more practice approach. And I feel like if it fits their game plan, as we saw on the first map, it shouldn't be a problem for them, because overall, Breeze, in a way like Ascent, although it's wider and it's bigger, it's still a lot of aim and a lot of fundamentals that comes in that map, because it's really about how you control space on a wider map than actually doing anything relatively flashy. There's not much tricks that you can do from the map itself, and there's not a lot of special lineups and stuff that you can do or we have seen yet, but I'm willing and hopefully I'll be super pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, as Fluffy mentioned, the map is very large, but I find a mistake some newer players make, or newer teams to the scene, is that they try to contest these sites rather than setting themselves up for a good retake. Because I find, as it's so large, it's better to retake, especially on that A site as the defender.
well, Breeze is something else. This is a map that, again, requires a lot of the individual skills to shine. Not necessarily the whole team play, the team setup. I mean, of course, that's a factor. But when it boils down to it, with all of these long-range fights, with all of the space that we still have here, you gotta be able to aim. You gotta be able to out-frag your opponent. And that's kind of the name of the game here for Breeze. Not necessarily the entire game, but it's a huge factor. Gotta do it. But there we go, guys. Fluffy is leading in terms of our prediction, but there's still hope for me and Trix to get it right. So Boom Esports, Cerberus Esports, give us your best, and casters, take it away.
All right, the fight continues here in the Boom Esports versus Cerberus Esports best of 3 first series again of the APAC Challengers 2 for the play-ins. Whoever gets into that qualification will be able to play for the groups where the other big boys of VCT here in APAC are waiting. Yes, or big people. I'll just say big people, all right? Because that's how it is. Also, Raph, did you know that yesterday and maybe today for Western people who's living in the other hemisphere of the globe has Best Friends Day? So shout outs to all the kings and queens out there.
You know, you kind of lose me sometimes where you want to go. Oops. It's like, by the way, guys, the big people, Best Friends Day, Northern Hemisphere. Yes. It's like, where is this train of thought going? Well, with Aserai, you are bound for a world tour, and we're just excited to get this show going, as Aserai looks to be so chipper, so happy with whatever mental damage he's caused onto me, potentially our viewers, as we head into Breeze, which is, I believe, the Cerberus pick. Oh man, with that being said, Aserai, are we going to see the old-fashioned, yeah, if you took away our pick, we're going to take it from you? Because Boom really has no choice here. I mean, getting too old by Cerberus. Again, Cerberus, very, very impressive team, especially with what they've shown. But Boom was arguably considered #1 in the previous stage. What is going on?
It's like a power struggle, right, for Indonesia, where it's either Boom, Alter Ego, and Onyx. But right now, it seems like Boom have fallen off in terms of can they still compete to the highest degree of the Indonesian scene, which is again against those other two teams that I've mentioned. For Cerberus, I think they've just been the long-standing strong team of Vietnam. Again, the question now lies, can they perform against the other regions that we do have here? But speaking of which, the picks that they've gotten, putting Flipshooter and Tebatol in hyper retake mode is gonna at least make a damn good case about that. Flipshooter does good damage, and everybody else is actually pretty low. All they really need now is to find that bit of space. Flips, very, very hungry to get the pick off. And it's a 2 versus 1, maybe making it easier for Tebatol, who's going to try to get closer here. No more utility to be used. No smoke in hand. He's going to try to get up close and personal. But Akashi, 1-2 punch. I think that was the left-click, right-click combo from the Classic. And that's going to give Cerberus the first round.
First round on the board for Cerberus yet again, who did have a very, very strong start. It's been a profile for all of our VN teams that they are our absolute best when it comes to pistols and that first swing. Despite them losing on those few picks, the recovery was amazing. And you did say there is a bit of a power struggle going on between Alter Ego, I think it's Onyx G, and Boom Esports. We really thought that Boom conquered that gap in the previous. Do you think it could also be part of the Astronerf? I mean, it's been months upon months, right? But I feel like that meta is still lingering in the minds of many of our pro players and profiles as a team, because I feel like Boom really benefited from the fact that they could just constantly shift their controller pressure.
I don't know what to tell you, but I mean, I love being able to see Omen once again in pro play, and it's not a joke anymore. You know, it's not a meme. It's actually real and it's working. Oh, Tebatol.
Oh, well.
Yeah, unfortunately, the flank to come in, but the trade's actually still not too bad here for Boom. The Classic's only in hand, but it's doing some really good damage here, Raph. Shock Dart from Blaze King, maybe just to soften up Kishi. No, that's the Recon Dart. Never mind. Although, look where Frostmind is able to creep up. Does Kishi have the flick in him. Well, it's not. The magic is done. It's 2 versus 2. No smokes in hand. 6 shot from Suka, and Blaze King is just gonna run out with his knife and die.
Was that Daikute with a Marshall earlier?
Yes.
Right, it was Daikute. I just remembered this random tweet from Coach Fade. Good night to everyone, except those that abuse the Marshall no-scope accuracy. And I think this is it. This is the exact Coach Fade moment that I was like, oh wow. Coach Fade might be upset, but here we are. First 2 rounds, as expected, going in the way of Cerberus. One thing to note again is that they do really well against the bonus. They already have set plays for it, but history has dictated that whoever wins the first 2 rounds loses the third almost all the time, if not around 80% of the time.
Yeah. No force bites though for Boom, by the way. Like last round or last map, they did go for that force bite, but this time they're taking it slow. They're taking it nice and just calm. That being said though, Frostmind does get exposed. We'll try to pop a couple of shots, but his TP does give more access for Cerberus here. Suka's been hitting those headhunters time and time again. Daikute a little bit into open, but somehow Suka still hits the shot with the headhunter. Flips her at the back of things. We'll have to push forward. Uses the snake bite for that false sense of security. But he is still the last person to remain. 3 bullets into the chamber, but that's maybe all he needs. And speaking of chambers, Suka's still alive. Looks! Oh, the shot! Uses the weapon. 1 versus 1, able to pick up the spike. And now he has a very rough but general idea of where Flipshitter is. He gets back up, but does he get the adjustment? Perfectly. 4 kills for Suka. And a very considerable strong round for Cerberus. Also, that being their bonus.
So expensive. So expensive. And maybe we're honestly expecting this round to go in the favor of Cerberus again, looking at the armory that Boom Esports have been at least dealt with. We'll have to make do with upgraded pistols, despite Flips nearly getting a clutch on his hands, but almost is never enough in most situations. And now we have yet another big 4-0 potentially for Cerberus. What does Boom have in mind as Frostmind gets one planted between his eyes, Aserai? This is not a good start. Daikute is very low, but he still finds Flips. Suka even finds Berserks. And the pistols, they're really just not working out for Boom Esports here.
Speaking of not working out even further, another shot there from Daikute Tebatal. Last person standing. Ooh, we got that. Does he have the angle? Oh, good shot. All right. Let's see how he can at least make it into those expensive rounds for Cerberus. They got to commit to spotting him, but again, let's see.
Oh no.
He's the Marshall enjoyer, but this time he's not going to enjoy another shot as Akashi shoots him down through the wall, plants a beautiful Crimson 3. Blood has been spilled this morning.
That works. It's lunchtime, so this noon.
Sorry. All right.
The Emperor
I read sun
Eye
rises.
Akashi.
Blood has been spilled this afternoon.
Like I said, the Emperor Eye of Akashi just a little too strong for Boom Esports to. Yes, I think that's honestly one of the most on the nose references. Unless there's another Akashi that I might not be remembering, the weebs might be upset with me. It doesn't really matter. Cerberus once again running up the lead to 4-0. This opening swing has proven to be a bit of a haymaker for Boom here. They've been aggressing quite a bit on elbow, something that they've been doing on B main on Ascent, but this time to not a lot of success. Kishi already has those Seekers up, so if they choose to play fast and explode onto the site, they really have all the tools to do so. Unless Flips Jadur executes his null command, and that he does, this might halt the push just for a tiny moment, as Blaze King, he is back on that signature Sova, but hasn't really made any noise right now. Loki could find him, and he dodges it just by a micrometer, Aserai. Wow.
No damage done, too. But that's kind of sucky. Flipsitter also exposed by the recon dart. He is actually out in the open, way out into the open here. And he's going to have to tuck into the back of the side without any form of support. And that falls, makes him go down. Daikute so far forward. Could have actually gotten a shot off, but this might actually work in the favor of Boom. Just those tiny bits of just looking right behind him and the misplays, misconceptions will give Boom here, maybe a bit of chance to come back in. Akashi, oh, the 2-for-1! That was absolutely tremendous with that Hunter's Fury of his. As Loki and Akashi 2 remain, there's not really a lot of time anymore for Boom. They're going to have to charge forward here, and Tebatal is just one shot away from dying. Can Akashi find a shot? Not going to be necessary, as Berserk is there to save the day and give one single round for Boom. Is that going to be enough to lead them to the charge, or will they falter once again into this one?
It is a question that we are all hoping that's going to be answered. As this looked rocky, though. I believe that first pick, I honestly thought Blaze King was going to get that one for free. But you know how slinky and slippery a Viper can be. Boom, though, they do manage to get that round away from Cerberus. But still, the healthy bank of Cerberus, that healthy economy, is not going to fail them yet. Now they have a different idea of what they want to do. They have a little more presence towards mid and a lot more utility being spent. IQ might not see Berserks, but Berserks can't hit the shot, so it's an even trade. Now they know where each other is. So they creep up very, very slowly. Berserk sees what the Trailblazer is doing. He is unfazed, finds Loki instead. And now Cerberus operating on a 4v5.
And Flip is actually pushing through A main here. As he doesn't spot or hear the traps, this is just gonna make Cerberus lose even more map control. The only hope now is if Kishi can get the pick, but Berserks is just so far on point. The double whammy on the operators. Well, tour de force and one operator, you know what I mean. He's looking to really put a thorn on the side of Cerberus here. Now they know where Suka is, and there's Flips. And Suka, he's literally in a kill bowl. He's got to have to dig himself out first. Try to go around elbow. Does have at least a trap so that nobody pushes him too close, but all they really need is that one tiny angle. And a flawless round for Boom. I question if they got what it takes, but they put one step further and just play it absolutely perfectly.
What they do. And I love the efficiency of Boom. They've been very, very mindful in all these rounds. And I feel like they've been, well, at least those rounds that they lost, seems like they were a bit of an investment to see how Cerberus are going to attack. Always going to be like that. Now Cerberus, they go for a timeout. I like this. I like this. Now that this is a sign where, guys, we have to change it up. It seems that Boom has a bit of a read on us. Let's open up the strat book, see what we haven't tried yet. And let's do just that.
Yeah. Gotta take a calm demeanor at things. Maybe get that mid control. Daikute not finding as much success as he did in that previous game. Suka still holding true with how well he's been doing. Like a 9-2. He's had a +7 positive on his KD. It's not yet enough because they can't really transition that into a overly successful post-plant situation. Still, they do have those 2 rounds to work with. Suka will now be playing on his tour de force, speaking of which. And this could be a battle between him and Berserks. If he can find Berserks and actually get the one pick off, that might also what could dismantle the defense of Boom, because Berserks that last round did get, what, 3 kills off of the op just from repositioning alone? That's really strong stuff. So if he can get netted right now at the very start, this could give Cerberus what they need to get another round in.
Yeah, what you said.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Just to reinforce your point even more. Yeah, whatever Asterai said, sure, let's go with that.
Amazing.
But, again, a lot of valid points being thrown out there. So far, Cerberus, they're trying to run up the clock this time around, maybe potentially bait out an overreaction and Boom. But Berserks, man, with the first blood efficiency on him, still continuing to rise as this time he finds his fellow Jet player. Suka has the same idea with his own custom tour de force, but none of the members on the side of Boom have really shown their presence here. Not even entirely sure is Cerberus how many players are in this B side, but if Frostmind is the victim of unfortunate timing, and no, he is not, he will get discovered. This is gonna prompt Cerberus to explode, and Loki hits him in the back of the head with a rabbit punch. Now they do employ that Viper's Pit. Kishi is already keen on cutting off this rotation. He hits the blind. Berserks does still manage to get away and flips it her. Beautiful support there, but the damage has been done. Berserks does have the knives out, but Suka finishes him off. And now the line is being held. Nobody has made any strides into taking tunnel yet, but Blaze King already has the intuition where one could be. The tag is gonna allow him to find Loki, and Blaze King, his fire might be extinguished by Suka here. A 1v1 yet again. So far, none of this have been going in the way of Boom Esports, but Blaze King, he sets the stage for his own grand return to the clutch.
A couple of seconds will be remaining on that defuse. Blaze King just reads it so perfectly, but you see Suka, he was just on a tear. He was feeling it. One to the left, one to the right. He was dancing at the back of B side, even though he was almost tagged. He was forced to reposition, and he lost his teammates so early because of the Hunter's Fury there from Flips. Suka was just almost able to clutch this for Cerberus. It was just gorgeous at this one. Look at that. 1, 2. But Blaze just knew exactly the tendencies of Suka here. His want, his need to keep just peeking these angles. And took advantage of that. Now we're just almost neck and neck in terms of this. Ooh, Blaze. Almost a timing headshot on Kishi there. If it wasn't a little bit too early or a little bit later, maybe he couldn't get taken down. Smoke gives a little bit more access for Cerberus as they started to work their magic on tunnels. And speaking of which, B-side has all but been abandoned. And this will probably be the retake. Blaze, low-key, not this time.
Ooh. That is a big, and a painful blow on the side of Cerberus, but they do find their trades. Imagine if Berserks hit that. That could have been the solution to many problems, but in fact, it only expands the conundrum for Boom. But Blaze King is a problem solver. No way he wins this? Unknown. Honestly, we don't know how clutch these players can get. Their ceiling almost infinite as Flipshooter even finds Daikyu. Blaze King, how does he win it? I don't know, Asarai. As they do get that defuse going. And Cerberus, they've been hit in the stomach. They seem winded right now. They have to recover. Otherwise, this is looking to be a steal on the side of Boom Esports.
Blaze interacted with 3 different opponents when he was just playing at one of the McDonald's arches. Or before the McDonald's arch. The tunnel. Alright? That was... What was it? That was... I think that was Daikyu, Kishi, and then Akashi that went up to fight him. He got the one. It took a little bit longer, but he got the other one, which unfortunately just Cerberus could not find to handle. Kishi now hoping to maybe get the orb or give it to Daikyu so that one more kill and Daikyu should be able to get that. No, they want the access to the Seekers already. Speaking of which, this crossfire might not prove any dividends. Spots at about 3. No flashes will be used. No need to peek out. They're just waiting on the find of Berserks. And he does find one. Okay, just a very slow-paced round for Boom overall. There is the lurk on Suka that might work, but the drone is there. Should spot. If he gets tagged, he can get wallbanged to Oblivion here, but not really going to happen. Forced to TP out, though. And he's going to be broken with that rendezvous of his. Just a really solid hold for Boom overall. Again, it's the B site that they're going to be looking to just overly aggress. Now that they are not suppressed anymore, Kishi could use his utility just to get things started here on the B side, but Frostbite has given them the control of it, and he's very much aware that this is still a very dangerous endeavor, so he's not really over-peaking or anything. Doesn't want to drop the Vandal at all. They do have the numbers. They're just going to wait for the bodies, but what is very important here is that Suka's flank is going to get spotted. Never mind. Blaze King also finds it again, and it feels like they're reading a book at a certain point now. We're just left to 2.
Oh, yeah.
It's Daikyu and Kishi.
Like we said, right, Boom is so impressive when it comes to reading and the adjustments, and again, this is very telling. But another thing that we've noticed is that Berserk's first blood rate has been really high. And most of these are from just players trying to cross unsupported by a flash. Maybe Cerberus, they're saving their flashes for taking the site itself, but that's been proved to be, well, at least it's proving to be harder and harder for them when they lose a member so quickly. Again, to their credit as well, Berserks has been switching up all those positions. But maybe this is the time where they kind of have to invest a flash just to get that opening cross. Because how many times have they lost to an opening Berserks pick?
Way too many. And they do have the double initiator as well. So it is kind of interesting that they're not able to spot out Berserks with their utility and just die to him. To be fair on that last round, though, Flipshitter did use his KO blade to deny them a couple of seconds of that. Berserk is so near! Oh, Berserks! Just no fear to peek these angles. If he hits another shot through this wall, this is going to be just absolutely horrendous for Cerberus. They do get the B side, but at what cost, Raph? They've given away basically everything, looking to fight very far forward, leaving Suka to his own devices. And maybe this could work. Kishi has found one, but there's a huge force flank coming in from 3 players all the way through the B main angle. Tabitol's been spotted. Suka's right here. The flash does blind him. He has to reposition, and it's a 3v3 at the most part. Berserk's been knocked out. They're able to at least isolate a couple of fights. Frostmind still looking for peekers. Can't hit the shot. 10 bullets, 30 HP. Does he know that his opponent is just cross? And he hits the 4K for Frostmind! How does he read it in the end? And there's still time for him to defuse. Maybe 2 seconds left, but 2 seconds more than enough. His Cerberus is knocked down once again.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh.
Pray to whoever you pray to. Frostmind. Oh my goodness. I'm actually just kind of losing my mind right now too.
Yeah.
You can't do that, man. Hello?
Yeah. He's got ice in his cranial arteries. You should get the check. He's too good with it.
Unfazed, unbroken, standing tall over everybody. Lord.
Oh my god, dude.
And like I said, right, just the mechanical intricacy that all these players operate at. It's just insane how effective they are. There we go again! A Berserk's opening pick! Dark Youth dives in though. He will take a shell to the face, but Blaze King is on his tail and on his case. No way he wins that, right? This time, Blaze King does not defy the odds, does not defy the statistics, as Tebadol is looking for that trade, and that he does find. Loki has been eliminated from the round. And now Cerberus, they have to operate on Kishi's flashes and Suka's gunplay. Could this be enough for them to finally get the round going? But Frostmind, Flipshitter, and Tebadol, they have other plans. He even holds the off angle. Suka gets decapitated. And it's all up to Kishi here. The Lone Ranger. Can he be the hero for his team? Can they get that 5th round on the board in such fashion as Flipshitter? The machine spirit is too strong. Yet again, removing the green from this round. And Boom Esports get that lucky number 7.
They're kind of just expecting that Boom's going to give up space as soon as the first contact doesn't work out in their favor. But you know what? There's always what you call the second contact. Ugh. I mean, he got shock darted after that, by the way. Look at this off angle from Tabitol, too. This one. Kind of nasty. Yeah, you gotta love those. Yeah, this is not looking in the favor of Cerberus. This is, what, 7 straight rounds for Boom already?
I believe so.
You want to play? Let's
and Boom,
play.
they look to take this, steal this away. Have they done this aggression earlier? No, not at all. It looks like they might set up a crossfire here. Oh, and Kishi had no idea. Oh, goodness me. Loki has to make a choice where he peeks, and he's right on the first, but the second, not meant for him, as Tebadol has been so quick on these trades. Boom Esports, their defense has looked that much more impressive. Actually, similar to Ascend, their defense was their winning ticket. So potentially their attacking side could be a little shakier. Who knows, though? Cerberus, they're still very much in this. 3v4 now. But the space that they've taken hasn't been completely meaningful towards them. They have a lurk towards mid, and 2 players resigned for B main. This take might be difficult. They do get that trap out of the way. But look at Boom. They hold strong. They don't overreact. They send one more, maybe just to... Oh, well. There you go. The man advantage, the surprise factor is gone. But Suka and Akashi, they could still be the wonder duo, Asarai.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say my piece after this round if ever they do get this one, but... Okay, I think I can just say it right now. There is always this... We'll try to catch you off thing that Cerberus keeps doing, and that might have been good in a couple of rounds, but they've been doing it way too many times now that Berserks and the rest of Boom just wait for it and they're almost always guaranteed a kill. They're like, we know it's coming. All we gotta do is just set our crosshair, be patient, and it's like moths to the flame.
Diminishing returns indeed. With that being said, I'm not entirely sure why Daiki wanted to add a little more presence towards that double doors. He could have just sat, but I guess the read was they're probably going to go for the safe rotate towards CT. But it's the opposite thing. They still have that pit above. Maybe he forgot to consider that in the equation. But again, guys, it is just so difficult to process as much information. Especially in pro level play where there are variables upon variables. It's just crazy. On Cerberus, though, man, I wouldn't necessarily say they're playing bad either, because you see the idea of their executes, you see the science behind their movement. Boom just is a step ahead at the moment.
I think what also is a thing here for Cerberus is they're banking on the fact that Boom is going to get phased by some flasher utility. And that kind of was what happened in that previous round. You saw Akashi, or didn't saw, but hear him use the Hunter's Fury on B site. Whether it was to get a pick or to rile the rotation out of Boom, just did absolutely nothing, because Flips was already pushing through the cave, gets the kill onto Kishi, and then whatever Cerberus wanted to kind of make happen on B was immediately found out by Boom as soon as they got those 1-2 frags coming out of A main. Right? So
yeah,
there's a lot more intention that is working in the favor of Boom, or is just being more handled well by them, that Cerberus is having difficulty overcoming. With all of that, you do see the difficulties for them right now. I mean, you can say that Suka is 13-8-0, which is, again, he's been hitting some amazing shots, but he's been put on the pedestal of clutching for more times than not, and unfortunately, he cannot execute every single round of that to the favor of Cerberus.
Well, that being said, too, Cerberus, they've been fighting the good fight once they get their feet planted on a site.
That works.
But Boom, they've been just so good at cutting that option off. They've been preemptively taking space that Cerberus could potentially put themselves in. But now we have the halftime here. We've talked about a tale of two halves. It has to go that way for Cerberus, because if Boom wins this, then moving forward with the rounds that they really can't afford to lose anymore. Berserks, he does spend quite a bit of time and a lot of effort to walk into double doors. The information has been relayed as Berserks finds Akashi. Unfortunate for Suka, very uncharacteristic of him to miss like that. Daikyu now finally finds Flip Jitter. That's the first frag on the side of Cerberus, but this defense is looking paper thin. Blaze King, they just outright ignore him. They finally find the frag, but Frostbind is here on the follow-up. 2v1. Daikyu just a tap away from success onto Frostmine, but cannot find it. 18 health. And Tebedal, like the sneaky snake he is, a solid snake, kills him from the shadows.
Might have been something. Oh, man. Yeah, very uncharacteristic for Suka there. He had to get that value off as soon as he can. Could this be another round where we see a team force buy? Is this possible? Because I know that Boom and Cerberus actually do that characteristically, you know, in the previous times that we've seen them. So they could use it again.
So here's the question for Cerberus. Do we try and steal the second round away by going for that force? But then...
Not a bad idea.
You'd be... Okay, so the problem is if they lose that, they're also giving away round 11, right? So they go for a very, very conservative buy here, if not buying at all. They have classics in their hand. They just want to go for the eco damage. They give up this round, but moving forward, they're going to have rifles. But it seems that Tebedal and the rest of the boys, they're not even letting anyone go here. Daikyu could potentially find a frag on Frostmine, but the automatic fire is just too much for Daikyu to weather. Now Cerberus, like I said, they're going to have full rifles this time around, but this is do or die for them. If they lose this, that's going to be another eco that's going to snowball into Boom being that much more aggressive.
Well, Boom, they have all the necessary tools to make this a very, very good possibility. They have 4 Spectres in hand. This is looking pretty risky. And even if Tebatal gets like an orb and a plant, he'll have his Viper's Pit coming into the next one. Oh, this is a perfect flash. Kishi's just gonna retaliate in turn. And he gets a double. That is absolutely amazing already, but flips it or in kind gets the 2. Loki trying to back away. Could have actually maybe gotten a pick off of flips here. Forced back out because of the fragment and the snake bite. And boom. Oh, their adjustment is just phenomenal. Akashi forced to drop already because of the smoke. Suka also as well coming right in. Does Flips know, or does he actually just want the extra pinch angle? Whatever does happen, it is going to happen now. Oh, this is terrible. The close encounter against Tebatal. Akashi was not even aware of where the sneaky snake was just hiding in. That is the worst case scenario for Cerberus here. They're going to have to do something here and now.
Looks like we're going to go for a 3-map series. Very fitting on how tight the competition has been going in for this APAC stage. Like you did say, this is the worst case scenario for Cerberus. And now they have to resort to upgraded pistols and a Marshall. They have to play for overtime. This is... oh no. This is their oh no moment. You look at how they've been playing, you look at how Boom have been dissecting them. What radical adjustment can they make here? They have a pretty aggressive spread towards mid. They try to take control of Nest. Akashi, in fact, has been getting peppered down by Berserks, and boom! It's them with no fear. Tebatal is here again to find the rotating player. And Cerberus, it seems that this could be the end, the penultimate round for them. Loki does get the trade on Berserks, but could have been too late. Gets a second on Frostmind. The dream is still very much alive. 1v3. No Vandals within his reach, though. Spike has been planted, so that's only going to pressure him even more. And now a long rotate is in hand for him. Makes the choice, but instead goes for the high ground. Tries to find anything, anyone here. And it's Tebatal to give his position away, but that's going to opt Blaze King to reaggress. As his HP is dwindling, his ammo not very high as well. Morale, hopefully intact. Not okay, like this, though. Oh, no!
Yeah, that's playing with your food now, right now. Ooh, good angle, though. For maybe a bit of cover, but Lepshitter was already just popping a couple of shots, and it was only a matter of time, and now, boom! As he mentioned, not really too difficult to get into that third game already. From 0 to hero. Game 1 to game 2 just looking vastly different for Boom here. Full control for them, by the way. This was what? Cerberus's map pick as well?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is pretty topsy-turvy. And now, has the aggression paid off? Daiki does get one. Blaze King gets the trade, but now we are on even playing field. Beautiful reset frag here. They still have that Viper as well, offer a little bit of coverage. As Flipshitter, he marches in, but a firing squad on the side of Cerberus. Keep them alive. 12-5. Cerberus, they're digging deep. And they're finding a little bit of that second wind.
That was absolutely perfect. Wanted to do something a little bit out of the ordinary, right? But now if they do that once again, I wonder what the adjustment from Boom is, because they're a team that can quickly adjust if need be. The adjustment is just to go straight up for mid control here. Frostmind just already looking for the challenge on elbow. Waiting for somebody to peek on out of there. Berserks. A very safe spot. They actually do have eyes on double doors just in case somebody gets another idea to punish the man himself. There was Blaze King holding his hand. Now, a very slow play here from Boom. As soon as they don't spot any contact from Cerberus, they're kind of just banking on the fact that Cerberus might get a little bit too antsy, and they still do have the time for it. Akashi, do you really want to go drop down? There's no snowman there, but you can build maybe a lead for Cerberus here in this round.
There is no signs of snow here whatsoever. This is a pretty tropical map. Anything other than that might upset the natural order of things. Look at this. Akashi might have the timing of a lifetime, but no! These trades have been way too quick for Cerberus to actually capitalize
Frost.
on. Frostmind even gets a bonus on Tsuka somewhere else in the world, but Kishi equalizes it. The numbers still in favor of Boom. What? Okay. Kishi still the hero here. 6 rounds. Has 2 guiding lights to his name and a trailblazer. Does he have enough?
Attackers win.
Not enough. Absolutely not enough in the tank. Tebotal used his teammate as the great bait mate, and he made sure that he can get the trade as soon as he can.
Well, there you go. As Boom Esports, they seem pretty relieved for this one. They're like, yeah. Oh my goodness, that is a
Well,
very
someone's
bright
being
camera.
praising the sun.
Yeah, gotta get that. I hope that's not harmful amounts of light. That is so bright.
You know what? We all like our vitamin D, so it's fine. Totally fine. All right, guys. We're gonna go for a break. Let the panel do what they do best, and we'll be back after a short one to go into that game 3. So don't go anywhere.
Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed. I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me. Then go and leave me. It can't get ugly. Believe me, say it to myself. Looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my. Gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly. Trust and believe me. Say it to myself. Looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back just far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my. Don't you know.
We are back here again at the panel. It's Likeable, Fluffy, and Trick. So we just witnessed Boom Esports absolutely dominate Breeze with a 12-5 scoreline. It looks like it's not a good day for map picks because Boom did pick Ascent and they lost, and then Cerberus picked Breeze and they lost. So there's an irony there. But the good news is we're headed off to map number 3. We get to see them in action over at Icebox. So let's dissect how this game went down by looking into our post-match stats. Post-game stats. I was gonna say post-game stats. Let's go. Whoa, okay, we're waiting for the numbers. Here they are. So off the bat, we see the score. Sorry, I said 12-5 earlier. I was lacking 1 point. It was 13-5. There we go. And look at these. The headshot percentage, the damage, the fragments, everything was just pointing onto the side of Boom Esports. And it just goes to show, Fluffy, how dominant they truly were over here at Breeze.
Yeah, I mean, Boom Esports, when the game first opened, I was kind of worried that it was going to fall back on what happened in map 1 with Cerberus going for that 4-0 lead. But as they got a grip on the game, they went through an amazing streak, completing the first half dominantly, getting every single round after that, moving on into a very, very confident second half where they only gave up one round the entire time, ending the score, as you mentioned, as 13-5. I think the biggest difference from the Boom Esports we saw on map 1 versus now on Breeze for map 2 is that Boom Esports felt like they were the ones this time who were more prepared, especially when they got the operators in hand. Sometimes they even have the operator as well as the tour de force active just to double up for these strengths. Cerberus Esports tried to do a little cheeky things and try to do a lot of explosive plays at times, maybe just to shake things up to try something on the attack. But Boom Esports always ready and having good retakes as well, showing that they are still a team, a top team that we have to really look out for. Just because they lost the first map does not mean it's over.
Oh, definitely. And we can see here, look at the statistics for the economies over there. It was really a struggle for Cerberus Esports to follow through with the dominant performance, again, that Boom Esports has been displaying. Now, Trix, we talked about Breeze being an aim-heavy map, and we can see that in the results of each and every round. And we can see that here on the average combat scores on our screens too.
Yeah, I'm not sure how everyone else feels, but to see Berserks on that jet, it's good to see him on the jet. I find that Raze was great on the first map, but on the second map on Breeze, just the amount of mobility the jet has and the way that they can block vision with their own smokes, it allows more room for Boom to play that proactive side of Berserks and get those early picks, which you could see they were capitalizing off of.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Berserks was something else on the jet, and he also brought out the operator. I think it was Flipsitter who brought out the operator during Ascent, but this time Berserks was just popping off with that off. He would go through one corner, look for somebody to potentially be his prey, and then he just get the opening kill round for round for round. And we can see that here on our game highlights. See? They're bringing it all out. And again, as Fluffy mentioned earlier, we were a little bit worried on the side of Boom Esports because Cerberus Esports, again, had such an amazing start. Suka was really feeling it too. He had an opening 4K that was incredibly clean. But in the end, Boom Esports really dominated here.
It was really good to see the fact that they were actually taking control of the map, taking those early picks that we've seen Boom do over and over again and do well. It was fantastic. The fact that they would line up all of their utilities and actually capitalize on having that KO and Sova, pushing and forcing their opponents into certain angles to get that advantage. It was fantastic. The 5-man pushes, the executions. It was the Boom I was hoping to see starting map 1.
Yeah, and we actually talked about this in Ascent, wherein Boom was giving away so much space. But Fluffy, I don't think that this was the case moving into Breeze.
Yeah, I feel like we mentioned a bit even earlier, teams at this level need to know how to adapt to the correct situation and adapt really quickly. And it looks like we're looking at a different Boom Esports than we had on the first map. We started out a bit shaky, and like you guys mentioned as well, a lot better utility usage, a lot more value coming out of things like the KO pick from the side of Boom Esports. Whereas in the first map, you can really see how even though they were playing the double initiator comp as well, they didn't get enough information and enough usage out of what they were trying to get in the early round, so that when they get to the mid round, it's kind of confusing, and then they always had to run in towards like last 20-30 seconds for like the last push. At that point, it's like a short commit, so everyone just rotates and out positions them. But here on Breeze, it was completely different. They were able to spot out a lot of threats early. They were able to use their usage, util usage, to force them, like Trix mentioned, into angles where they could really capitalize on, especially with the operator, which I feel like is such a big part in this map specifically. It's very hard to push the operator out of the angle that it's holding, especially because of the patch that we're playing on means that Sova's drone is a lot shorter than it used to be, and of course the Sky Dog is not as far as anyone would like to be. So if you're playing really, really far back, aside from a flash and the recon dart, there's not much that can really push you off the angle. So having such an aggressive operator like that really shuts down a lot of the early plays that CS can do.
Not to mention how Berserks has been repositioning himself every single round. And I think that it's good that you mentioned the usage of utility over here, because I think one of the reasons why Berserks was so successful in his operator stint over here is because they weren't using enough flashes to kind of counter him out from the angle that he is trying to hold, right? And that is why he's able to get all of these opening picks, or sometimes he hits people when they least expect it. Like when they're trying to push a site, you'll be surprised that Berserk is already right behind you, and whoever's the last to enter the site gets picked off. And it's just very unfortunate for them, but on our side, it was very pleasing to watch. We even got to see a little bit of Blaze King tricks being a little bit cheeky towards the end of the game, wherein he was just trying to jump around, trying to bait Loki, but eventually I think it was Flipstutter who got him. Wait, I might be a little bit confused here.
It was the one in Spawn. I remember that round too, where the opponent had a scout. I think that in general, Cerberus played well, but I think what they could have worked on was definitely the retakes. As I mentioned before the map started, Breeze is primarily where you want to set yourself up for a good retake because it's such a large map. It's okay to give up certain locations so long as you retake it together.
So with that said, what do you think that Boom Esports was really doing well on the retake side?
I think the fact that they closed off all of the flank possibilities, the fact that they were patient waiting for other players to rotate from the attacker side as well, it always set them up for success because everyone was always locked inside the site. And if they weren't in the site in the timing that Boom approached it, it meant that they had to be in the tunnels. So either in B main tunnels, A main tunnels, they were always in choked angles where Boom would always have the advantage if they took the sites.
Well, I guess this is where the adaptability that we keep mentioning comes in, right? Because in game number 1 or map number 1, we saw Cerberus Esports having all of these little cheeky corners that they try to hold. They try to go into unexpected spots to really surprise Boom Esports in a sense. So I guess Boom Esports was able to adapt to that fully here on Breeze because they weren't taking it like no more cheeky angles. We're not gonna be flanked twice in a row. I don't want to do this anymore. We want to win this game. We want to show them that we have what it takes over here on APAC to survive and just make it to the group stages at the very least. And very good performance on the side of Boom Esports. To the very end too, Fluffy, we saw Kishi just trying his best to buy more time for their team to recover, but Boom Esports just didn't allow it.
I mean, they did what they could. They did a lot of cheeky things, CS. They tried as much Kishi, especially on that Sky, trying to create space for his team. But at the end of it, I really think it's a solid discipline that teams like Boom Esports really present, especially in this game. And I feel like moving on to the next game, if they remain to have the same confidence level and the same tactical pressure that they have here on Breeze, it could be an upset, at least for my prediction.
Well, that is something very interesting. Before we head on over to the agent selection, I do want to ask, who do you think Icebox is more favorable for? Fluffy, let's start with you.
Given that Icebox is the type of map where it's hard for defenders to quickly rotate once you do give up sight, and knowing that Boom Esports is a type of team, in comparison at least to CS, that feels like as a unit, they are more coherent, I feel like it's leaning towards the side of Boom Esports, although since I do know that CES did ban out, I believe it was Split, to get Icebox to be the decider, I'm sure that they're also coming in with a plan to really stop that, or else it would be kind of not that smart to make that ban choice. So I'm pretty still confident in CES, but on paper I would have to go for Boom.
Ooh, okay. It just got a little bit more interesting because Fluffy got slightly persuaded by the results so far. Now, I'll have to hold your word for it for now, Trix, because we are going to be heading over to the agent selection. So maybe you can divulge on that topic a little bit more as we head into it. All right, we're headed off to Icebox. Trix, I just want to continue off what we were talking about earlier. Who do you think is more favored in terms of going into Icebox?
I think just the fact that Boom's executions, especially during Breeze, were really good. If they keep up with the kinds of agents that are able to get that early aggression and safely reposition themselves with the mobility, I think it would help them a lot. seeing as they even pick up that chamber that can easily reposition alongside having a killjoy that can set up and anchor a site, I think shows a lot of promise from Boom's side.
Let's take a look. I love these. I love it when we present all of the agents like this, all 3D. It looks so cool. But yeah, even the cooler plays over here. One thing that I've noticed over time is that most of the teams that we have here, Fluffy, usually have a set in stone composition for Icebox. Why do you think that is?
I feel like Icebox is just one of those maps where agent flexibility is not as high as other maps, just because the layout specifically of the map really heavily favors certain agents. For example, there are a lot of initiators that are very good at getting info, Fade or Sky and stuff, but because the drone effect, your dog or the Prowler is ground-based, you don't get a lot of the angles that you have to clear with Sova because the map is so vertical, so it's normally an insta-lock-in. Viper as well, as a map that you normally full commit, similar to Breeze on a site, having the constant Viper wall as a threat and having it be able to block multiple floors, it's really the vertical aspect of Icebox also that plays a big part of it, as well as the fact that once you do take the site, you don't really have to do anything else except for essentially not throw. So it's really almost insta-locks at least 2 agents, and because you have to have a duelist normally, or not, you don't have to have a duelist, but you prefer an agent that has that verticality aspect as well. You're normally locked into like 3 agents. But moving on to the actual agent select, I'm really interested in knowing what CES is going to play, because taking a look at their history for Vietnam VCT, they actually didn't play Icebox like at all. So I would really like to see what they're going to come up with this game.
Yeah. It's a big question of whether they were trying to avoid Icebox because they didn't feel comfortable with it, or perhaps they had something up their sleeves that they wanted to pull out over here on APAC Stage. But with that said, we're just ready to get started with the game. So again, on the panel, it has been Likeable, Fluffy, and Tricks. We're passing you over to our casters so we can begin with the game. Casters, take it away.
Welcome back to the third map of the stage, as me and Asterai were gathering our bearings because there was a lot of confusion happening backstage, and it's not because of something silly, definitely not, but the excitement ramping for Icebox. I know Asterai was so excited to build snowmen, and now you finally get your chance to see the frozen tundras of said map.
That's true, with Icebox being at the helm here. I am wondering what else is left in the tank for Cerberus, as they did, as we saw prevalently, have such a difficult time just managing the open space of Breeze against the way that Boom played, whether it was on attack and defense. And it could actually be the same case coming into Icebox. There just might be a little bit more straightforward metrics for them if they try to, again, defend or attack, but it feels like Boom just needed that one game to get their groove on. And once that happened, there was just no stopping Boom, especially Berserks, who just brought out the operator very early and never really let it go. And you saw how difficult it was for Cerberus to try to traverse against that. Even though Suka was an absolutely amazing player, it was just not enough for him to have really elevated the play for Cerberus to beat out Boom.
With that being said, Boom actually start on their personal strong side. Meanwhile, Cerberus, they have the luxury of being on the strong side of the map, or at least that's what the meta has been dictating for months upon months now. It looks like a default is already in place for this pistol. Quite a little bit of mid presence on the side of Boom Esports as they do a flush out of tube. Now they get that info that at least one person is there to remove that recon dart. It's Berserks. He is trying to replicate the success of his play the last few maps or so. Might actually find Akashi, but cannot hit the shot, cannot find the shot. And Cerberus, they're being very stubborn here, but it is to their benefit. Wow.
Kishi has heal. Yeah. He's bringing back Akashi up to full speed here. Daikute. Ooh, can he get through 2 of these nano swarms? Was that thing gets in. They're in for a rough surprise. Oh, never mind. No activation at all. Spike will get planted on top site, but Flipsitter actually uses the wall against Cerberus here and denies the plant. Cerberus still has the numbers. If Blazing gets this, this is going to be absolutely perfect. This will stop the rotation possibly for Cerberus as they try to move through B. Mid is very much exposed. Daikid is looking to fight. Another one comes into play, but Blaze King shuts it down. Already on the case will be Frostmind, and he has a wall. He has a big, shonky wall to stop them from coming right in if they want to.
Last player standing.
Contact. They don't know that he's right on top, and he just comes in and forces the 1 versus 1. Can play it as far back as he needs to because now it's his opponent that needs to get the plant rolling. Does Frostmind want to actually go about this? Akashi, very close. Now he knows he's won it. Yeah, try to get the money if he can. No chance.
No chance. I actually thought Akashi saw Frostmind on the top left there, but apparently he didn't. As Boom Esports, they take the first round. This is the first pistol that they've won in all across the maps. Now we have yet to see how effective their bonus can be against Cerberus here. I like the idea of Cerberus there. They pulled quite a bit of attention towards mid. They got successful fights, but the moment they set foot onto that side, that's where their problems began. A lot of discipline on the side of Boom Esports. Didn't even need to use that wall, so that's an additional 400 creds being saved here.
Zuko's just been absolutely pivotal for Cerberus, right? I mean, he got just the 1 pick, but that's one of the picks that they were able to utilize to get in onto the site and quote-unquote safely secure the plant if they didn't know where, since they didn't know where Frostmind was. Anyways, double use of the nano, like it. So Flipsitter does get access back into Generator. And they're just about to hit each other's sidelines here. Good angle placements for Cerberus, and somehow they find the numbers back. The rotation will be met. I do think that they do see that the spike is out there. So Berserks, he is holding the cross here, and he's looking to hit the shot, which he does absolutely perfectly. Now Loki is going to have a very tough time trying to pick up the spike and going around, but he does have the number, or at least a timer on the clock to make that happen. But Blaze King not going to miss the beat, not going to lose the fight, and it wins it out in the end.
Looks like Boom Esports, they look to be the abominable force here, to be the Yeti that Cerberus have to hunt. And it's only fitting that the Wolves are very, very comfortable in this cold climate as our guard dog of the Gates of Hell. Kind of struggling already in this opener. So far in this series, we haven't really seen that typical third round for any of our teams, really. But with Cerberus buying up like this, they do have a good chance of doing so. Although that dart did get broken, they're not really going to find the info that they wanted there. It did at least stop the aggressive push on the side of Flips. But Suka, a lot more cautious this time around, was very, very aggressive when he tried to swing out, tried to get that cheeky pick with his Q, but wasn't met with automatic fire. Boom Esports, they decide to stack up on one side here. Very, very good call as Daikute opens it up, finding Blaze King, but Flipsitter will immediately retaliate with a frag of his own. And suddenly, this is fairly expensive, but still a very, very good round for Cerberus.
They already know what's about to come. Ooh. Okay. Low-key, down to 7, but still is able to make that lurk work for Cerberus there. Did call that it was a slightly expensive endeavor, but they did save up 3 rifles, so at least no harm really done in that particular round. Still, again, Boom, they go back to their standards, which is to have the operator up and running for Berserks. He's been an absolute phenom with this one, so why not just keep giving him that, right? What I don't like about the attack here for Cerberus is it's kind of multifaceted. You know, they got a lot of people just holding here, holding there, and it has kind of caught Boom. Boom kind of slow to adjust once again on this third map. They kind of saw it very many times on Breeze, but they didn't really expect it to be done maybe on Icebox, but that's what you like about Cerberus. They don't tend to back away. They like to keep enforcing things, and it might work out well for them. Recon Dart does expose 1 on yellow, and Tabatal's going to have to play delay.
That's about it though. Flips does have a nano swarm in his pocket, but couldn't even pull it out as he does get peppered down. Tebadol, who's been the hero from Yellow, has been finding so many frags, but Akashi has put a stop to it. 2v2 now. They do have the wall, so at least they're gonna get this plant down. But Frostmind, he's done this before in the exact same spot, but instead he chooses to be a little more creative, takes the double position towards Orange. And Cerberus, they're still wary of that flank, unaware that both players are coming from undertube from Orange here. And Berserks hasn't found that first blood success in comparison to Breeze, but still looking to do work with this operator. Now, Frostmind does have a wall in his hand too, so maybe if he can isolate at least one of these players, and it's not the right one. Berserks has to make a choice. Does he stick it? Does he go for that? Instead, he goes for the fake. Akashi finds his head, and Cerberus, they even it out. 2-2.
Out of charges.
Ah, man, I very much like the idea of the vertical wall from Frostmind there, because again, if he's right in front of you, that's 4 segments of the wall that you're going to have to break, but he was very much banking on the fact that his teammate could have held off onto Yellow. Really good readjustment here from Cerberus, and this is what we saw that they did exceedingly well on Ascent. I was also surprised that Berserks didn't really just, you know, defuse the spike. He already knew that his opponent was somewhere on B long. And he could have maybe just hunkered down for half and then try to... Where did that dart come from? That was kind of cheeky. Very close, actually. Oh! Berserk just brings back his dead body onto Jenny. Unfortunately, this will give access for Cerberus. Look at Kishi, no fear. Nothing really other than just him wanting to hit the shots. And speaking of hitting shots, never mind! Blaze King! No, Flip Shitter hits the saving shot as he takes down Kishi. 3 versus 2. Daikut already very far forward, hoping to maybe get a pick before he needs to use that dash of his. But the weapons still very far outweigh what Boom have. Tebatol does have his own Vandal, but he's all the way through mid. This does leave Daikut in a very good spot. He just has to give some form of leeway for Loki to get things started. And Flipshitter, this is very risky, and he's not going to be able to pay things off. Daikut gets another one, and ooh, look at me, I can levitate like that.
Viper is telekinetic. It's a tidbit of information, but Tebatol looking to be the Phoenix that their team needs. Looks to dismantle Cerberus, molecule by molecule, but this is really not looking like it's possible for Tebatol here. Cerberus, they understand that they have the parameters of this round W, and they played patiently. They honestly played perfectly, question mark? I hope I didn't jinx that as Tebatol finds an opening pick, but he's not going to expect Daiki to come right around and smack him in the back of the head again. Yet another rabbit punch, yet another 4K. As Cerberus, they are looking far more impressive this time.
Still, they do have money to keep buying for days. Kishi! Man, solid Punisher. Daikut also, okay, nice. Yeah. That was kind of solid. I was wondering that, you know, Boom not looking for trade angles rather than crossfires did not work against Daikut. Try to do that against Daikut. He knows how to do that. He knows how to manage those situations. Good destroy on the Boombot as soon as. This might give Daikut some open opportunity to go through underneath Orange here and start pushing there, creating a little bit more leeway for the rest of Cerberus that is pretty far forward. The smoke is about to dissipate, and Daikut very much exposed. Nobody was holding his back as Frostmind shuts it down. I like the idea, but it took very far too long to get things started there. And I was, you know, mentioning about, oh, you can get this map control. Now they're back to square one. Gonna have to retake something else, and B main might be the next angle that Cerberus are willing to take.
It could potentially be the point of interest. Trepidation might be setting in as they have been felled here quite a few times. In fact, this Tebadol, who's been a menace, will get flushed out by that recon dart. He's gonna just reel back just a tiny bit here, playing a little more composed and a little more reserved, in line with this team's defense. But it looks like Cerberus, they understand that they have a little bit of time to work with. They try to go for A, but there's a Berserks here lying in wait who's not really hit his shots yet. Might take another half, but no, it's Suka to deny him. Now Cerberus have to force the issue here somewhere. Akashi finds Frostmind, but Tebadol refuses to let go of his stronghold as Berserk is the lone man here. Did not have enough in his barrel, in his tank to get that. But here we are. Blaze King could have a free defuse. Is he gonna shiv him? He's gonna get knifed, isn't he? He doesn't have to get knifed. Please. Could you imagine if Blaze King was still recovering from that? And Kishi just pulls out the gun. It appears that the ambulance is not for me.
Team Ace.
Here we go, though.
Survives.
You know, I think they should really buff the rewards of knifing someone. Maybe you get a different, maybe you get a free orb, maybe more money, more creds.
Well, are you saying there's not enough money through the 200 creds that you get for a stab? It should be 1,500, 1,400.
Something like that. I mean, I don't know. I feel
no,
like
that's kind of ridiculous if it's that amount.
Knife him. Oh no, it shanked a clock. But no, because here's the thing, right? Yes, knifing is very funny, but I feel like it should be rewarded just a bit more, other than the satisfaction of violently gutting someone.
Yeah, that would probably give a lot more incentive, right, for sneaky knife kills rather than pistols. But I will say, there is still that weird hitbox for the knife, so that's also something, right? Whatever knife you have, whether it's big or small, it's still the same. It's still the same hitbox in the end. Also, it's only claw, so maybe Berserker Claw. Berserker Claw. Okay, maybe. Should be 3, I know, but it's 2. So yeah.
No, it's Weapon X, dude. If it's only 2, it's Weapon X.
I do get that as well, yeah. What does she say though?
Doesn't say anything. Her third claw's on her like foot. No, Weapon X. I don't think she becomes very vocal up until in the later. Anyway, going back to the game.
Okay.
Cerberus.
All right,
Now they have a bit of a broken buy here. Only Daikyu's really, how'd I put this? Blessed enough to get that Hero Vandal. They want to make as much work out of it. But Boom Esports, they're playing far more reserved this time around. They're letting the utility on. I just realized it's a double Sentinel setup. But the first Nano Swarm has been discovered by Daikyu. Has to maybe get something else going for his team. But look at this. The Viper Wall, it comes in. Cerberus, this is the biggest sign to just leave. Find somewhere else, because all this utility is being expended here. But no, they still try to go for it. They do kind of waste the wall. But at the very least, they get out of there safely. Suka opens up B for his teammates. Tebadol does find a crossing player, but instead he holds his fire. Doesn't want that sound spot to be given away. Just on the off chance that he might have not popped up on the radar. But look at this. Boom Esports, the response is beautiful. Everybody's here already. Cerberus, they still have a very, very good chance of winning this tour de force. One more shot. Nearly hits Blaze King. And Suka cannot hit the shot here. Blaze King is just too smooth. Too slick. Boom Esports, despite having a Bulldog, they still do have that rate of fire advantage. I don't know what Suka was trying to do, but Blaze King using his savvy to get that. And Tebadol with a monster spray down. Frostmind gets that res up, but Blaze King follows up on Loki. Suddenly, Daikyu's left alive. Like I said, he has that Hero Vandal. Can he make it work? He only has 6 seconds. Blaze King counts it down for him. And a 4th round on the board for Boom Esports.
Man, Cerberus' offense just comes to a grinding stop, walk, a pace. It looked like they had everything that they needed, right? They got Suka with that first pick, and then somehow they just slow it down. There was already this really great start for Daikyu, and then Tebadol just says, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to start pushing through smokes here. As soon as it drops down, we'll see how it goes, and it goes exceedingly well because he got 2 pick and everything. And again, that was so awkward. No one was looking at the back of B. There was that one angle that Suka was trying to push, but he was looking way far deep into orange from what it looked like from that POV that we saw from Blaze King. They're going to try to do the same now onto B site. Tebadol is by his lonesome, but it does have utility that is slowing the pace down ever so slightly. Very close is his encounter with the rest of Cerberus here. He's looking to push even far forward. Frostmind gets spotted by Daikyu. No, the Tebadol is very much waiting. Look at that flick coming in from Teb. 4 versus 4 still to remain. If Kishi does get this pick off, he will have his ultimate. Now nothing. This fight is just looking so dang messy for Cerberus. They're trapped, rocking a hard place on B. Everything just used to keep them in check, and boom, just knows every single nook and cranny of this angle of this fight. And Loki's been 3-tapped by the Recon Guard. If he survives this would be a miracle. And he does not.
Well, no miracles on a Thursday afternoon, it seems. As Cerberus, once again, winded from all these exchanges from Boom Esports with measured jabs and very smartly placed hooks. Boom Esports have managed to take the momentum away that Cerberus was building upon. And Tebedal has been such a problem, Aserai. They haven't really effectively flushed him out of yellow. And it just begs the question, what can Cerberus really do? What utility do they have to expend? Because it seems that they've thrown everything from the Owl Drone, from the shot onto Daikute. Flip shooter gets spotted, but that's not something Cerberus already knows, as this eco round's not looking too good for them either.
Yeah, there's no point to res this, right? Because they're going to be wasting possibly 2 big ultimates, Blades and Resurrection, just for this one. Suka, he can hit those, but again, it's just not really enough at this point. Icebox, even if you get those 1 picks, it's all about what you can do in the site itself that really will dictate how the map goes. Suka is so close to getting at least 1 more pick, if ever. Tries to reposition. This could be something, but again, they have no forward map control whatsoever. Loki's going to try to find something on mid. Flipsitter's just waiting at the precipice of that entryway. And now it's all down to Suka once again. Shock dart, not going to connect, but all eyes just looking straight at Belt as the spike was still somewhere dropped right there. Man, the Flips at that first pick against Daikute just knew exactly what Daikute was trying to do. The quick jump onto the boxes and maybe a nice little get-go onto mid, onto maybe back of A side. And it just does not work. Boom just knows.
Enemy remaining.
Oh boy. Hate to see it happen to Cerberus, but again, it was somewhat expected. It was an eco round. This is going to be the round of redemption. It's only round 10, but this map in particular feels like it's been going on forever. And Berserk has understood that this first pick has been a winning condition for Boom. And all those reads have been hinging on that, but Kishi, fortunately, still has that resurrection. Will retool, revamp, refire those pistons for Cerberus. Had the right idea to pre-fire that, but there was a wall between him and his fellow Sage main, or rather Sage mirror. Not the right word. Here we go. Kishi still does have quite a bit of utility. If he can wall off the screen side, they're gonna have a lot less problems to deal with. But Boom, they're still not overreacting here. They're still holding on to the site and to their positions at the moment, Aserai. They're really just unshaken by this pressure.
Recon Dart does keep the rest of Boom a little bit honest. Good Cloudburst there from Daikute just to give them a little bit more cover as they try to set things up. This is the slowest that we've seen Cerberus actually push into the site, and maybe it actually will work because now it's A. They have so much utility, but this turns into such a gopher box. Yeah, there it is. Lots hidden, but lots exposed as well. The shots being taken one after the other, and this spike is planted way thick at 420, or at 410, excuse me.
410.
410, not 420. There's minus 10 to that. But yeah, as I mentioned it.
10. Yep.
Yeah, 7-3. It's 2 more rounds before the first half ends.
It was round 10. I get it, you got a little confused. But like I mentioned, right, the moment Berserks gets that first kill, they just kind of hinge off their mid-round decision-making from there. What can Cerberus do? And boom, they've been using that numbers advantage so well. Very similar position here. Cerberus, they can only afford 1 hero rifle, and it's on Daikute. Everyone else have to work with upgraded pistols and a Marshal. Suko, who's been trying to impose himself towards B main, towards green, hasn't found that much success yet, as Berserks and Tabadol are here. And now they know where the operator is. That is going to prompt them to leave. No, instead they push forward still. Kitchen is number 1 on top of their list as Kishi. He has the prime spot for cutting off rotations, but IQ. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Once again, you hate to see that happen.
Suga's an absolute delight just to watch, just how he wins the 1 versus 1s, but is that as far as he can go right now? The rest of Cerberus just very much lambs to the slaughter at the double bounce from Blaze King. He played him like an absolute fiddle. Able to pick up the operator once again for his teammate. I actually really like the play from Cerberus there. They destroyed the trap, kept moving forward, but then Boom was like, okay, we know exactly where you are. We're going to have a pinch play, 1 on our own spawn and 1 on the window. And nobody was looking anywhere. Just, that was, I don't know if that was unfortunate or just timing play or both. But Boom just dismantled whatever Cerberus wanted to do in that round.
Well said, well put. And Cerberus, the struggles are still continuing. Again, not really having the best time here. At least they attack Berserks. They avoid the shot, but what's going on? Nobody's clearing main here. Flipshider was left his own devices, but it doesn't matter apparently, as Daikyu and Akashi, they get crucial picks. They even get the sight. As Boom, they are on the back foot now. Not for too long as Daikyu, or at least they try to make the comeback happen. As Blaze King, he takes Daikyu down, but the HP and the man advantage not in favor of Cerberus anymore, as Tebedal, who's been absolutely on fire.
They have Viper Spit.
They do have Viper Spit. Oh, they still have the chance to get it too. It's actually Frostmine that gets taken out. Loki, Akashi versus Blaze King and Tebedal. The ulti duo.
Wow.
Tebedal is on 3 now. 1v1. Blaze King this time around for Loki. I think he gets doused by the snake bite, but Loki, oh my goodness! The timing again! Does he get it? I think he got it. There's no time, right? No time, no HP.
Wow. Tebedal almost made that into something. Just almost. Yeah, I like how he just cut noise and started pushing B main. You saw Akash just like, who are you now? You're not Loki. Look at it.
Wait a minute.
You're kind of sussy.
Me getting shot in the face does slightly raise my suspicions. Just slightly.
Just slightly, you know. 8-4, still not the worst. Thinking about it, Cerberus will be put into defense now, and that could be the adjustment that they require from this, but they're gonna have to fight against a... Actually, no, this is actually pretty good, because they're gonna fight against a no duelist comp from Boom Esports. So this could work, right?
My goodness. I just realized too, like, man, the
totally
duelist
forgot,
role...
because it didn't feel like that because they were on defense and they didn't really need that explosiveness. It's all about the utility, right? So probably the reason why.
I mean, this isn't the first time we've seen a no duelist on Icebox. Granted, this is one of the times where we see it succeeding. Now on the offense, though, it could potentially be a different story. But at the same time, Boom as a team, they're not really the type of team to constantly explode on a site. They really do hinge off that first fight. I'm still like trying to work out the mechanics of the matchup here, because I wouldn't necessarily say Cerberus love to overextend on the defensive side either. They're actually pretty composed.
Yeah.
They do have their moments, but this is still looking pretty even, honestly. Again, if they win the pistol, which most likely they will, just because of raw numbers alone, statistically they're very, very good on the pistol the first 2 rounds. That's 6-8. And then potentially yet another reset. You know how it goes.
Yeah. I will say, though, Icebox is one of those maps where you can just play it blisteringly slow, even without a duelist, and it'll still work out for you, provided you do have certain utilities that can give you that leeway. And I'm looking at that, and it's like 3 specific agents for Boom here. That's going to be the Sova, the Sage for the safety of the wall plant, and then the obscurity that the Viper wall does give. At least for the offense.
Getting to that point is a different question, right? Again, this is the crux of no duelist comps. You kind of get funneled in one angle, or at least one general direction, but the creative use of the wall here. Huh. Blaze King gets a love tap, but Kishi gets discovered. Thankfully for him, Akashi is just too sharp on those passes, on those shots. Berserks does find 2 for himself. So still, it's a pretty even ordeal. Not anymore. Every time I say that, it's Blaze King tipping the scales in the favor of Boom, but Daikyu is upset. And he gets 1, but that's all he gets.
Hello.
2v1. Loki has a frenzy. And the frenzy, despite its strength, can be somewhat unreliable at a range. And there you go, the classic. Just too powerful, too almighty.
So unfortunate for Suka. He wanted to peek as soon as his teammate went back into cover. And that was the point where Boom was still popping shots where his teammate retreated. So as soon as he peeked out, he was just immediately gone for. Like, we'll probably see it here. There it is. As soon as, right? You can see already where the crosshairs were set from Boom. Like, it was already prepared where, again, Cerberus were coming from. That was rather unfortunate. The timing, I think, is just not there for Cerberus. But those punish plays that Boom does, just, again, so clean, so good. 9-4.
You love that phrase.
That's the first time I've said it in, like, forever, man.
No, I remember, but it doesn't matter, Asterize. They're still boggling our minds as they find all these opening picks. Again, a pretty reserved buy, like you mentioned, on the side of Cerberus. Nothing too much to really talk about. And still a pretty solid economy all around for Boom.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. The utility, especially based off of Blaze King, especially with his Recon Dart, is where they base their foundations on how to push the site. Once it gets that information, they don't really have to do too much. They can try to use certain utilities to block out corners, making it a little bit more efficient. They don't really need that explosiveness. Again, you do see that. And speaking of Blaze King, 19-6-4. He's been the silent killer for Boom here. We've seen that on the clutch round that he did on Ascent. We've seen that on the last round on Breeze, and we're now seeing that even more so here on Icebox. Huge risky play coming in from Daikyu, and he double dashes back out. Perfectly executed from Daikyu himself. It is the bonus round for Boom, but everything that they can take as advantage. If Flawless would be done right now for Cerberus, why the heck not? It's very important that they get these rifles up and running for the next one, because Boom will have full access to their own rifles coming into the next.
Speaking of Blaze King, if my memory serves me right, there was a time where he was considered the best duelist. Again, my memory could be fuzzy here, but yeah, Blaze King with all his fragging power, doesn't really matter what role he plays. He seemed to, or at least he's managed to transition very well no matter what he's trying to do. Akashi finds flips. I believe that was the fight towards mid. So Boom, having a little bit of a struggle here as Frostmite all alone with a Spectre. Tries to get at least a gun, maybe a potential pick here on Akashi. That he does. Has a heal in hand, has a pair of slow orbs. But Daikyu, with a Vandal himself, will remove him. And now, Cerberus, they get their 5th round on the board. Still a very steep hill to climb here. Boom, now they have a full buy round. I'm not sure if they're going to drop an operator for Berserks. No, instead they go for something a little more traditional. All rifles on the attacking side. Which, I guess makes sense, right? Because their team is playing slow enough.
Yeah.
Having an operator is going to slow them down even more. But then again, that's kind of like if you buy an op, we're going to double down on this super slow death ball.
I'm not still a big fan of that. If you play the operator with this kind of comp, it just... you're not really going to have that refragging power, and you're always going to expect that somebody's going to have to fight you. I mean, it could work with Berserks. He does have the TP out, but it does feel like it would be nicer to just have the rifle in hand, right?
True enough.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. A little bit of that recon exposure. Lipshooter, though, right on top, gets spotted by Loki. Wall right there. The drop down from Kishi is very risky, but somehow still pays off in the end. Sabotal was supposed to be the one to remain, but quick frags, quick retakes in the end work in the favor of Cerberus. Still 4 rounds, but that was an incredibly clean one coming out from them.
Oh goodness me. fell swoop on Cerberus' side on that defense. It's very, very good, but very alarming on the side of Boom here. The weaknesses of this comp are potentially showing, because like I said, right, when you don't have that speed, everybody's going to be looking the same direction. There's nothing to distract them from just kind of hosing you down here. Same situation now for Boom. They don't have that much money, and Flips on that lone rifle is the one to take the most damage. Tepital falls, as this could be another day in the office for Cerberus. Daikute will fall eventually, but the damage has been done. They have to find a way to recover that Vandal. Unless that's not priority number one. They do use that Tour de Force immediately. So a lot of those long-range fights, they have a good chance of winning now. And they even expand their lockdown. Very bold choice considering how weak their arsenal is right now.
Well, it could help out. Ooh, that's pretty strong. Loki's going to have to back away because he's about to get detained. There it is. Flipshitter can't really push too far forward. Sees the head, but can't really find the shot to take down Kishi. 4 versus 3. Berserks is putting himself on the line just so that he can get more value out of Tour de Force, if ever. And he is really pinning himself far stretched thin. Recon Dart gives him a little bit more of an idea, and they line up beautifully for him. Only good for the one, though, the wraparound, but all the remaining players from Boom here only have Sheriffs equipped. The double peek out. It's not going to work in the end. It looked like to be a very, very scary round against Cerberus, but they still manage in the end, and they still save up all of these nice little weapons. Plus, ult economy looking pretty good coming into the next round.
Pardon me, by the way, guys. It's not Blaze King that I was staying. It was Adrian King, which is still from the same region. Yeah, Adrian King. I'm just gonna say Adrian because that's his name anyway. Current player for, I think, Alter Ego, right? Still, my point still stands. No matter what role you put Blaze King on, his fragging power is going to scale and transition beautifully. But we have yet to see that these last few rounds as Cerberus, they are riling back. They're rallying. They've gathered their strength. This time it's Daikute on that operator now. Especially...
Oops.
Oh. It seems we've upset the gods, Asarai. We hear a little bit of thunder in the background. How dare you? Something. Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that, honestly.
It's okay.
Well,
it was
that being said...
my fist that hit my microphone.
Why are you trying to punch your mic? But I did say that I didn't know where I was going with it. Boom Esports, with this timeout, they kind of have to know where they want to go now. What direction they want to take this comp with. Because like you said, right? Yeah. And I think we've talked about this on previous broadcasts as well. It's not that hyper-specialized comps are bad, but it really does lack that flexibility that you are almost required to have in Valorant.
Sure enough. They haven't found the picks that they're kind of looking for at the start, so they really want to play that contact as soon as. That being said, as well, right? That was an off-buy for Boom here. And they almost broke the defenses for Cerberus. What happens when they have themselves access to this one? I do like the double up from Suka and Daikute here on B long. They're not going to expect Daikute to be here. They see Suka. They're going to try to challenge him. The ultimate from their own side, as Akashi looks to go for picks. Does get a couple of tags, which is good. And now, does Boom actually know about this? They're trying to just rile up the B longer. And now they don't know the Daikute here. This is absolutely perfect. Oh, now they know. They've given away his position. It's actually still fair. 2 for 2. No more Frostmine. Tepital somehow manages to sneak one in. And he will have the wall plus his ultimate to just barely create some... That's a weird wall. Alright, never mind. Now they can plant the spike. At least a little bit more safely. Unless they want to push through spawn and go all the way through A. If they can read that there is the flank coming in. Never mind that. They do know that there is 2 at least coming from B main.
Oh. That being said, Asarai, the numbers not looking too great on the side of Boom. Especially they have an operator here. He does have his headhunter pulled out, at least momentarily. But Cerberus, they have to make a move here. They're low HP. Or at least the decay is not going to give them as much time. Tebedal tries to spray for his Oh no, Loki! He actually takes Suka down, but it's now reduced to 1v1. Loki's 1 health. He has to stick it now, and it's Tebatal. Oh, what a heartbreaker on the side of Cerberus. How?
No, that was their own wall.
Exactly, and what happened was, oh my goodness, it was just a recipe for disaster. The team kill, the wall not working out. A bit of a collapse, and I thought this round started off really strong. Like you mentioned, it was 2 for 2. But Taiyu did find that timing, or at least delay that push just a tiny bit. Oh dear.
One enemy.
Oh dear. Ah, well.
I was trying to see if the wall actually broke, or did they break it with Tebatal's spray through danger. I think it might have been the latter, and then there's just that one pixel angle that you could peek through the wall. It's like, sup?
It is so unlucky. So
Yeah, it's
unlucky.
Yeah. That is not how they wanted that round to kind of go.
Yeah, I think we're
for
still
obvious
reeling from that
reasons.
too. Like, oh man. Yeah, hate to see it happen too. And VCT just gives us so much, you know, in terms of amazing plays, but also on the opposite side of the spectrum, we see the unluckiest things happen to everybody.
Poison's off.
Yeah, and they burn so much for that too, right? You get the res, you get the Hunter's Fury. That's just not good ROI. No return of investment, unfortunately. And now they save Berserks with an Operator. Although Suka does actually still buy one by himself. Nice little slow orb. Does give Blaze King a little bit more leeway to come into this one. The force out. And this should give them some form of control as they start to push in. Although, counter of the Viper's wall, Viper's utility, 20 seconds onto the clock, and Boom Esports have to commit to this one. Berserks can't really do too much other than, and as the wall dissipates, oh, this is just so awkward. Yeah, they might not have enough time anymore. 9 seconds, and Berserks will have to play safety for Tepatal, but somehow still plants them the spike, but as soon as he plunges it to the ground, the wall betrays him. It opens it up, and it's a free kill for Cerberus. They hold on. They hold on very true as they burn the time for Boom.
The cold has no friends. All these barrier orbs are just as cold and as fickle as ice. It will hurt anyone on any side. Look how close Loki is to Viper's pit. That is definitely going to help them and their cause. Maybe potentially that could mark them being a little more aggressive towards the orbs here. Actually, that's one thing that we haven't seen Cerberus do too much. They haven't been controlling the orbs. Now, Boom Esports. Well, that being said too, Asar, Boom doesn't really have the speed at the start of the round to deny orb control either. And overall, it's been working out for Cerberus still. The pistols on the side of Boom are telling of what might happen in the round already. Maybe a few cheeky kills here and there, but ultimately Cerberus, they give no quarter. They find Berserks. And Daikyu even comes out of that unscathed. Akashi chooses one, and it's Flip Jitter to fall. 3v4 as Blaze King, who has been a terror with those Hunter's Furies, has been so accurate. Now he's left on his lonesome here.
Oh, that missed shot definitely gonna hurt them just a tiny bit. All right, he decides to go for the frenzy if he can get close enough, right? But
didn't even get a fighting chance.
A side is always a site that has danger from all possible angles. Above, down below. If you're not too good, too slow, you're gonna miss the beat.
Not gonna miss the beat at all.
Down A.
I'm curious why the call to make that Hunter's Fury was made. I mean, they're gonna have a buy round now. Maybe they could have saved that for post plant, but they have so many other things. I suppose that ulti was somewhat dispensable, as Berserks is close to that tour de force. But as I said, they're not gonna have a lot of speed to take the beginning of the round as aggressively as they would want to, giving us Cerberus all the space to work with. Frostmine is the first to fall on the side, and that is going to be quite a bit of utility unused and sorely missed on the side of Boom Esports. They do kind of tag up Suka. he is relatively safe now. All the utility has been shifted towards B. And we see Cerberus, they go for a more flank-oriented approach. We see Kishi try to go for... Actually, no, they do set up the anti-flank for Tube. They're gonna put all their eggs in this figurative basket and play from one angle only. Boom still hasn't gone down the spike. Berserk prepares to plant it as Tebatal, who's been very, very... how would I put this? Very clever with the way he's been approaching these rounds.
Oh, smart.
It doesn't even matter. Look at this. Everybody's chiming in now. Boom Esports. They're going for the throat. Merciless.
That was such a smart adjustment for them. Yeah, the turret really helping out Tebatal there to finish off the round, but I like the adjustment. If they can plant the spike for the safety of Berserks with them playing far back on yellow, why not just the four of them push onto the site itself? Right? They have the cover of the wall. Why not just play contact where Boom really do shine? And whatever happens, whether it's good or bad, at least they do have a fighting chance rather than just giving one up to Cerberus because, okay, I'm going to plant here. Then Cerberus will just push me and I die. They can get back into cover and they'll have the numbers, which this time did not happen. So really just, again, quick little call from Boom there. They took like what, 5-10 seconds to get things started there, and then it just worked out phenomenally for him. I don't think even Cerberus was expecting that to be the case. Flips though, let's get knocked off his block. Daikute all the way through B main, holding up to his operator. They don't give it to Suka anymore. They put the rifle on Suka's hands. Like, yeah, she just gets triple peeked. One onto the tube. Kishi trying to be a bit cheeky. Not going to work in the end. And Flips has been given the second life. Will he have the time to get back into cover? Yes, he does. Even with the heal back up to 100 possibly. And now they still have so much time left onto the clock. He's down. Like, he does have the blades. Loki does have his Viper's Pit, which he has used right now on A site. And this will give a little bit more leeway for the rest of Cerberus to start pushing in up onto mid. The thing is, because of the double senti that Boom have, they do have that anti-flank as soon as they know that the flank is going to be coming, and they will not waste any time to start pushing into the B side, especially with the lockdown up and available for Flips to actually use.
And consider this, Tebatal, once he gets that spike down, or at least if he takes the orb, either way, he's going to have the Viper's Pit ready. So basically, this post plant is going to be almost impossible. But instead, he goes for the anti-flank here, Aserai. Suddenly, boom, they play with intelligence and zeal, renewed after that previous win on that round. And this is looking almost impossible for Cerberus. A crossfire has been set in place. Blaze King providing quite a bit of a distraction here. Akashi undeterred. He finds one. Frostmind gets the trade. 3v1 here. Loki, we've seen him as a villain. He has to be a hero here. But no! It's Blaze King to set him on fire and send Cerberus packing. A reverse sweep as boom, they take the crown, at least for the series.
What an absolutely phenomenal round for Boom. Again, somebody's getting his daily dose of the sun right there. And maybe that's what helped Boom Esports here. But that round was it's just so good.
That is quite a bit of sun. It is incredibly sunny.
Yeah, and
look how
on your
shocked Blaze
nose.
King is. Like, oh my gosh, that is a lot of sun. Again, big W on the side of Boom Esports. That ascent map was somewhat uncharacteristic for them. Makes you wonder, what was the plan on that one? Was it to see and test the water what the Astra can still do? Is Astra really that viable on ascent? Still, signs pointed no, at least for them. They did recover beautifully. Like we mentioned, Boom, they're so good at finding those reads, finding those adjustments.
And I love that adjustment that pushed them into match point. What I love more is that we will be hearing the panel just break it down even further as we go back into the break and then into the panel. So guys, we'll see you in just a jiff.
We are back over here at VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Here on the panel, again, it is Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix. Oh my god, Boom Esports and Cerberus Esports really giving us that best of 3 series with Boom Esports coming out on top. Sorry, Fluffy, your predictions aren't right today.
Unfortunate.
No, not today. Now, I do want to cut to the chase because I know my co-panelists have a lot to say. They want to talk about this series right here, right now. So let's take a look at the post-game stats so we can fully appreciate what went down round per round. Stats appearing now. There we go. I predicted that. Fluffy, I'm 2-0 in terms of prediction. Let's go. Alright, so we got 13-9. Honestly, on paper, it feels like, hey, Boom Esports was just really good. But no, we have to remember that as the rounds progressed, Cerberus Esports was really fighting for their spot over here. They were tooth and nail at certain rounds, but in the end, Boom Esports really showed us that they knew how to adapt. There was something different towards the end that just gave them the victory for this matchup. Now, I want to talk about a couple of the points that we can see here. We've got damage, headshots, fragments, and overall the round per round statistics over here, Fluffy. What do you want to say about this matchup?
I feel like it was really interesting. You know, I haven't seen CES play before in Icebox recently on VCT for VN, but Boom coming up with a very interesting composition that no duelist, 3 Sentinel duelist mindset instead was able to really hold their own, especially on the defense, stacking so many rounds. They had a slow start on the attack side just because they don't have that ability to take space really quickly with a duelist, but they were eventually able to get a lot of the utility out and leverage it for themselves. Although I gotta say, it's very close round per round. A lot of times I wasn't sure who it was gonna fall with, but at the end of the day, Boom Esports does end up on top.
I'm with you on that one, Fluffy. I was just tooth and nail over here. I'm actually curious, Trix. We usually see Kishi in the initiator role, but here he took the initiative to become the sage of the team. Do you think that he would have been more effective as an initiator, or did he do a great job being the sage of the team?
Honestly, I think that being the sage of the team is still a great job, but it was just the way Boom adjusted near the end, especially how they were reading their opponents and how to better their executions on the sites and how to anchor them as well. It just really pushed them over that edge and got them the map.
Oh, definitely. You know, Cerberus really held on through these rounds, but they had phenomenal retakes too. But the 5-man stack, there was a 5-man attack or 4-man attack towards B side in one of the rounds, and I was just looking at this and I was like, oh my lord, that is a really good adjustment on their part. Like, you know, we're so used to them having their duelists just come in and then the rest will just try to pick up or hold off of yellow, but they didn't do that round. They were able to fully adjust throughout as the rounds progress. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit tongue-tied. It's all of the excitement and adrenaline that we've been witnessing round per round over here. But we're here. This is it. The series highlights. Remember that vertical wall that just didn't work too well, Fluffy, on the side of Kishi. That was Kishi's wall, right?
I think so, yeah. But even here, we look at this amazing knife kill coming out from Blaze King. Very unfortunate, you know, the thing coming out so strong. I feel like Killjoy is one of those underutilized agents as well in this map. And it really comes to fruition when you can really use it, because there's so much counters. You know, Sova being so prevalent means that the lockdown and stuff is so vulnerable, even your traps from the shock dart. So just having the ability to have such a great Sova, and Blaze King super stepping up in this game as well.
Oh yeah, Blaze King, as the casters did mention earlier, was like a silent killer throughout this series. He had a lot of 3Ks in this matchup, but I gotta say that his mastery of the Sova tricks, it really showed here. Whether it was the Shock Bolt or the Hunter's Fury, he inflicts so much damage onto Boom Esports.
I think just the sheer confidence you can see in the plays of Blaze King as well, and all of Boom actually. The fact that regardless of the health or the, you know, which team has more players, they play to their disadvantages, which I found was really lacking in their previous games.
Oh my god, look at these trades for trades, these duels, and there we go, the match point kill. I would have loved to see more rounds from that series. Really, really good round per round over here. But on top of everything, it was Flipstuder who came out as the match or the series MVP for this one. And Trix, please let us know why he deserves this title.
I mean, just in general, the way that he positioned, the way he would get information for his team and be able to start the fights, it was just amazing to watch, honestly speaking.
Yeah, we saw him. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. No. It's just like initially in Ascent, we found that they had a slow start, but you could see where their mindset was at, the way they wanted to hit the sites together, the way that they wanted to play that aggression. But unfortunately, we also couldn't see that kind of confidence in Map 1 that followed through in Map 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm. Really, I guess it's kind of the shift in the mindset, of course, that we have here. Really goes to show that this team, Boom Esports, is really good at adapting. Like, they knew what they were lacking in the first game, and they were just able to step it up during game number 2 and game number 3. Now, Fluffy, there are a few points that I would like to ask. Let's start off with what we think Cerberus Esports should really work on moving into this group or this APAC stage.
It seems like they really have a confident start. They always start up generally like 4-0, but it seems like their momentum slows down, especially when the other team starts showing how they're able to read their movements. You know, the more predictable they become, the more desperate they look, trying to do a lot of explosive plays, which in fairness does work at times, but unfortunately for them, Boom Esports really had the upper hand on the last 2 maps really strongly, and it really stopped a lot of their plans. And when that happens, they have to be able to learn how to adapt within the round itself to be able to close the round some other way.
Oh, yeah. So would you say that, for example, they start off really strong, right? And the enemy gets a really good read of them. And they try to adjust by making a more explosive play over here, but they get red again. What should they do at this point?
Well, whenever that occurs, you have to figure out why you're losing. So, at least for me, there are multiple rounds when I was watching Cerberus where I felt that if they had played a little more aggressive, or if they had gotten a little more information rather than just trying to play it safe, they actually would have won more rounds, or at least gotten some more rounds to their favor. Because it just felt like they were giving up a lot of space in change of having those good crossfires that we saw them have time and time again, rather than taking like the aggressive flank or forcing Boom to split their attention, rather than just allowing Boom to focus on one side.
Yeah, I feel like I have to agree with Trix there, where when you normally are at a disadvantage, even if it's just the rounds, not even necessarily the man advantage, you kind of have to start looking for other options that you can do within the round. You really have to sometimes make a hero play. It sometimes works out, generally speaking. So being more proactive in that sense to disrupt the enemy's defense, especially, it really helps your team gain a lot of space. But more than that, just taking space is one thing, controlling space is another, and being able to control space well is another good sign of a team that unfortunately for CS was not super apparent this game.
Yeah, I can see that too. But you know what? I really want to see more games from both of these teams, which we're very fortunate that is the case because they're not out of the running just yet. We've seen the creativity when it comes to Kishi and the Sage Walls. We've seen Blaze King have a little bit of fun with the knives. So I really want to see that. But in the meantime, though, we have another series coming up today where we're very fortunate here on the panel because we don't get just one good series today. We get one more. Yes. Luckily, again, neither of these teams will get eliminated yet, but they do have a second shot of making it to the group stage. In the meantime, though, let's try to introduce the next series, which is Bleed Esports and Ghetto Artist. Just like Boom Esports and Cerberus Esports, the first team we're about to introduce for this series is no stranger to APAC. They finished as top three in the last APAC Challengers, and I wasn't too sure about this turnabout with them being in the play-ins instead of the group stage, but perhaps they can surprise us with a spectacular series today. Here is Bleed Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, the first team for the second series of the day, it is Bleed Esports. We've got the Swedish duo, Maxi and Pith, the Singaporeans Darian, Lenny, Lexi, and their sub, Retla. Retla is not on the screen right now, but I do think that his addition to the team brought more options to Maxi and Pith in terms of agent picks. Overall though, Fluffy, who are you looking forward to watch from this team?
For me, I feel like either Pith or either Pith or Darian for me are going to be the people that I would really watch out for. Bleed Esports is one of those organizations as a whole that is just so prevalent in the scene. They have a huge roster. It's not just the fact that they have a 6-man, but they also have like 3 coaching staff to really support the team. And weirdly, it doesn't reflect that well on their results on their own regional VCT, because it was kind of a roller coaster group stages for them. They dropped into the lowers and ultimately they lost the lower finals to Paper Rex, but they did still make it to APAC because the roster is still always solid. They have, like you mentioned, those high profile FPS OGs like Pith, but it really, at least on the statistics, right? They don't have like a proven strength right now. It looks like an identity crisis on one end, but the team that has so much potential and so much support, it's a lot of pressure for them, because I think a lot of people are actually surprised, like you mentioned, that they're in the play-ins in the first place and not further down the line. But it's great that they do have Retla for more options, as Maxi and Pith do basically play the same agents. And although they were expected to qualify, they are pretty much expected for a lot of people to qualify for play-ins just because of the repertoire that they have.
Oh yes. Now, again, back in the last APAC Challengers, we were wondering how the fusion of this whole European and Southeast Asian Valorant would come into play, but we're so far down the line, that's no longer the question. We've seen this team come into full bloom, bringing in new things to the table. So now the question is whether what they have is going to be working or going to be fully effective here on the APAC stage. And what better way to test this than heading it straight for battle? They're going up against a team that has phenomenal contact play. It's not a question of aim for this team. And they're not necessarily newcomers here on the APAC stage, or at least for some of their players. But in general, this is a team we'd love to welcome here on APAC. This is Ghetto Artists. We'd like to officially extend a warm welcome to one of the newer teams here on the APAC stage, which is Ghetto Artists. Now, I personally think that this is a team that's shrouded in mystery. There's a lot to unveil when it comes to Ghetto Artists. So why don't we start off with their star duelist, Trix? It's Baby Blue.
I'm excited to see Baby Blue play. I actually haven't seen them before, so for me, there's a lot to welcome. Watching some of their previous history, the way that their matches have been so far as a team Ghetto Artists, they've only ever lost to Griffin. So there's a lot shrouded in mystery because Float QQ, I believe, and Itao or Whitehao is actually from CBT Gaming. And knowing that they were one of the top teams before as well, coming into APAC, there's a lot to expect from them. Hopefully a lot more than just the contact plays, and a lot more than just what they've shown so far. They have very strong holds, but I do notice that they overcommit to a lot of the pushes that they have, and the setups honestly are quite predictable. So I'm wondering if they change it up just for the APAC stage, or if they're going with something that they're more comfortable with.
Would you rather prefer that they switch it up or go for comfort?
I think comfort is fine, but you have to be malleable to change, and that's going to be a testing factor on whether they can be here in the APAC stage.
Very good points, Trix. I'm excited to see how that malleability will come into play when it comes to Ghetto Artist. But for now, I think we're just about ready to go into our map vetoes. If not, then I'll get to chat with you guys a little bit more. Okay, I haven't gotten a word yet. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about these teams over here. Fluffy, we have a lot of information. I mean, we just talked about Ghetto Artist being shrouded in mystery, but again, Bleed Esports, not much of an enigma over here. Oops, I kind of spoiled tomorrow's match. Sorry.
Oh, okay, see you. But yeah, I think that although one team is shrouded in mystery and they do have to work on being a bit more malleable, and they really have to find that more tactical depth rather than just be a very one-dimensional team, which ultimately is the problem for a lot of teams. You know, you're good in your own region, but are you good enough to play in a variety of ways to the best of the best here on the APAC stage? But moving on to that, aside from malleability, we have the more forged in fire kind of team, Bleed Esports, very established team in their own right. They have their own little sparks of greatness, but unfortunately for them, like I mentioned earlier, they do have a rocky history, especially a recent history. So it's kind of, as a stats person myself, it's very hard to figure out if they are actually going to pull off this win. I hope that they do for their sake, but you know, looking at the stats alone, most of their things on every map is a bit 50-50. It's a very hit or miss. This team, they're sort of going through an identity crisis. One of the troubles, I feel like, having so many cooks in the kitchen, especially with the cooking staff and as well as the roster itself being so large, they might struggle in finding like what really works for their team, because they just have so many options, you know, instead of just trying to figure out what works and work through that.
Yeah, I agree. Now, it's always a joy to learn about these teams and find out what kind of journey they had to go through to get to this point and what kind of struggles they had behind the scenes. But on top of that, we get to be part of the whole storytelling process, so that's a lot of fun. You know what a story needs though, Fluffy? A setting. A place where the plot happens. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the map vetoes. So Trix, right here, right now, what maps do you think we'll see?
I always want to see Haven. I just really like that map personally, so I think that's a personal bias right there.
Oh, I feel the same way when it comes to Bind. Oh no!
There goes that dream.
Bind's just not one of those maps that other teams want to see right now. That's fair.
Okay, we just got into this map in the previous series, but we're not going to be seeing it this time around, Fluffy.
Right, so already 2 maps out of the map pool. Bind and Icebox gone, and Split is already picked by Bleed. Very interesting, because when you look at their statistics, they are heavily reliant on playing on the Ascent, Icebox, and Haven maps. But if you look at how much they win on these maps, it's still very 50-50. So I don't think they're the type of team that has a very super strong one specific map like other teams do. And weirdly, for Bleed Esports, I don't know if it's an anti-strat or something, maybe just because they're playing against Ghetto Artists in this series, but they normally do try to avoid the Breeze and Fracture. So Fracture coming out on the side of Ghetto Artists could be a bit detrimental for the Bleed Esports team, while Bleed responds by banning out Ascent, and as well as Breeze for the side of Ghetto Artists, leaving, I think, Trix's favorite map, Haven, open for the decider.
Yes, always looking forward to that Haven. Fracture being one of the maps that, if I recall correctly, Ghetto Artists actually has played. So I believe they know exactly, or ideally exactly, what they want to do there. I am, however, surprised that Bleed let that through.
I just got a word from one of our casters telling me that he does not like Bind. Raph, why do you not like Bind? Why do you not want to give me the satisfaction of seeing these teams play it out with a teleporter and everything?
Bind is great.
Yeah, Bind is great. Not for Oasis Gaming though, Fluffy.
That's true. But another map that's bad for that team, which apparently is very good for Bleed Esports, is Split. Split is very interesting that you first pick Split. It's normally one of the latter ones that you pass off. Split, when you pick Split in a map draft, you give the side choice to the opponent naturally. So Split being so defensive sided means that you generally give the advantage side towards the opponent. But you can say that for every map, sure, but for Split specifically, it's very, very easy for a very well practiced team on Split to really stack so many defense rounds that unless you really have a very confident plan, it's not the most preferred first pick for a lot of teams. So I'm very interested, and I'm really looking out for that one for Bleed because they look very confident picking it very fast. I feel like so far, I know we only had 2 map bans, but this one seems really quick compared to the last one. It's like the teams are very decided. Maybe they've done their homework already, but they already have their choices locked in and at the ready.
Again, we have got Split. What was the second map? Haven is the third map.
Fracture is the second map.
There we go.
Yes.
Okay, nothing too out of the ordinary here, maybe. Trix, do you think this favors one of the teams, though?
I don't think it particularly favors a team, except for maybe the Split pick, because I know that Bleed's got some really great strategies on Split, so I'm looking forward to seeing how they play out against Ghetto Artists, and in turn how Ghetto Artists is able to adapt to that. But I think the other maps, I feel maybe Ghetto Artists might have the upper hand, but again, I haven't seen them against a team like Bleed.
So Fluffy, what do you think will be the win condition for this series?
I feel like generally the win condition will be Bleed's experience to know that when Ghetto Artist presents them with a question, to quickly realize and as we call it in our team before it was Uda, it was orient first, and then you basically direct yourself and make the action. So you have to have the proper response to everything, and being able to quickly decide how to answer the opponent's question is the most important thing for Bleed, because I think that based on the at least overall core themes of both teams, their identity, it feels like Ghetto Artists will be probably the one making the first move, and it's just really up to Bleed to handle the situation. And if they can do it really well, then it can really shut down a lot of plans of Ghetto Artists, unless they really step into that tactical depth and adjust really quickly this game, and they can really pull something out of the bag.
Okay, so it's more of the case of answering questions or responding rightfully towards the opponent, right? So Fluffy, I need you to respond rightfully to my next question. What is your prediction for this series?
Rightfully might be the sketchy term to use, because I wasn't right the first time, but I feel like based on the picks and all the things I've seen so far, that I feel like it's going to be more of a Ghetto Artist game more than anything. I don't think it'll be a clean 2-0 because Bleed is a pretty good team. So I feel like it can go the distance this series, but I feel like it'll end towards the side of Ghetto Artist.
What about you, Trix? Do you feel the same way?
I do feel the same way as Fluffy. Seeing how Ghetto Artists has played, I'm excited to see them on the APAC stage, and I do think they might be able to have that edge over Bleed.
Okay, maybe I'm the type of person that likes security. I don't like much of a mystery, because I'm gonna go for Bleed Esports for this one. I mean, I get it. Ghetto Artist, very shrouded in mystery, very interesting. Maybe we'll see some explosive plays come into the series today, but I want the security. I want to see Bleed Esports show us what they've shown before. That's something that I'm really looking forward to. It's not a unanimous decision on the panel, and that's what we like to see, because whenever we do have a unanimous decision here, there's some sort of superstition going along wherein we all get the wrong prediction. So I guess it's good news that I'm voting against you guys for this prediction. But yeah, is there anything else that you'd like to say about Ghetto Artist, Trix?
I just think if Ghetto Artist goes into this, I hope they don't be as predictable as I have kind of seen them before. I think in terms of going against a team that is as good as Bleed, you want to be a little more unpredictable, a little more proactive, and really force Bleed to be on their toes.
Okay, Fluffy, this is the question that's in my head right now. Obviously, there are a lot of times wherein, as what Trick said, there is a certain level of predictability when it comes to the teams, right? When does this predictability, rather, I'm getting all tongue-tied again, become an advantage for teams? Is there a scenario that becomes advantageous to them?
Yeah, so there's a term that we use in pro called conditioning, and basically what it means is when you know that the opponent kind of is expecting something. For example, you do a certain push on the first round, you do it again the second round. You condition the mind of your opponent to think that you're probably going to do it again or do something similar. So when you pop up and you burst, either by doing that same thing but with a variation, or you divert and do a different plan suddenly, or you can fake that you're doing that initial plan and then moving on to something else mid-round. It really is one of the factors that can throw off a lot of teams, just because you're already conditioning their mind to pour their resources in setting them up to do a certain thing. So one of the things that you train as a pro is to not get conditioned and to always treat every round as a new round. But just because we're human beings and everything, it's very hard to not see patterns. So it's one of the things that you can leverage if your plan is to do the same thing all over again. You can really hit them at a very unexpected timing if you condition the team early on.
Okay, it's a big game of psychological warfare here at the pro scene. That's basically what it is. That's why we keep mentioning the likes of like mental fortitude, having a strong one at that point, and just being the big brains overall, which I can say I'm very lucky to have two amazing big brains right beside me over here. What about you, Trix? Anything that you think that these teams should pull out of their sleeves at this point in the competition?
I think earlier you asked me if I want them to be comfortable or if I want them to step out of that and try to challenge themselves. But right now, I want them to be comfortable so long as it challenges their opponents. Because just because you are comfortable doesn't mean that it'll necessarily be difficult for the opponents to read you or to adapt to you as well. Fluffy mentions that, you know, you want to condition your opponents, which is true. Conditioning is great, but if you as a defender become a little too predictable, it starts being that the opponents read you and are able to catch you off guard instead.
Yeah. So we're gonna be going off to split first, Fluffy. What kind of compositions or perhaps plays do you want to see executed by these teams?
I feel like it all boils down to the same thing, right? I feel like if Ghetto Artist is the one initiating, I'm gonna expect them to be a bit more explosive. So it's really about how Bleed Esports composition also plays a big part in it when we get further down the line into Agent Select, because they do have a couple things that they're running. Before, they used to run something like Astra and Viper with the Sage, and that kind of setup can really slow down a lot of explosive pushes. On one hand, we can broadly say that it's about presenting questions and answering, like I mentioned earlier, but at the end of it, it also depends on the tools that the agents bring itself, and if you can really leverage that changes the entire pace of the game in general.
Yeah, totally. Well, you did mention that they had was it a double controller setup that they used to pull out before and split?
Yeah, they used to play a double controller with a Sentinel. I think it was Sage for mid control and other fancy plays, which, because you're running that, and you obviously have your Initiator and your Duelist, whichever they choose. Normally it's like Razor's Guy. It means that you lose out the fact that you have an anti-flank, some sort of trap like a chamber trap or alarm bot, trademark, etc. So it means that your team is more spread out because you have to actually put people to watch stuff or gain info, or else it's really hard to stack on sites. So with that sort of setup, it's more about the team itself's practice on Bleed's part to really learn how to slow down the push. And even on the attacker side, it's going to be similar to, I believe, to the last game of the last series, where even though there is a duelist, sure, it'll play closer to a comp without a duelist, where you really have to check everything manually, which on one hand could be bad because you might lose a player. But on the other hand, if you can get away with it, it just provides you a lot more utility for when you actually get to the destination.
Yeah, we can see that. Now, for Ghetto artist, I don't know why I say it like that. I'm sorry, my brain is a little bit lagging. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen who are watching right now. I'm just really stoked for this match, and it's just a little bit overwhelming. At the same time, I want to see these players play. You know, it's just a lot going on. Now, we have touched up a bit on the composition of that Bleed Esports is probably going to have here on Split. But what about you, Trix? I also noticed that Ghetto Artist does not pull out a Killjoy or a Chamber at all. Also, probably they prefer a Stage as well. Do you think that is a wise decision? Oh, wait, no. They do have a Killjoy. Never mind. Okay, do you think that they would have that Sentinel advantage?
I think it's possible for the Sentinel to become an advantage, but I also think that they shouldn't. Similar to how other teams have been playing, you don't want your Sentinel to be in the exact same spot all the time. You want to move them around, you want to make them unpredictable because their utility is so impactful. The amount of anti-flank, the amount of information it gets and delay, it requires a team to make it so that the Sentinel is able to move around the map and to control parts of the map for their teammates. That aside, I have noticed that Bleed actually did pull out a Fade. I'm not sure, correct me if I'm wrong, we're allowed to play Fade now, so I'm wondering if they're going to pull it out for APAC.
I mean, if they do pull that out, Fluffy's gonna be really happy.
Yeah, I'm a big Fade fan. If anyone is still not surprised about it, I think the agent is great, especially on maps where Sova is not. It really fills in that middle slot where you can get the full scan effect, which is such a big deal, especially at this level, to get accurate information that's real time and you get the full scan to wall bang through stuff. And as well as getting the on Split, I think it's actually really strong because the Prowlers can really go through a lot of these tight corridors and clear a lot of stuff similar of what you do for like the Skyle Trailblazer. So yeah, I think it's a good option for them to bring out. The problem with Fade is because she doesn't bring any flashes to the team. The way you take angles can be a little bit slower or you need more resources. So to get to your angle priority, you'd have to adjust the rest of the team comp to kind of fit that agent in.
Yeah, because you're gonna need more flashes just to clear out those head angles. Now, you know, Fluffy, I know that you're a huge fan of Fade. I'm a huge fan of Fade. Well, I wouldn't say just the agent itself. I'm just a huge fan of anything that's new that's brought to the table. You know, whenever Riot Games releases something new to the game, I'm always excited for these teams to play them out, to show us something new so that we can adapt and apply it to our own games eventually, even though we don't have the same aim level that they do. But now we are moving here forward to the agent selection. My goodness, a lot to take in, but we can already see that Float, QQ with the Breach, Baby Blue with the Neon on the other side, Lexi with the Sage, Maxi with the Astra. So Trix, talk us down with what you think of the composition so far.
A composition I haven't seen them play recently, so I'm excited to see what they can do with it. I love the Breach and Neon combo personally, so it's exciting to see just the amount of brute force you can push opponents back.
Oh yeah, I mean, here we are again. I told you guys, I love new agent compositions. I love it when they use the newer agents and maps, and we get to see Neon. I love that.
Yeah, I feel like overall, the Ghetto Artist composition is just so aggressive. Even the smoker that they're taking Omen, providing them that additional flash and way to take space will really be the guiding light for Neon to chase after as she enters onto site. With support from Breach as well, and just the relay ball from Neon. One thing a lot of players don't think about is flashes are one great way to take an angle, but having a stunning effect on the Neon as well as the Breach is another great way to take it, because unlike a flash, which you can turn around and play anti-flash, you can't really do that with a stun, and you can essentially get a free kill most of the time. Of course, there's that 1% chance that you get headshot, but it's very strong. And on the other hand, we see something completely different running the Astra, which is more of that global presence instead of having the aggression that Omen brings, as well as the Viper in supplement for the Astra so that you can play that pseudo Sentinel, pseudo Smoker role. But I feel like with a specific composition, there's not a lot of delay with the Astra Viper comp. I mean, on one hand, yeah, you can use Gravity Well as the Snake Bites to delay, but I feel like just because of the amount of mobility there are on Ghetto Artists, they can really run through a lot of these things. You can TP over these AoEs, you can dash through it with Neon, and the stuns itself are hard to really fight. And without having a super hard Sentinel to slow down with utility without sacrificing your own life and play off-site, you really have to hold the site on your own. And if that person gets taken out, especially if they have some kind of practiced utility combo, it can really take out a lot of the defender's early pressure and be very hard to retake.
The retake game begins once again, especially on a map like Split, where you have a lot of these tight corners, tight angles, and it's just a little bit tricky to go back into the side. Now, again, this game isn't exactly do or die, but hey, wouldn't you love your odds of making it into the next stage to be better? Bleed Esports and Ghetto artists are out to put to the test, and we've got our casters to check who's gonna pass and who's gonna fail. So our lovely casters, please take it away.
A hint of fusion in this matchup's cuisine. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another one here into the play-ins. That's here with Black and Blue, and here we go yet again, my friend. It's another matchup here into the region, another stage of APAC, and we have Bleed Esports versus Ghetto Artists. And I say fusion because we know for Bleed Esports having that EU experience, that Swedish duo right there, doing what needs to be done for the squad. But on the other side, just to clear things up about Ghetto Artists, guys, this is not a 9-man roster. They had a lot of stand-ins way back in their local scene, but they do have a single player actually from the Chinese region there in Baby Blue. So I wonder what he's going to be able to bring to the table here with your usual mainstays of the Taiwan side of the HK Taiwan region in the side of Ghetto Artists. But we know right now that for Bleed Esports especially, they're trying to prove that they are back to basically a standing that they were able to attain last time here in APAC.
You're talking about a fusion of what we've got here, Dax. And for Bleed, obviously, we know what they have. They have some EU talent put on an APAC team, but even though on the opposite end of things here with the Ghetto guys that they are, you look at the Ghetto Artists, and there is some sort of fusion still with what they've got. They do have those players with experience here in the APAC scene, in the SEA scene, especially coming from CBT in Float QQ and Tao. And you also talked about how a player like Baby Blue, I really like that name by the way, is a player that definitely gives them that bit of an edge, I think, that kind of rounds out what this roster has got to bring to the table. And that's what you're going to need here, especially when you are basically in the final stage of the entire APAC time we're going to have for this entire year. This is the final APAC Challengers we are going to have. And when you're in the play-ins, that small edge, that roundedness, that the fusion of what they've got is going to be, I think, the really biggest strength. It's not an easy group they're going to be put in here in the play-ins, but it's one that I think they have a chance of making it out of, especially if they can take out arguably the favorites of this group in Bleed.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, because after this, what's next for APAC? Probably like LCQ, right?
Yeah.
Beyond that, you need to make your name and splash happen right here, right now, because there are no other chances, only 2 stages for the year anyway. But let's talk about these two teams right now. And I think it's better to put a spotlight first and foremost about Ghetto Artists, just because it's a little bit more unfamiliar to the mainstream audience that we have here. This Ghetto Artist squad, you mentioned already, you have names like Float QQ that have been around the HA Taiwan region for quite a while, have made those waves into SEA under that CBT gaming roster. And I look at this squad right now, and they're trying to really bring some newer talents forward just to help out their more stable backline, to say the least. Because we talked about Baby Blue, he is that player from O2 Gaming way back when. I believe he also played in IG Academy of all things. So he has that experience from the Chinese region that we don't get to see here in VCT. And what he really does for the squad is he is that hard entry for the team, but he doesn't necessarily need to get the kills. More often than not, He has a number of those first nets just because he dashes on in to make that kind of space for Ghetto Artist. And who swoops in to get those kind of kills? You have Float QQ, you have Luau right there, one of their newer additions who have really been popping off. And just that extra bit of, I'd say, volatility that Ghetto Artist does on their executes, that can help them out in a pinch and, of course, up the pace versus Bleed Esports as much as they can.
You know what is volatile here, I think, Dax, is when I look at this series, I see map number 1 to be split. They banned Icebox. That's what the ban here coming from Ghetto Artist is. And Icebox is a map that both teams 50-50 on, and dare I may say, might have even been a better map to start things off here. You look at the statistics, at the very least, of what has happened in the past recent times between Ghetto Artist and on Split, and they have lost that map basically like 3 out of the 4 times that we've seen them on. Now, arguably, yes, those 3 times were against Griffin, and if you look at the composition, maybe things didn't really work out for them. But if we're gonna be talking about compositions here, I see the Icebox, and I look at the VOD of Ghetto Artists, and I see, especially knowing how Bleed plays and their composition that they bring to the table, and I think, you know, matchup-wise, I think the composition works out for the Ghetto Artists versus Bleed on Icebox better than it does on Split. I think their play style in general works better than it does on Icebox than on Split in this specific matchup, and I would think that they would also prefer, just statistically, to play on Icebox. So for them to ban Icebox here in this opening series, when you know that map number 1 is crucial, especially when you're going up against you're really kind of the underdogs here versus Bleed, it makes me wonder, why did they ban Icebox and why did they leave that Split open when statistically it is one of their arguably worst maps? Now, yes, they are like 0%, but they've only played Breeze once, so that's not really a statistic I want to talk about. But Split, I think that's, you know, part of the game is playing it really in the veto phase, and that they kind of lose that edge already. And we talked about, you know, map number 1 crucial when you're the underdogs, and I'm not sure what the game plan here is exactly for the Ghetto Artists.
My friend, you're very animated today. Good to see you all energetic with such a busy schedule that you have. But I'm gonna surmise you a situation, in all honesty. I think for Ghetto Artists that they're gonna ban out Icebox, even though it's one of their more comfortable maps, is because of how Bleed Esports plays it. If you've been watching the MYSG side and you look at the statistics of Bleed Esports, you know that their attacking side is just absolutely overwhelming. Their defending side a little bit worse for wear, but what they do on the defense is just be as aggressive as possible, look to be the attacker even on the defending side, and that becomes a problem for some of these HA Taiwan squads who like to play these default heavy situations, who might get overrun from the flank. And we've seen for many of these HA Taiwan teams that if they're getting flanked multiple times, if they're getting hit by many different angles, they have a hard time adjusting their pace and their position compared to some of the other regions. So I don't really blame Ghetto Artists for banning Icebox right now. It makes sense to me because of how specifically Bleed does that. But then you have to deal now with Split, and as you mentioned, it's not really the best outing for them. Griffin Esports beating them multiple times, and that's why we've seen a very different composition from Ghetto Artists running that Neon instead compared to basically what they used to do so far. But they still have opponents we have to talk about, and this is Bleed Esports. I honestly didn't expect them to be in this play-in scenario, to be frank with you. I thought that they would at least make it to the upper bracket final, into the grand final, be one of those 2 slots straight into the group stage. But there is just that weird parallelism that we saw back in MISG, where there was this roster when they had Lexi, and it was a bit more clear cut on what they were doing. Basically, all the things that they were doing in stage 1 just refined to a degree, but it didn't really pan out as well since the target was on their back. But moving into the playoffs, when they put Retla on board because Lexi had some medical reasons, if I remember correctly, they swapped it up, and it threw such a wrench in the plans of opponents that beat them before. I'm talking about KP Moon or Bear Claw now, and was that Galaxy into no-namers, right? Those 2 squads had winning records over Bleed Esports, but they lost in lower bracket because we saw some interesting shifts there from Bleed Esports, where you had Pit, who can pretty much play anything, go over to the initiator role and thrive. Maxi also waking up from a slumbering performance in the group stage towards the amazing efforts that he did, especially against Bear Claw in the playoffs. So it really goes to show, for Bleed Esports, which Bleed are we going to be getting here? Will it be the Bleed negative side that we kind of saw in the group stage, the Bleed positive side, that we saw into the playoffs that gave them a good run to make it at least to that third spot or something in between, because it does seem like they're going back to was the status quo from stage 1 with the roster and the composition they're running right now here on Split.
And one couldn't blame them for trying to go back to, you know, the old tricks that they've built, because let's face it, during stage 1, there were lots of expectations in APAC for Bleed Esports, right? Obviously, they get foreign talent, they get these players like Maxi, players like Pith, and then they come from such a huge new organization that splashed onto the scene with lots of noise that people had lots of expectations of them. And yet, they still kind of surpassed that, because it was kind of a weird way where there was lots of expectations of them, but they were in a very difficult group with a team, you know, like Onyx, for example, and Searcha, and so people were like, maybe they might not make it out of this group that they're in, but they do, right? Whatever circumstances that allow them to, they do. They get out of it, and when that chance that they were given, they proved that they deserved that playoff slot. They made all the way to top 3. If they won a single more map in that series, they would have made it to Masters in Iceland, last month, like 2 months ago, really. And so they definitely have proven that. So if they go back to what they know works, like maybe, for example, having a player like Pith being a Sentinel, where we've seen that come onto him before, now where he kind of flexes. We've talked about it, how sometimes he's on a Viper, he does go on the Initiator nowadays as well. He, flexes to that Breach, to that KO every now and then, like on Ascent. But if we see them trying new things, it might just work against this team when you're especially a team like, the Ghetto artists that they are going to have as much information that they want, knowing that, as you said, Dax, a team like Bleed are going to have their targets, right, really painted red on their back, so every team will have it out for them, and people will know what to expect. For a team like Ghetto Artists, though, Matt, I look at, really what you were talking about, where Bleed are really good on the attacking side, and you see that as well with the composition that they tried to bring in an Icebox. They forgo that Viper here, Bleed, when they are playing an Icebox, have the Omen, and that, not really forgo that Viper, sorry, they complement that Viper with an Omen, having lots of smokes and having lots of aggressive power in their composition, and knowing how, Ghetto Artists and teams from the region in general aren't always have shown to be the most diligent in terms of watching their flanks and all, and knowing how Bleed really love using that aspect of their game, where we saw many times over a player like Maxi just find some loophole to get behind defense. That could be one of the reasons why they are foregoing this, especially knowing that we can say, yes, Chamber, one trap, they do play Chamber on Icebox, but this time around, we're not expecting that. But the times that they have won better are when, because see, normally on Icebox they play Chamber and Killjoy, so they have lots of trips, right? They have lots of traps to find that information in case there is a flank. But their only successful Icebox outing was without that Killjoy, and knowing how, hey, now we have these gaps open, knowing how, hey, now we only have one trap on the Chamber. That could have been really, I think, the reason why they banned that Icebox. But we go on over to Split, we look over at here map number 1, their composition, and that also looks to me a bit wayward. They do have a Killjoy, yes, they do have that Sage, yes, but the question I have for them here is, what really good kind of stopping power do they have aside from that Killjoy? Because Killjoy, yes, on paper it looks like, hey, good slowing power here, you have a Sage, but the way they employ it, I haven't really seen as many like Uto combos as you might see from other teams in the region. That really is the problem. And moving forward as well, we look at the other 2 maps here in the veto. We were expecting maybe Ascent, maybe Haven to be picked first by Ghetto Artists, and it doesn't go to that, not until map number 3. We have Fracture up next, a map that we have seen Bleed be decently proficient at. Not great, but decently proficient at. Even though they lost those maps, they were against Paper Rex, and one of that was in like, what, 2 overtimes, right? So that's kind of like a wayward sign for me for Fracture. Yes, they won against Oblivion Force. It was that one win, but they only have that one outing in terms of a tournament setting. So when we go over to Haven, I think the Ghetto Artists, there's an okay chance for them to take that, but it's map number 3. It's gonna be difficult to even get there in the first place, I think.
No, I'm gonna agree with you in one aspect. I think that it was strange to me that they didn't pick Ascent over Fracture, because it was in the second phase, right? As soon as Bleed saw, okay, Fracture's pick, we're banning Ascent. We know that that's really one of the most comfortable maps that Ghetto Artist has. They love to play into those small little potholes, some of those corners that you can suddenly contest from, and it has been one of their most successful maps that really gave a rise to their, I believe, perfect group stage back in HA Taiwan. But then again, Bleed also, they have a good record on it, so it's a little bit 50-50. I do believe, though, that both squads have similarities, that they love maps like Ascent, that they love maps like Haven, and it was no surprise to me to see Haven there at the very end because of the proficiency of both Ghetto and Bleed on it. But going back to what you're talking about, onto Fracture, I see for Ghetto Artists that they're going to be putting Bleed to the test. Because even though we have seen Bleed have some outthings on Fracture versus Paper Rex, it's still very unique with the compositions that they have. And truth be told, when I looked at the lower bracket final of MYSG, I kind of just saw that they changed their roles up even more so back in that Fracture map against Paper Rex, where Pit was playing the Reina of all things, and I was just like, yeah, I don't think this is gonna work. And spoiler alert, it really did. And so perhaps forget the artists, they're looking to be at least a wild card here if they can kind of change things up and see if Bleed Esports has a proper idea moving forward into Fracture. Bleed has such a big support structure anyway, besides their coach, of course, their assistant coach and their analyst. These guys have a lot of resources behind them. Just to clarify, though, before we get into the game, I believe there was a bit of an error in the agent select, and Baby Blue is actually on the Jet here for Ghetto Artists. They are running that Breach, they have that Chamber and that Sage, and really an element of newness right now for Ghetto Artists coming into the APAC stage.
Typically, when we do see Ghetto Artists here, they'll employ that Killjoy and Raze, but not in this case. So, trying very different things, employing a Chamber instead to complement that Sage and Jet that they now put in. So, opening round here of the second series of the day and of this entire play-ins. It's going to be for Hong Kong, Taiwan, the Ghetto Artists on the defensive side, Bleed on the attack. Slowing things down, though, Dax. Early on, it's going to be Baby Blue to find that initial contact.
Yeah, he's the one to watch out for. He'll be the tip of the spear, and every round, he'll be tested for either sharpness or dullness by Bleed Esports. Baby Blue contesting already from the ramps. Unleashing perhaps a tailwind very soon. A few taps over out the pit, but Bleed Esports realizing that A side, they can go for it, but E-Town from above catches out Lene. There we have the Poison Cloud, and for Bleed Esports, it's all about putting their flag down, but Ghetto Artists from all across the map finding kills to give them the advantage.
Giving them some concealment. Baby Blue on the swing. Doesn't realize Darion's waiting there right at the corner. Still though, 4v2, heavy advantage towards the retaking defensive side. That is the Ghetto Artists. Wide swing with a frenzy. Driving him absolutely crazy here, Maxi. And Darion's left alone. They all line up, but nothing can be done with a mere ghost. That is the opening round here. Good retake coming in from the Ghetto Artists. One map that I really think, if they're able to put their foot down and take this in somewhat of convincing fashion, they have a real chance of sending Bleed down to the lower bracket side.
Yeah, that was well played by Ghetto Artists. Baby Blue giving that intel basically not just once but twice. Contesting for the ramps, lulling Bleed Esports to a false sense of security that they could go on site. And you're gonna see this a lot. Baby Blue, I look at his games, he's usually gonna die for the squad. But what happens there is his trade or his frag will lead into substantial intel that Ghetto Artists will look to cascade on. That's really one of the hallmarks of the HK Taiwan region in general. So keep an eye out many times of what the Jet can get done. Not just, you know, pre-mortem, but also post-mortem. But, well, condolences immediately to Pit and Maxi. The Swedes sent home by Ghetto Artists. It's immediately a 5v3 with the gun advantage.
I'm looking for that contact play that Baby Blue likes to employ, especially on the attacking side, to be proficient, because a lot of times here on Split, you have to deal with that Astra Star, which we see on Blade. For that one, he's going to make opening contact here towards that ramen side. The dish has been served, soup has been sipped, and the second round goes towards the Ghetto Artists. But as I was continuing my point, you know, on the defense, when everything switches on over and Bleed are going to be on the defense, that star, that, you know, perceptive pressure that can be placed there, sometimes you're not going to be able to fake a burnout of that star. So playing contact without giving information away is one of the best ways to find yourself in a position where you just completely shut that star down from even popping in the first place because you found yourself past it already. And so that is where I think Hong Kong, the HK Taiwan side here, coming from Ghetto Artists, can really edge things out going to that second half. But this opening half of theirs, gun rounds, the opening 2 ones, pretty proficient. Let's see if they're able to convert the bonus.
Yeah, it's a possibility for Ghetto Artists to show up today, especially against Bleed Esports of all teams right now. But Bleed, they were top 3 of the region last time for good reason. They're looking to prove it yet again. It's a hard road for this Crimson Crusade, but we'll see if they can make it through. Luel, though, forced to teleport out with the rendezvous after the flush out from the utility. Pit, though, trying to contest Float QQ. Who shall retreat? It's really interesting that Float QQ, known for his killjoy, flexing over to that breach instead. So many changes right now applied by Ghetto Artists for Bleed, though. The back to basics approach, it's all about seeing how malleable it can really be despite the change of locale. And the slower play here from Bleed, you can see the discipline of the EU experience really paying off. Their usual shot caller still into play. You know, you have Maxi there on the Astra, the one trying to lead the charge for Bleed. And Stereon, who went there to move into the tower here, Nico. And, well, Lua already trying to contest, has to back on away as Bleed, getting a bit of space, but in and out he goes.
Perfect utility shuffle to really make that much more difficult. Still, though, White House finds an opening pick here on the A side, quickly traded out by Pith. Leaves him in a 4v4. They should have this site, little do they know, but the Ghetto Artists, that's Bay and Flow QQ. Finding both kills, going their way. It's a 4v2, heavily now in the Retaker's advantage. They can still shut this down, though. The rifles might work out for them up close, though. That's going to be too easy for the Ghetto Artists to pry open, and that it is. They shut the can up. 3-0. What a bonus. 4 players still alive at the end of things.
Ghetto Artists just so perceptive of the approach. They did not rotate whatsoever. They saw the in and out from there, and they were like, okay, we're not going to fall for that whatsoever. And since they were just so stable in their positions, immediately as soon as Bleed Esports goes in, they get still shot through the smoke anyway. Just having a bit of that intel from that first contact. Ghetto Artists has a good inkling of what Bleed Esports is up to, and it's some great instinct we're getting from GA right now. They're dealing with double controller, but they're still getting kills like this anyway, given the chance to go for those retake scenarios very quickly, despite the vision disparity. Just goes to show that there's this communication right now from GA paying off, and, well, for Bleed, the big bucks aren't paying off whatsoever. Sheriffs this time, though. Let's see who can get the taps.
And considering they're the team without double controller, but still winning the utility shuffle, that is big.
Oh!
Maybe Blue, he could have gone even bigger there, but Maxi, make sure he doesn't get too cheeky, too out of hand with that clip. Retrieves a rifle as well. Find a kill here, but White House got his number. Still tags him quite a bit. That star could be absolutely influential. The trademark was destroyed. Sends him back, but they still have control of things here. Kind of put at the snail's pace, put in a stall because of this, the pressure being applied towards that heaven position. Looking for a different avenue to maybe rotate towards the opposite way.
I mean, just gonna try to protect that Vandal wielder at all costs. Let's see if Maxi can have that pop-off potential. And for Bleed, a bit of an issue has been their consistency all throughout. On a good day, they're one of really the best teams. Sometimes, though, on the off days, you can see the struggles on certain individuals. But Bea, can he struggle against the opposition? The other artist actually having 2 here on site, and this can be such a stable point. Phantom up close, Maxi now tried to go on in. The reload at the time, it could have been perfect for Bleed Esports, and now their time is for them to get on that A side. Lexi, Maxi on the board, Bleed Esports playing it quite picturesque. They just set up the pace in a slower fashion, and this time they're more methodical approach working for the side take.
Yeah, making sure they basically don't just get boomed up close, you know. Otherwise, they kind of want to set. They want to have those duels where they can set themselves, especially with a bunch of sheriffs in their hands. Spith gets that kill. It's on the flow quick huge to try and do something. He does. He finds one. Can gain the elbow control, but not for long. As Lenny makes sure that they secure this thrifty round. Finally, Bleed returns that favor. Still, though, Ghetto Artists, they have more than enough to get a full buy here.
Yeah, they have the bank to work with, and a little unfortunate. This is sometimes a struggle for Ghetto Artists. They might overreach here with Baby Blue, and if they're not in position to go for those quick refrags, then a team like Bleed Esports with that EU experience, basically, with just those different kinds of influences, to say the least, I think really what can be one of the best teams in APAC to play a snail's pace of a game, not just from, well, EU Valorant, but it's all about EU CS and whatnot, and still Bleed Esports. They have the rifles now, and yet again, seems like we were looking for a sprint there, my friend, but we're in for a light jog instead of a pace, but quickly dashing on that Baby Blue. Investment with the operator. Nice flush out by Bleed Esports. That's one thing they've done so well so far. Make sure that they can use utilities and force GA out of position.
Yeah, that pain trail from Darion might have just saved his life. Otherwise, the wide swung into the waiting hands of Baby Blue, caressing it, cradling, if anything. Ooh, yes.
Hold hands.
Sure.
It's the first day and we're already flirting that way.
We're at 5 rounds index. We're 5 rounds.
I mean, we've been doing this for like 2 years now, and well, that's 1,000 years of pain for Maxi. Baby Blue in position well with the operator. As soon as GA gets flushed out of position, they're happy to try and see where else Bleed is gonna go, and the expedition for Baby Blue, it does reach its tipping point there. Now GA still with the tower control, and we have here Lua who wins out the duel. Bit though will fall. We have a teleport on the way, but look at the protection, the crossfire being set up. Bea ready to receive where the chamber's gonna come from, and Bleed Esports now left to a duel here above. Lenido trying to hold the line. Float QQ gonna go on down, and here comes Dario, but Lua will just say aloha, which means both hello and goodbye. 4-1. It's GA right now in control.
Does it also mean goodbye?
Yes.
I did not know that. I thought it only meant hello. Well, the only greeting here is not really a warm one for the Bleed side. If anything, quite cold. 4-1. Defensive side looking pretty good here for GA. We were able to see a thrifty round coming from the Bleed side, but seemingly can't get that scar reopened on the GA side as the Ghetto artist is holding things down. Aggressive player, opening pick from Lexi with an operator on that Sage. How does he do it? But still gets it. Lua making sure it doesn't go unchecked though, not untraded. Still, they got the res to use here. Taking control of the ramps to secure that res potential. Great slow orb to try and slow them off, but Pith, he's found his way past this. Still though, the barrier is going to keep him at bay, and there's no way he can dip into this fight without them breaking it at first. They do let the Boombot through, but that's about it. But yes, you called it, Dax. Maxi finding his way behind them, and now that gives him a perfect pincer on this heaven position.
Yeah, timing is everything here for Bleed because Itao is coming from behind. Lenido already dealing with Flow QQ. And here comes Bleed Esports. The waterfall, but Itao finding already one. Lua holding it yet again down. Whoa. And really, the chamber is just absolutely on point here for the side of Ghetto Artist. It's a party waiting to be rocked. Just have your formal attire ready with that suit and tie. Always prepared for anyone to come. RSVP! And you are just gonna fall to the hand of Lua yet again, ready for the chamber, looking for the last one, but Pitts will deny him of his glory and will deny Ghetto Artist of that round. For Bleed Esports, that was recovery necessary because they couldn't make it on site, and Pitt will provide for them in the end.
You saw Lua, he was trying to escape there for a second when he was on site behind that TV screen, and he realized, hey, I might be a bit out of my anchor's range. Let me move a bit closer. Then he finally realizes, hey, there's a guy right there. He does get that kill. And Pith, though, letting the shot ring out just to make sure his drop isn't going to be heard. Simple stuff, but effective. Bleed, get the round in. That really came from Maxi. We talked about in the pregame, Dex, how the flanking potential and just abusing those small alleyways to find a gap in the defense is really what Bleed likes to do, and a lot of that is supported by Maxi and really employed by Maxi. And it's also a sickness that we have seen go untreated on the Ghetto Artist side, even in their local qualifiers, where a lot of times their flanks are left wide open. That is one case of that happening exactly.
And I think that's the biggest reason why they lost against Griffin Esports. who has in for the region a bit more of the discipline that we expect coming into APAC. But Bleed, still a few problems trying to make it on site, and Itao giving one more problem compounded onto Darion. Maxi don't mix a trade. Bea might be meeting here Lene, and he's ready to slap it away. Maxi on the board. Lene yet again gonna get a second, but Lua already with the Bucky, but there is no range to work with as Maxi has decided to social distance himself and give another round right now to Bleed Esports. So things are picking up for Bleed, to say the least. There have been some problems for them getting towards those sites to put that spike down, but if they can win those close contests, then that's a good solution for them to answer back against Ghetto Artists here, Ghetto.
5 meters apart, sir. Unfortunately not good for Lewis Hart. Too far from him to really make too much with, although he was able to get it on the Lenny. So I think all things considered, nice. Timeout called. I believe this should be from the GA side. They have more of a reason to call this at this moment as, oh no, it's from Bleed. So, okay. There is two theories of thought here, two schools of thought where, you know, obviously you're losing rounds and then you call timeout to try and stop momentum, but there's also a very valid reason for when you're losing a few rounds and then you finally win a round or two, you call timeout to continue what you have been doing. You talk about, like, what did we start doing in those last 2 rounds, in those last round, and what can we further employ to really let that steam continue to boil. In this case, I think that's what Bleed are talking about here. Unless there's many other reasons, but this, I think, is really what they're trying to go for. And we have seen Lexi try and op when he isn't on a duelist in the past, and I'm surprised he's doing it on a Sage still here on Split. On attack, too.
I mean, he can. He can. He has that experience from playing duelists back in the SMG days, and I think that's one of the most interesting facets of Bleed Esports, how they have seen him flex over to Initiator. But something like a Sage, a bit more of a comfort pick perhaps coming into Split, and especially when Pit is on the Viper. But Pit, speaking of the devil, he is going to pay his dues there and catch out to Reaping those Souls. Bea though finds the answer versus Darion. Here we go with the wall, here we go with the pickup, and my gun. Bea wants to fight for some more paranoia. Primed did connect onto Lennon, but for the side here of Ghetto Artists, they're not going to push it. Instead, Bea catching out Maxi in response. A nice find, I believe, towards the garage. And while Bleed still has the middle, they have the options to go for that A site. It's a little bit wonky because they do know that the presence is still implied here by Ghetto onto that high ground. So Lennon watching out for the tower. I believe they can rendezvous with Pit here towards that A site because he opened that up well at the start of the round.
They've got a Rolling Thunder to use here, Dax. They actually have all their ultimates on the remaining Ghetto Artist members. So there's definitely a lot that they can do with this. They can get that res up, potentially, to have a 4th player in this round. They also have that repositioning from the shadows, but he has to win this fight. He's not going to, though. Lenny has a better of him. That's the res dropped here, and it's all in Whiteout. He does have a Rolling Thunder. Will he use it? He does get the kill. Flow QQ. Whiteout from the back as well does find one of his own. Lenny, 7 bullets in the mag. They're both within the sight. He has to try and isolate them on the swing. He finds one. Reload out. Classic. All he has to do is play time, but that doesn't matter. Flow QQ floats along and fills his lungs with the air. 5-3. Thrifty thrown around.
Yeah, global. Ghetto Artists, they're floating away. I'm thinking of other teams right now, but truth be told, you can leave the keys to your yacht to Ghetto Artists because these guys are just absolutely crazy anchors. It doesn't even need to be Luau. You can see that when in a pinch, they don't need to rely on their usual fragging roles. They can see players like Float QQ just step on up when they need to. In case in points, there is a lot of veteranship really between Itao and Float QQ. If I remember correctly, Itao had a run even with the AHQ roster near the tail end. Just goes to show for Ghetto Artists, this is a squad built with some of the foundations of HK Taiwan, and they want to continue on here into APAC. But Darion will continue the siege of Bleed Esports. Over to the tower, they will get control. Flow QQ trying to go for the spam, but Bleed hefty on the numbers, looking to go for the rip. Suddenly, Rolling Thunder is the answer, bouncing at the opposition. Stuns one, gets one! And at this moment, it's Ghetto Artists again, stalling the pace of Bleed Esports.
Definitely so. We've also seen Itao on some of that Griffin roster way in the past, but Pith finds an opening pick on one of those veteran pillars we've talked about, Dax. operator in the hands of Baby Blue. He has to find the pick early. It would be more beneficial, but he's all the way on the other side. It's going to be much more difficult to retake with the mirror up to support all this, especially now that Itao has gone down. Lua, he can bail out of here, but doesn't have a rendezvous close enough. He finds 3! Doesn't even have to fall away! And he gets a 4th! It's Lua! What is he doing, man? In the sight, he shows him the exit.
Give him some space, he will not disappoint. 15 takedowns on the chamber, and this is why Ghetto Artist works for the squad. You have these stable rocks in foundation. These guys are just the building blocks of your skyscraper, and the sky is the absolute limit for a player like Lua. It doesn't matter that Baby Blue's down there below on the frag department. It is all about making space for the members up top right now between Lua and Flow QQ. This is the system for Ghetto Artist, and it just works every single time Bleed Esports goes towards the site. The spike plant, man, it just feels like such a trap that Bleed Esports is walking into. That has been one of the biggest strengths here for Ghetto Artist so far. Lull them in a false sense of security, make them move towards the site itself, and suddenly spring it with some hero plays courtesy of someone like the Chamber.
I was even saying that Lua doesn't have his rendezvous anchors down, so can't bail out, but he doesn't even need to.
Doesn't need to.
In this case, it's Bleed who bail out card in that situation. Baby Blue gets that pick. It is an eco, yes, from Bleed Esports, so not too many stakes in this round still. They can get a few more, be pretty good for their defensive side later on. Flow QQ getting things up, and oh no, pulls out the aftershock when he thought Baya's got him covered. That gives him a chance here. A small sliver of hope, but still one workable. Especially Baby Blue can't connect the shot. They now know he's in the back of the site. So Viper's Pit is going to give them some leeway to work with. Knowing up close, Lexi on the top swing. Perfect play here from Bleed, making the most out of a difficult situation. And because of the fact that they even leave that Viper's Pit on Heaven, that's going to slow things down ever more so for Weitao.
Yeah, they couldn't actually go in as quickly as possible, giving time for Bleed Esports to put that plant down. Critical errors, though, fundamentals need to be furnished here for the side of Ghetto Artist. Paranoid into play, Lenado misses the shot, and Itao will be able to get connection onto 2. Pit, though, all alone, it's in corner. Battle of the control, but Pit will find it anyway. Just give this guy a gold medal already because you can rely him on the clutch. A thrifty win here for Bleed Esports, but that was heartbreaking for Ghetto Artist. If Float QQ just didn't bring out the wrong hand there, he would have been able to slap away Bleed Esports from that tower position. But this is where I'm talking about, where for Ghetto Artists, they've changed it up heavily for Split. We're seeing players like Float QQ play agents that we don't usually see being played by them. And I guess that's case in point, the Killjoy main on the breach, but making a small mistake there, leading to Bleed able to cascade towards the site.
Totally, like even if you know how the agents work, even if you know what the buttons are and all, it's very different as Lexi finds that opening pick. To have a real level of comfortability in what you're playing, so everything is just instinct. And that one, not really realizing he was out of position for the timing of when an aftershock comes. Takes a dash, goes and dips back into it, so the aquatic shots he's bringing out won't really do much. As Pith finds him pick here towards Itao. Still one rifle in the hands of Baby Blue, but all they really got to work with.
And for Bleed Esports, again, you can see how much map control they can get without that initial presence from Ghetto Artist. Already Pit all the way in the backline, ready to just stab those spines as soon as possible. The Artist still trying to get control of the tower, but look who's waiting. His name is Lene, and he is ready again and again and again to keep mowing down the opposition. Bleed Esports one away from tying things up, and what looks to be such a detrimental start for Bleed Esports, they have recovered well, and getting a tied scoreline on Split, it will already do wonders for Bleed Esports going forward.
Lene! Where are you, Lene?
Do the voices. You're gonna do the voices again today?
It's a reference. Those who know would know. But in this case, there's no Lenny really to be desired because he is doing super well. He's doing really well on the sky, finding the many openings, but it's Lexi who goes down early on. And to lose your Sage on the attacking side makes your plant a lot harder to hold on in the post. Lua finds another kill with another operator this time. His hands, this one, through the fourth, being such a big detriment to the attacking side of Bleed. We haven't really seen them deal with too much of this. Alua, an absolute menace, a big problem, creating phantoms left and right. Baby Blue on the swing, Rolling Thunder connects in the storm, brought here upon Bleed Esports. Too deep for them to weather. Maxi, operator in his hands, blind, has to fall back. He does have a star, a bunch of them to really utilize, but what can he do? So difficult to go in a multi-kill situation when you have a mirror off. Blades come out, but they don't connect. Maxi, he finds a head on the Baby Blue, has a chance. 1v3 here, Dax, for him to work with.
It's difficult though for Maxi, stuck in the garage. Redemption time brought here by Luau. Float QQ from above, but you're not gonna swing it, and that should be enough for Get the Artist to win it anyway. The fight was there, but it was already Maxi marked for red dead rights. 7-5, Get the Artist with the lead, albeit barely. Now, looking into the defense for Bleed Esports, this can be where they start recovering these rounds. Pit at the very top, but some struggles with consistency being really the Bleed Esports problem from time to time. You can see for Darion, the struggles to actually make it towards those fights unscathed hasn't really been an element for Bleed Esports so far. And really, on the best of days, Darion can be one of the best, but on the converse side, and for the rest of Bleed Esports, on the worst of days, you can see problems like this rearing its ugly head. So for Bleed, just find a way to use their controllers as much as possible to keep things afloat for them. And you were talking about a while ago, right? That between Pit and Maxi, if they can keep basically the Viper and the Astro setups in position to get Ghetto Artist at bay, then that will give a chance for Bleed Esports to have advantage on things like rotations and even post-plan scenarios.
And to lose your Sage early on, big problem. Although it didn't even get to that post-plan situation, Dax, they just lost it in the actual regulation of things. But what I do think here could be, and as I talked about early on, maybe getting a bit too ahead of myself, on the defensive side of Bleed, is that they do have double controller, and that should help the utility shuffle out. But we did see GA play theirs masterfully, knowing that, okay, Omen, his smokes are on a cooldown. They do have, you know, that dark cover as well as the slow orbs to try and shuffle between, and when you have them together, it can be very, really, I guess, not difficult necessarily in the general sense, but more of simply detrimental to what you're trying to do in terms of what, I guess, the pressure it applies of just merely having that smoke there. But the real thing here, I think, is when they're on the attacking side now, the fact that they love to play contact means that a lot of times when there's a star placed by an Astra, you're going to want the teammate to call out when to pop that star. But if the information isn't gathered early on by somebody either jiggling or hard info like with reconnaissance, then you won't even know that somebody has already passed that star. And that is one way that we see teams dismantle on Astra ever since even last year when it comes to playing on specifically Split. So I'm looking to see if that entire you know, kind of idea of the game is going to work here for GA side, as the opening push from Baby Blue, bit deep, but still stays safe for the meantime.
I mean, there's a creed in the HK Taiwan side. It's just contest the contact, and Bleed Esports, they're gonna have to stem that tide as much as possible. When Ghetto Artist decides to go fast and hard against the opposition, really Bleed Esports, they're gonna be tested heavily here by the usual playstyle that this region brings to the APAC side. Waldo now being chipped away by Float QQ. Apparently, he was an ice sculptor in another life, but his life needs to be saved, so he backs on away from the poison cloud. Get the Artist as of now, just playing it slow and steady, looking again to what Baby Blue will do to give the space here to Get the Artist. Luau also ready to go for the flank from the garage if ever. Hottest hand right now in the server, Baby Blue. In position though, and really Get the Artist. It's just a matter of timing. If they can figure out a way out of this maze of smokes, and that will be their go signal. But Pit already going in and getting two from the vents. He will just shoot them down like flies. Maxi on the board. Bea the only one left here. 1v3 scenario, but that was just played perfectly by Bleed Esports. You cannot see what is coming at you, and a last surprise to give the pistol round to Bleed now.
Absolutely impeccable defense on that round. As we saw on towards mid, there was a star for a smoke on the Astra, there was a gravity well as well, and there was that, you know, snake, rather the Viper's orb there, the poison cloud, that did give them quite a bit of early decay, as well as a slow orb, making sure that Baby Blue can't simply force his way into heaven, so great job here by Bleed. Defensive side looking already better. Let's see now. Maybe the Ghetto Artist side are going to be able to do something with what they've got. The judge up close is going to be such a big problem here for GA.
Come on. Let's see what Darren's gonna do with this. He wants to peek this. As soon as he sees a pixel, he's gonna go for it. And there you go. Go, Darion, go! I choose you! That's 3. It was super effective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of what we expected.
Yeah, that was it.
Nice.
Judge beats pistol. That is the...
No
that
way.
That is basically when you decide to play Bulbasaur over Charmander in the first Pokemon game. Because you have to deal with Brock and Misty. So it's like, yeah, no. I play super effective.
Very nice.
You ever play Pokemon?
Yeah, every now and then. Not as big. Yeah. I like the cards a lot. Cards laid on the table though.
Well, this card said Bleed's gonna win. Yeah, exactly. There you saw the card, right? It showed up there.
Literally.
That's literally there. So I think we can talk about the game again because Ghetto Artists will have the guns this time, but Bleed Esports, they're showing that here on defense, this is where some of their more ambitious plays can work. And I believe it's really because of that implied presence of the Astra. We talk about the stars and you can see it there. Since there's just a star in front of Darion, Ghetto Artist was a little bit afraid to actually peek the corner to begin with.
Yeah, that perceived pressure that even the panel, like Fluffy talked about a while ago, very early on. Something that we cannot understate, but Darion! 5 kills already with his judge in 2 rounds. He gets a 3rd with the showstopper! Why Tao? Get the kill here. Tao doing some work to try and shut them down, but the damage already dealt. 2v4. It's gun round here from the Ghetto Artist side. Even if they somehow win this stacks, this is already very expensive, and this is not a good sign for GA moving forward, considering how much Bleed are getting value out of, well, really Darion.
It's the Bleed trust fan, man, and I mean trust the judge. Darion, maybe it's not a rifle map for him today. Maybe it's a judge map, and he just does not disappoint yet again. He who Darion wins, and he just dared to go into the middle anyway. So Ghetto Artists absolutely crippled on their approach. You can see the struggles now in getting things done, and well, Maxi's the one packed and parceled, delivered on time. Bleed Esports takes the lead.
I'm not sure what Darion means. It almost sounds like it's like Tolkien, but Korean. You know what I'm saying? Right? Or okay, moving on.
I think it's his name.
Is it actually his name?
I think it's part of his name.
I think it's
especially his first name.
Cooler IGNs we have. That is all I'm trying to say.
It's very unique.
I tried
Googling
Googling
it.
I could not find any real etymology on the word. So
no, I'm telling you, I think it's just basically something about his name. I don't speak, of course, Chinese. So I won't understand it, but I understand that the head has been hunted, and Luo is at it yet again. We get the Artist side, and Baby Blue gonna get shot on out, but here we have it. Space created. Bay gonna get the refrag right now. Float go on the board. Bleed Esports though trying to get the kills on back from above, and Lexi is the watchtower here for Bleed Esports. Dropping on down though, wants to contest the contact as much as possible. Spike being planted, 2v2 scenario, and in the blink of an eye, it only took 1 frag, and Ghetto Artist was already on site. But Lexi looking for the inspection, passing with flying colors. Maxi on the board as well, and for Bleed Esports, they will get the permits to keep this site in their heritage. They defend the land, but that got scary real quick for the defense.
what a round here coming in for that defensive side of Bleed. As you said, yeah, looking quite dangerous against that thrifty potential from the GA side. Opening pick from Lua with a headhunter. Definitely finds his. In the end, or at least the rifle firepower supremacy here from Bleed does edge them out. Slorb as well. Perfect timing from Lexi just to make sure nobody idly pushes that smoke without them realizing it. So Darion back in the operator here on the defensive side. You can see him trying to go for an aggressive angle towards mid. He might get shut down by Baby Blue though, who does get the kill on the Pith instead. Now the drops a controller off of the board to Bleed. They still have Maxi to utilize, which is small silver lining that this double composition really does aid them in. But for them to have a man down, this operator has to come in big, especially that it is poised so deep here by Darion towards mid.
I don't agree with the play right now for Bleed
Yeah.
Esports. And case in point, losing Pit there removes the escape plan for Darion, and he can't get away from whatever the Breach wants to do anyway. Lexi, though, at least keeping things cooler here for Bleed Esports. And now Cool Calm collected! They will collect him instead and bring Float QQ back to life. So, over ambition right now for Bleed Esports. We'll see if Maxi can step up to the plate at the bottom of the ninth. And we'll let him finding Itao there, crawling on around. What has happened to the usual lines of Split? But this is one thing that Bleed Esports loves to do, especially on the Icebox map we were talking about pre-game. That suddenly the defense becomes the attacker. That's one characteristic of Bleed Esports that can throw many opponents for a loop. But I don't think Ghetto Artist is that kind of squad who will falter against that kind of play. Lenado, we'll see if he can give the hand that bites against the opposition. There we go with a shot. On to one. May got another one. Couldn't spray down Bea though. And it's a 1v1 scenario. Maxi though from above, just keeping an eye out. An eagle eye with the Cosmos. You can see that's a whole different plane of existence there for Bleed to work with.
Great turnaround by Bleed, but yeah, them giving up 2 opening picks. They did bring it to a 3v4, but for Darion to be playing in such a committed position with a mere operator without having much escape tools, really, such a big gambit to run. And I realized, okay, they did give up the pick, which meant they were down a man. So typically when you're down a player, you want to go for a play, you want to take that risk to be able to equalize the odds or even gain the advantage, but that might have been a bit too ill-advised. Fortunately, the rest of Bleed, they lock things down here, and that forces once again the Ghetto Artists back on an eco state. Solo Rifle here in the Lua should have his tour de force in the next round, especially if he gets his kill right here, right now. Darion once again with a judge! He's a jury, and execution is the answer.
No, look, I've been looking at his rounds. Rifle rounds not working, operator rounds not working. Screw it, play the judge. You need the kills anyway for the squad, and Lenny also not disappointing whatsoever. Here we go with Dash.
Oh no!
Flash connect with Darion! How the hell does he do this? What is going on? There is just nothing getting done by Ghetto Artist because of that judge's presence. And well, you've said it already, jury's out, and we are sentencing Ghetto Artist to a 4-round gap, man.
There was like a few frames where he probably saw Baby Blue, because he also got blind there, Darion. So he flicked up while kind of half blind, and then he follows up as well on Bea coming through. It really was Baby Blue was more blind than anything over Darion was, so timing not working out. They had the play to try and shut it down. They used that flash and used every single movement ability off Baby Blue to get him that range advantage, but still, the judge here, hearsay they say, I object. It's all real. It's fully alive, especially coming from Darion. I think he should stick to this moving on, and he does.
Yeah, just display judge.
Yeah.
Dude, he said, my dog got stung by a bee. And he didn't flinch. Crazy.
Crazy.
You did you not watch the? Okay, gotcha. You didn't. Okay. Whew. Well, Bleed Esports. All you need apparently is a judge, and you get Darion climbing the charts. I honestly would love to see the statistics of how many kills he's gotten with that judge compared to the kills he's gotten with other guns. And if my math isn't wrong, I think it's around, what, between 9, 10, or 11 kills with this thing right now that he has. It's just, okay, Darion, okay, you're showing again why Riot needs to nerf the judge one more time. And here we go again. Oh. There you have it. The story writes itself. Darion and the judge. It's a match made in heaven. What
No way.
Guiding light is the play. Darion's still alive though. 8 shells before his funeral. Luo and Ito with the takedowns, but from the grave. Darion will bring Leo with him. 3v3, 3v2 as Luo is just the sharpest shot so far. But the damage has been done slightly by Bleed. Ghetto Artist moving on the side. Keep an eye out from Maxi. He gets raised quickly by Itao, but suddenly the surprise from Lexi. He has the res, gives the advantage back here to Bleed Esports.
Great res to give him that man advantage, as he said. From the shadows, not online anytime soon, so he's gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. Does fake his TP out, has a paranoia to try and isolate the fight and gain an advantage, but that snakebite's gonna make him vulnerable, and that he is, as Bleed take match point.
So guys, this is the PSA of why the judge is a great gun on maps like Split and Bind. If you ever feel like the rifles and the operators are getting you down, don't fret. Valorant has the answer. The happy pill. that is the judge. And one more time, the fact that they cannot punish Darion, they are afraid. They want to get the right angle and far enough to not be immediately obliterated, right? But this gives space for an agent like Raze to fiddle around with those utilities. And case in point, perfect map to throw the paint shells like that, banking it like a wizard, basically. And he still finds a kill onto the Sage anyway. Darren climbing the charge immensely. You can rely on the rest of the roster to follow suit after getting that advantage. And what looked to be a stunning debut by Ghetto Artist has been upstaged by Bleed Esports, who's on map point.
The stage has been set here. Waiting on the wings, Bleed. Ready to walk out and take that map #1 prize. Baby Blue playing that contact, but this is so deadly. Gets the dodge! Double from Darion! And he gets the showstoppers, but will he get the triple? Yes, he does! From the grave! A martyr he goes! Itao does get taken down with him as well. 4v2. Once again, Dax, he's making it happen.
Say a prayer in the name of the Darion and the Holy Judge. Amen. Float QQ, so well, say your prayers as he is looking to be the saint that Ghetto Artist needs to bail out of this unholy situation. Now 2v2 scenario, but Maxi does not disappoint. Len the same thing, and Bleed Esports. It's a crusade to make it back to the top, and a win here, a recovery, and well, a judge on their side. It's victory for Bleed to take the lead in the series.
It's hard to fight against the court when even the judge has it out for you. In this case, it's firmly in the pocket, in the hands of Darren. You can see the smile on this man. He knows what he just did. That was the second time in this game that he got 2 with the judge, which gave him the showstopper and allowed him to get the 3rd right after in mid as well. A problem, a symptom, commonly unaddressed here for the side of the Ghetto Artists. Well, hopefully it doesn't bleed on over in the map 2.
Well, we'll see if our hemoglobin counts will still be stable after that. I think I lost some blood cells there watching all of Darion's amazing plays. But as we recover here from such a stellar start to the series, let me toss you guys over to the panel to break down what went on. I'm requesting the panel though to give me those judge stats because that was quite a wonder to see. That's here with Black and Blue. We'll see you guys in a bit for more of Bleed versus Ghetto Artist.
Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Here on the panel, it's the likable, Fluffy, and Trix. We witnessed Bleed Esports make Ghetto artists really bleed, no pun intended, ending that map with a 13-7. You think that Bleed was hard to counter off the bat, but that wasn't the case. Fluffy, it was them adapting once again, which we can see as we head on over to our post-game statistics. The game started with Ghetto artists dealing so much damage. They were evident on the board, but Fluffy, with Etao being that opening killer in that A-Haven site, what can you say about Ghetto artists?
I feel like Ghetto artists came up like with a very explosive start, which I feel like is, akin to their identity as a team. But slowly but surely, Bleed Esports really was able to slow down everything they were trying to do up until a standstill. Even on the second half, we can see in the statistics that it really reflects that they had the most dominating second half that you could possibly have, especially knowing that this is their map choice. So like I mentioned earlier, they had to come in with a plan, and they really made the plan work against Ghetto artists.
I'm looking at these headshot percentage. It's 19.7%, a little bit on the GA side instead of the Bleed side over here. But Trix, as I said, I want to reiterate my point that I believe that GA is just a team that's phenomenal when it comes to aim duels.
Yeah, I think that their aim was really on point. The way that they played on Defender was great, but I think they definitely struggled on the attacker side, understanding and getting shut down by Bleed. And at one point, you could tell they had no idea where they could even take space anymore.
Oh, yeah. I mean, especially with the addition of Darion on that judge. Oh my lord. If I were in their spot, I would definitely back off when I see Darion on the site. My advice would be just stay as far away as possible with him on the judge, and we can see. Look at the combat score that we have here. I have no idea how much percentage of that combat score is actually gotten from the judge. But what do you think, Fluffy?
I think that the judge is such a strong pick. It might not be the most popular, but how Bleed was using it, it was really to great effect. They were able to use their multiple smokes to really give him a lot of opportunities to move around and play those close angles. Sometimes in similar to a contact play, they would do something like dissipate a smoke, so the enemy team would be baited to be pushing in. I believe they did this in B main. And as the enemy pushes out, really, the Raze just playing so close takes out multiple people, and it just puts them at such an uphill advantage for their team.
Not only that, Darion was able to get kills blinded. Not just your typical match, he was blinded and he still got those judge kills. I do think, Trix, that you have a strong opinion on judge users on this map.
I mean, on this map, I have seen the judge really pop off, and I think it's all good. To each their own, however you want to play, if it works out, and it really worked out for Bleed. The way that they used it, the way that they forced the opponents on certain angles, as Fluffy had said. I just find I would have liked to also see Darion pop off on maybe other weapons as well. Like when he had that operator, I was hoping to see a little bit more of that.
Oh yeah. Okay, one thing that I do want to point out is, other than the judge plays that we kind of connected to that, it's the mental game that we kind of want to see. We always talk about it here on the panel. Fluffy, how do you think having a solid judge player like Darion over here affects the mental gameplay of the opposing side?
I feel like overall, these pros are experienced enough not to get tilted like your average rank game or something when you're playing against something so unexpected like a judge at this level. But it does play a big factor when a lot of your plans, because obviously you play, when you do your map talks and you plan out your strategies, you don't really take this into account as much as you would the standard things. So just because it puts such a hindrance on your plans and takes out so much of your team, it's just proved so effective in this playstyle that they're pushing through that it just impacted their team in such a negative way. And I feel like that the judge pick was very smart on one hand for Bleed Esports objectively, but it was very, very hard to deal with because they were not running into it. But it's very smart, if you have a team that's very contact heavy, then you just contact it with something that'll contact even harder. So the judge play, at the end of the day, it really works out. But overall, I also like the blend of that Southeast Asia as well as that European brain cells. We see a lot of good utility usage that you normally see in the CIS normal or EU regions. They have so much good utility. I think even one round they're trying to retake the A site, and they got the Sage Res off on the Viper, and the combination of both the Toxin as well as the Sage Slow really stopped the Omen from really making any moves that he could possibly do, even moving into the vulnerable and getting taken out with a double swing. Like, overall, I just feel like it's such a smart way to play Valorant, and going into the next map especially, which is, I believe, is going to be Fracture, and showing how strong they are on defense against a contact-heavy team like this, it looks like really good signs for Bleed Esports.
Definitely. Now, we did get the first point from Bleed, if we can recall from the series. It was a thrifty point at that. They methodically cleared out their path from mid to A, and they just secured that round win. And it seemed like that's where their whole momentum started to shift. We also got to see a taste of like Lexi on the operator, as an attacker too at that. So that was something that was very interesting to see. But again, when it comes to Ghetto Artists, I think that this is a team that isn't reliant on their fragger rolls as per se. When push comes to shove, they get the kills that they need for the team when they need it, you know? And especially 8 Lua tricks. 8 Lua with that 4K A site hold. Oh, I was out of breath for that round.
That one, I didn't expect it either. When I saw the way that he moved, the patience that he had to not overcommit to an angle, it was really good to see, and just showed how calm and collected he could be at such a high pressure round.
Oh yeah, 8 Lua also is a man that doesn't even need the rendezvous, if I would like to mention. No rendezvous, no problem for this guy. He's like willing to hold the site on his own. I don't need an escape. I can outfrag my way to victory. Now, let's talk about Pith. Pith did an amazing clutch in B site, or I think that was around round 10. I don't know if you remember that round, Fluffy, but it was a battle of the clutches, whether or not it was going to be Pith or it was going to be Ito who's going to be getting that round. But in the end, Pith got that win with a massive through the smoke kill on Ito.
I mean, this is game sense right there, right? The guy has literally been one of the OG FPS players ever since, and moving now into Valorant, especially into a great team like Bleed Esports, I feel like it's such a big impact for the team to have that confidence, and similar to other players that's been in the scene for a long time, he also brings that calmness to know what to do at a time, and just having the ability to assume correctly, it just pays off at the end of the day, you know?
Yeah, and we can see the bullet tracers seep through the smoke, and they're like, okay, I see your bullets, I'm gonna shoot right through, and he just gets that kill. Now let's move on to the second half of the series. We're in Bleed's map defense tricks. I want to talk about this. They were really dominant. I guess it just goes to show how effective their dual controller setup really is.
I think that the dual controller setup is a little underrated nowadays, especially on Split. But I find that just the ability for the defenders to also block out the attackers from getting information, from getting those early picks set, usually put the attackers on an advantage, especially on Split, is exactly what Bleed needed in order to push a contact playing team like Ghetto Artists into positions that they wanted them to be in.
We can't forget about the Astra stars that Maxi was laying down. You know, as soon as he places down those stars, it kind of messes up with the mental that Ghetto Artists have over here, because they're gonna hesitate pushing into the site, and that's how you'll have Darian waiting on the sideline, pointing his judge at whoever passes by right in front of him. So, really good move, really good coordination on the side of Bleed Esports. Would love to see more coordination or maybe more explosive plays on the side of Ghetto Artists. But for you, Fluffy, what do you think is something that they really need to improve on, especially moving into a map like Fracture?
I feel like, at least on the side of Ghetto Artists, who unfortunately lost this first map, to win Fracture, it's really going to be about team play. That map really plays into a team that can really play around the strengths of the map, which is basically able to attack from both sides, to play their utility right, because it's very easy for defenders to rotate really fast in that map. So I feel like for them, though, it would be pretty easy considering the fact that they're a very contact-heavy team, and it's a very all-in map by the time you do creep up for information. But if Bleed is able to stall them out and put them in a spot where they're not very comfortable in being, I feel like that's going to be a major factor that they have to learn how to deal with. And hopefully after their experience from this game, moving on to the next one, they'll realize and kind of be a bit more cautious, maybe re-hit sites, do things a bit differently, because at the end of the day, it is the team that adapts the most that wins the most. And hopefully if they adapt for the next series and put a little of those notes more into their song, then it would be great for the
We're looking at the agent selection right now, Trix. See anything interesting that you'd like to point out?
The difference between using a Brimstone and an Astra. I think Brimstone definitely has a lot of perks in this map, able to flush a lot of agents out of any corners because of his molly and also his ultimate ability. I think the Astra is great for presence, but it really depends, as Fluffy pointed out, if Ghetto's going to be able to work together as a unit, rather than just trying to go for one player doing pressure and then getting a pick. It's gotta be all of them all in.
They really have to adjust on this map, and overall their approach going up against Elite Esports needs a total adjustment. Maybe throughout this short break that we have for them as they prepared for this upcoming match, or upcoming map rather, they might have figured it out. We'll see. But for now, I think Fluffy wants to add something to that.
Yeah, just wanted to say, looking at the Bleed Esports lineup right there, one thing I really noticed is they're opting to go for the double Sentinel and having that Sage block off one of the many entrances that the attackers can come from on Fracture and really try to get the most rounds, knowing that they're starting on defense. But they are sacrificing that slot and sacrificing an initiator, so they don't really have a KO or a Sova, Fade, or any of those things, Sky, etc., aside from the Breach, to provide information. So they will be holding angles and being blind most of the time, especially since their other Sentinel is going to be that Chamber, which on this patch only has the one trademark, meaning that they can only wall one angle and they can only trap another entrance, forcing the opponents to basically attack from one side, which can be very smart on one hand, but just because a lot of these utilities can be taken out easily, having no information and just having the white noise trying to figure out where the opponents are if they play very silently can also be a bit detrimental. But I'm sure a team that has practiced this as much as Bleed can really pull it off.
That's a very valid point over there, Fluffy, but I'd like to add to that, or actually ask about it. Do you think that it would cause an advantage, or is it going to be troublesome on their side for having double Sentinels?
I don't necessarily think it's good or bad. I know that's not the answer that you're looking for, but it's at the end of the day, my philosophy is always pick the agents which fit your playstyle that you can really use with maximum impact. And if they're more comfortable playing contact of certain things instead of relying on like info, especially because these two of them have come from, like I mentioned, that very OG FPS background where info was very limited, it might play into their strengths as a team, just because I'm sure they've at least tried all the standard things, you know. So if this is what works for them, then it should be fine.
What about you, Trix? Is there anything that's very notable in terms of compositions for this team that you'd like to discuss on?
Considering what Fluffy said about the double Sentinels, I think that's a good idea. But again, I wonder how they're going to utilize it during their attacker side. If it's going to force them to give something up, or if it's going to be something they can use to their advantage, because Sage Wall is very useful in this map.
I guess we'll have to wait and see rather, where the stage walls are going to be placed, where the traps are going to be set in motion, because for now we're going to be heading over to that second map, which is Fracture. So with that, I'm going to be passing you guys back to our casters so we can dig in with the next game.
It's a bird, it's a plane. Oh well, it's a flying Darien with the judge there to give Bleed Esports that first map. But now, we move on to the present, which is Fracture's second map coming our way. Daxter with black and blue. And you guys are tuning on in to Bleed Esports versus Ghetto Artist. The last series of the first day of VCT APAC. You already know that this is just a glimpse of what can come our way. But now, I have to ask you here, Nico, because looking into the map draft, Ghetto Artist decided to pick up this Fracture map. They have gotten a single victory over the former representatives, Oblivion Force, in their local region. But do you think that there's something else here for Ghetto Artist right now, especially knowing some of the struggles and different compositions that Bleed Esports have brought to a map like this so far?
Sorry. Yeah, we have seen them try many different things here on Fracture for the side of Bleed. their best outing really against Paper Rex, which is the last 2 times they really did play Fracture was against Paper Rex, was when they employed the Yoru. In this case, we're not going to be seeing that, so I'm curious to see how exactly this will work. We haven't seen this exact composition yet with them having the Raze. We have seen them try and pull out the Jet plus Reyna combo to very little effective avail when they did play the last time around. So this is a new composition we are seeing from them. On the other end of things though, we look at Ghetto artists and they're also trying some stuff out. The only time we've really seen them play Fracture in the past year was with a Fade, but this time KO. So new looks and hopefully new results for both of these teams here in Fracture.
Well, only one can win, and right now Darion has to get on the way. Boombots being a bit of a bother as Ghetto artists now can find the assault from multiple sides. Thing is, really for Bleed Esports, it's quite a conundrum. This Fracture map has become. You mentioned how the Yoru pick didn't work, putting Pit on Reyna didn't really work out. So having something perhaps a little bit more, I'd say, reminiscent of a few Notion past and present. That's something that Bleed Esports can work on, because we've noticed how Pit has been able to flex on that initiator role, and you put Lexi back to the agent that started it all for him, the Raze that he is able to play. But his Raze has fallen. The hand of Baby Blue on the other side. Get the artist now. Looking to make a play towards that A side. Flash drive is there. Here we have Bea. Don't have to back up. But how does Luo even find the collateral? 2 for the price of 1. Maxi getting 2 for himself. But the value is just completely inclined in favor of Ghetto Artist yet again.
1v3. Lua, man. Just hallelujah. Really pulling divine miracles here. Lineup gets a double. Maxi finds a 3rd here in the round. Could maybe find a 4th on Flow QQ, the opposing breach. The plant can go down.
Spike planted.
The spike down. Maxi finds a 4th and an ace here on Maxi. What a clutch coming from Maxi himself. Every single head found, and the Brimstone pulling the sword out of the rock. 1-0 and the opening start for Bleed.
All hail King Maxi, the one who will lead this round table of Bleed Esports. But these are the kinds of games where for Bleed, it's just godsend if Maxi can start popping off. Many a time, many a series can be bailed out by their shot caller on the smokes. And just in that situation, he was able to both anchor down that A site and just effectively play that free take all alone by himself. And this was where it all started. After Luau shook the world with the headhunter, it was Maxi who removed the stunning effect there and instead dazed the opposition with how he just bailed out the team. So Bleed Esports, thanking the stars, they have a player like that on the roster. Float Kicker right now, throwing out some utilities, and this is Ghetto Artist on the force by scenario. The wall though in the way couldn't really commit onto the punish. Lene able to even get away with a single kill, but not scot-free as Itao makes a trade happen. B-side right now being taken here by Ghetto Artist with low pain shells to stop Bleed Esports from running into the smoke. And the spike planted now. Post-plant scenario. But you can see for Ghetto Artists, they can immediately get back in the pace of the game here.
Yeah, totally. I love the force buy that they tried to employ here. And Lua, once again, such an important factor that this team loves to have. 1v3, they're all very low though. Single bullet to do either of them on. And oh, Bea! Huge, crucial whiff here. That allows Lexi to connect the shot. Ital though, running and gunning him down to secure a 2nd round. And because they got that plant in the last round, and because it came down to basically 1 player standing remaining, even if they lost a pistol, really good idea here for the Ghetto Artists to force that, and especially, hindsight after the fact, they win it too. So, good value found by their force.
And they realize how they could play around with the wall setups that Bleed Esports has tried to do. First round right there, it still was Luau getting on top and finding the 2 kills with the headhunter. And then this time, they're able to break it and even catch out Lene anyway. So Get the Artist has tested the Bleed defenses, and they have found it a little bit more on the waning rather than the waxing side. Flash drive now, they get thrown on over. Get the Artist, Luau again, just so consistent at getting these kills for the squad. This man is truly a gem in the making here from the HA Taiwan side. And with the 5v2 scenario, Get the Artist can keep the momentum flowing from the force buy to, well, the Spectres having the advantage. It's Luo again getting a 3rd even.
Yeah, this is looking like a probable flawless round. Lenny just hoping to take one down with him. This long range, a Ghost isn't a bad idea. necessarily. Spectre can be a bit difficult to try and employ at this range. He does get that kill, taps away, eventually finds one. Has some space to heal up, but not for long as Bea puts a patch to wall.
Careful there.
That was happening. 2-1. Yes, they take the lead, but can they continue it here? Now that Bleed have their guns bound.
So now this is where we go back to the real bonus scenario, right? Where we'll have the rifles here for Bleed Esports. Ghetto Artists. This is what we saw at the very start of the game. They have all this confidence to push. They get the space there, enough for Lua to find those targets. And he just does not disappoint yet again. He's already up there with 7 kills in the past 3 rounds. Quite a run here for Ghetto Artists so far. And doing a lot better on the offensive when they were completely shut out in the last map. Lua though already with the first frag. Maxi makes a trade work. It's 4v4. Operator also in the hands of Bleed Esports as of the moment. And you can see as soon as Ghetto Artists cannot get their first push going, they actually rotate together. And we've seen this a lot, especially in that pistol round. These guys love to utilize much of the map here on Fracture.
It is a stark contrast to what we have normally seen the HK Taiwan scene do quite often, which is contest that contact, where they make contact here, maybe towards A long. They're going to continue to fight for that as long as possible, but in this case, Orbital strike to keep them at bay, make sure they don't get too overeager. If they delay that, maybe even for a second, then it could have potentially found a kill on the low Lua here. But Maxi on the swing, finds a second, and the third, and the fourth goes in his way! Lenny gets the final on the baby blue, cradling him. Good night, goodbye, lullaby sung all around the campfire as Bleed equalize a score.
Go to sleep, Maxi will say. And while Lenny denies him of the ace, it was still the full glory of Maxi yet again doing what needs to be done for Bleed Esports. Just a simple moment of weakness there from Ghetto Artists. Everyone watching out for that tower position of Lenny. And it just gives control to Bleed to have an off angle that shouldn't have been in the first place. And I think that's one of the problems. If you completely go together on a map like Fracture, you leave yourself wide open to angles like the arcade when you could have gone for the backstab instead and get the Artist punished because of the rotation as a whole. But Baby Blue gives Lexi now the judge treatment. Get the Artist moving on top the tower, though being contested still. Maxi able to hold things together, but Lua on the other side now able to make the punish happen. The sandwich here being made by Get the Artist, all about the pinches. Lena though able to find full QQ in response. And as the tide has been stemmed yet again, slow things down into a 3v3.
Winnable for either side here. Operator in hands of Darion. You can see him making sure that that cafeteria is theirs for the meantime. Tao making sure that no flanks come as well as Darion finds an opening pick here. Bea losing that KO. Big. Tao finding his place in the tower himself, but he rendezvous back right in front of Darion. Headhunter out. The flash connects. They know he's here in the tower, but on that spike ping, it gives Tao small space to work with. He's trying to go wrap around, but because he's kind of forced to tap out, it's going to be Pith waiting there in the pit and sending Tao down from that tower. Finally, Bleed take the lead.
Did I see that correctly? Was that supposed to be a rendezvous into a smoke? But it was just out in the open. I don't know. I think I slightly blinked, but maybe a dissipate there. But it's still questionable from Ghetto Artists. Okay, it can make sense to try and distract, and maybe Ita could have swung there, but just didn't happen. Instead, he went for the hold on to the tower. He got that takedown, and case in point, well, Luau, he opens things up, but I'm just waiting for that moment. There was a smoke there. The smoke was far. It's just a very interesting rendezvous, and it was ill-timed because Ita was jiggle peeking a bunch onto the tower, so they didn't actually have the intel that Darion was there. So Bleed Esports, yeah, they'll take that.
My goodness, before talking about that last round, let's focus on this one as Lua. It's a trade on the pit, almost finding a second there, but I think what happened there was either he thought his anchor was a bit deeper as Itao gets a kill here in the Maxi, or he stepped into the presence, and rather the radius of the wrong rendezvous. Maybe he thought he was in the previous rendezvous still, and he was going back and forth between the other. I don't know what really was the plan there, but so unfortunate. Lexi using that pixel angle that the very rounded edge smoke will give him. Rez comes online, but still Lua gets another kill here. Darion posing Chamber taken down. Once again, the 3v3 here. Retake Dax for Bleed to try and pull off. They've been proficient at these retakes so far, no matter the map we're talking about. And this could be one of them. Cosmic Divide proposing problems. It's dissipated. And Itao finds the opening kill on Alexi.
And this is Ghetto Artist on that lesser buy. Lena though able to mow them down here. And just shooting gallery yet again for the Stage 2v1 scenario. Lua all alone with the Tour de Force. These rendezvous are quite close to one another. I can see why that has a problem. Wow, but there's no problem for Lua this time. 4 on the board. And the Chamber will clutch it out yet again for Ghetto Artist. This man is just nigh unstoppable right now given the scenario. And 13 and 3 popping off like crazy here for Ghetto Artist.
Man, this dude has been absolutely just a menace that Bleed have yet to find any real way to deal with. Even on Split, he was popping off on that Chamber. Once again, he's doing it here. Going to be really one of the marquee players of this roster. Lua completely taking everybody by storm. Timeout called. Slow things down a bit. Economy in shambles after that loss for Bleed.
And they're gonna need to find a way to shut down Lua as much as possible here for the side of Bleed Esports. And perhaps this is where they can decide to play a bit of that flanking route instead. Can anyone here for the Bleed Esports side actually try and navigate through the initial positions of Ghetto Artists and look for those flanks against someone like Luau? Their whole game plan though has just been to be as stable as possible on both sides of both sites, and it has worked out. You can see for the likes of Maxi, you can see the likes for Lene, but giving Luau any kind of clear sight line is just a death sentence waiting to happen for Bleed Esports. It really goes to show how crap really the Ghetto Artist squad is in the first place and why they're here in APAC.
Really jamming it up here. Quite difficult to come back against these type of rounds. What line comes out? Gravity well keeps him in his place. You can't fight fate, neither destiny, especially gravity in that case. Baby Blue, great opening pick here to force the issue. It is against an eco, yes, but as long as they can take this cleanly, then they have really good signs potentially moving forward, and they need this map, we know. They took that opener. It's out from the back though, making sure that their line is checked. Look at him dodging flashes left and right after each kill, and Lua gets the final one. So clean round, flawless, yes, from GA, and that's what we want to see to help get them back in the game.
Yeah, I get the Artist playing that so well. I think for Bleed, they could have made Bit go second rather than third, and you can see the difference. The flash is way too late to save the day, but what a catch from Itao in both ways. From front to back, he's a real fisherman, and well, get the Artist eating good tonight after a round like that. They're building up the money, they got that lead back. You can see that Lua is almost maxed out on the cred, so many rounds here that can be contentious. It will actually go more in favor of Ghetto Artists because Bleed Esports, surprisingly in this situation, the one in more of economical straits to say the least. Lexi though pushing on forward, Itao still wins it anyway! And just a desync right now between Bleed Esports, costing them the life of their race.
Totally awkward moment there, catching them off guard. The anxiousness potentially seeping in from all the pressure of this round. Lenny can find the timing in Lua as soon as the smoke dissipates. It should in just a bit. Oh, the timing. He could get caught out here. This could be a problem for Lenny. He doesn't expect this, but oh, here's a rendezvous being placed down. He now confirms that suspicion of his. Very wary of what's to come. Slow orb here. That also allows Lua to know that, hey, there is presence within that A site now. Just to be entirely sure, Lenny's gonna have a big job here to do. They have lots of ultimates to work with. Baby Blue has got the showstopper to throw down, and the orbital strike as well. Impeccable timing, and Lua finds a kill off of it as well. Maxi still somehow finds Lua, trying to back on off. Baby Blue doesn't even have to pop that showstopper to get the kill on the Lenny. It brings it down to only Maxi, but we've seen him ace clutch earlier on. Can he do it once more?
It's a possibility, but not this time. The odds stacked way against him. Baby Blue will find the takedown there. Get the Artist on the board yet again, but they just lined up for Lua there. Did not expect the Chamber to still stay in position, and really just the willingness to stay in position in the first place too. He pushed on forward. That could have been space for Bleed to actually take the drop away from Ghetto Artis. What happens was Lua just sees them coming his way, greets them with a resounding hail of bullets, and he calls it a day. What a pedigree though from Ghetto Artis, to say the least. It just goes to show that for a squad like this that is willing to play ambitiously, they can be rewarded if Bleed Esports is not as synced as they would like. Now, up close and personal, Maxi though didn't get spotted by Baby Blue. Lua on the board again with 2, and Maxi now trying to fight against Fate here. Fragment though get thrown on outflow to you on the board, Fit finding the 2 heads though on the other side, but Itao will keep the head of Ghetto Artis upright at the end. 2v1, Lene all alone, some substantial damage done by Bleed Esports. Yes, a backstab perhaps from Lene to give them a fighting chance, and there you go! Shot resounds onto Itao! All left now to Luau though on the other side. Res is available, but the corpses are strewn all over B.
It's fine.
And, it's fine now.
Yeah.
Luau actually left, so if they get confirmation of the spike plant, Lene can make this a 2v1.
Little does he know it's really ripe for the taking. He can just pop it immediately here now. So, Lenny, as soon as his spike goes down, yep, there he goes. He knows. Okay, it's safe. Which one does he res though? He opts to go for Lexi, and that's a curious choice. He may be gone for a bit more utility, but the boombot could be useful in this case. They both retrieve rifles, no armor on either side, obviously. Lua knows he has to go on the aggressive here, finds the timing on 1, backs off, rendezvous in the safety, using what he's got to be able to make sure that he can keep them in a guessing pace. Fakes out the dust here. Doesn't know that the plant is for a main on the wide swing. Lua, perfect clutch here versus Lenny. The timing works out. Could have been done, and he had to go for it, Lenny, that red, so not bad on either side. But even better on the confirmation there from Lua.
Yeah, Bleed Esports is just a step ahead. A step behind, rather, from Lua. He's just thinking in more aggressive stances that Bleed Esports is ill-prepared for in the first place. You already have the 2v1 advantage, but just not being ready for that spawn swing, basically. That was enough for Lua to take them out 1 by 1. And in a 1v1 scenario, Lua has proven to be the man of the hour here of this series. Ghetto Artis, and quite a lead scenario now just because of his efforts. Predicament though, now looking to be stabilized by Maxi. He's the one with the operator in hand, rolling Thunder into play. Lua though opening it up versus Maxi this time, and Baby Blue actually blast backing his way towards the site. So speed kills, and here comes Ghetto Artis. The costing fight into play. Quick trade there between Darion and Luau. 3v2 scenario though as Ita finds one more on the board, and Lexi is right behind. The Astra setup here. Smoke dissipates, and the life of Ita will be forfeit. Full QQ. The trades work so quickly, and really, this is just an effective trade system for Ghetto Artis. Lennon now in a 1v1 scenario versus full QQ. He will find it there. Good timing. Lua on top. Maybe some retribution here. A bit of revenge. Lene is looking for. Lua crossing through the slow field. It's all about timing. Not gonna get baited on that. And what was that? Sliding into perspective. Lua does it again.
The fancy footwork here, simple but effective from Lua. Has done his repetitions, has done all his calisthenics. Simple horizontal swing, a wide swing if anything. That's what you talk about. If you're gonna swing wide, might as well, right? And he does exactly that. Completely throws off the aim of Lenny there. He just lines things up quick and easy. Barely even had to move his mouse. Look at that! What was that? That was like if your hand is off the mouse and you're scratching your nose, but you still have to kill somebody. You just swing wide and then press left click.
Mate, this is not Valorant anymore. This is Microsoft PowerPoint by this point.
That's
next slide. There you go. In position. Just click once and you're good to go. But now Ghetto Artis just absolutely clicking these heads and clicking as a squad. A side now being taken quickly. Lene on the other side. We've seen the Sheriffs do some damage before. Esports gonna have to give it up. Do we get a redo here? Oh, the hall take. Max is gonna get one. Lua though still into the corner, and Bea for the protection. There is just no way whatsoever. The overcrowded halls have been fumigated by Ghetto Artis, and it's 8-3. Bleed is just drowning in their own blood right now.
And the bodies left on the floor. The only pool that they've got to swim in is, well, from their own ruby fluids. Maxi, the only player to really get a kill in that round, but the rest here of the Ghetto Artists painting the walls red. What was remaining of Bleed Not a good sign for things to come, but they bring this 8-4. Superstitions aside, that would be really good for them in this moment. Look at that! 5 operators to come out here potentially. That is including the tour de force here from Lua.
Hey, yeah, the artist for playing VCT APAC, man. You're playing against a top 3 team from last stage, and you have the audacity to run 5 operators. My respect is with you, good sir, but Bea, you gotta hit those shots. Baby Blue now making it happen. Baby Blue does it yet again. Hit though very quick on the swipe, and it's now gonna be 3v3. Trying to blast back on the way. Can't get to the repel in time, but here we go yet again. Turn around, 180. Darion's right there. This sonata of death and destruction. It's all about the brawls here. What is going on with the round? All that's left of Ghetto Artist is Itao with the Phantom playing into the ropes yet again. Sees Lene, unable to hit the shots. Do we get the retake? The orb is there though. 2v1 scenario. Dario now with the regroup. OG members here. Lead Esports roster. They get the orb. Lenis. Oh, Lene.
No
this
way.
is smart. He's just gonna play orbs and bring one more back to life.
Nice one, orb.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, he's not coming this way.
Yep. Gets the orb, runs the opposite way. Now this makes it a 1v3. So, choices here, really. For Itao is either we try and deny those orbs and maybe get a kill, do not get the res, or give up the res, in which case he's going to go with the latter. So 1v3 he's got to work with. Not much utility, if at all, to really utilize. It's going to be difficult, but the tour de force is going to be a problem. If he shuts this down, he has a good chance.
Well, get the artist. Up to them to get these kills. Yes, Itao gets one. Lene with a trade, and I think this is a lesson learned. Please do not play 5 operator in VCT. Just you know,
I mean,
last APAC tournament could have worked out. Maybe.
I think it could have worked out. Like, if we didn't see, for example, Bea there, who was kind of fronting that radar dish, not front that as soon as he got flashed out and, you know, just basically give himself away, things could have gotten better. But I think the more important takeaway here is don't do it, especially on a map like Fracture. I think this is one of the last
my lesson was kind of like, don't do it against Bleed, but sure, that works too.
Look at that.
This is just stylish, honestly. From Luo sliding into perspective yet again. But one of the big reasons why they won that fight was because of Hit again swiping around,
26
getting those frags. 26 though for Lua, as you mentioned. In halftime.
Yeah.
He's almost at the 30 bomb. In halftime.
He has had, on the average, like, what, Dax? 2.2 kills per
doing
round?
the math.
Around there. I'm probably some way off, but like it's somewhere around there.
It's around 2. It's around 2.
Around
You're right
2.
about that.
12,
It's 2.16
you're right.
repeating, if I remember correctly.
I was thinking 30. Yes, I rounded it up for some reason. 26.
Congratulations. How do you round up 2.1?
No, I mean I was rounding up 26 to 30 kills. From the get-go.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
But there have been times. It's just that first round, right? That was already the whole shindig there. He got that headhunter to get to, and then there are these multiple rounds where he would just clutch it for the squad all alone. He is a beast unleashed here by Ghetto Artist. And as we've been saying,
the beast.
For he's the beast of GA right now. But as I've been saying, they look to enable his prowess again and again and again. And that's the one thing that separates Ghetto Artists from the rest of the HK Taiwan pack who love to play that contact. That they know who can bail them out in many, many situations, who they can enable and will not disappoint whatsoever. And his name, all the way at the top of the scoreboard on that chamber, Luau.
And you know, sometimes, Dax, you see these type of score lines where you have somebody absolutely popping off, but typically their team might be losing. And they're only getting those kills because, well, they're cleanups. But not for Lua. He is clutching rounds. He is getting absolutely high-impact kills. Man, the beast from the east really strutting what he's got here. See if that's going to continue on, though. 8-4, defensive half. Much more difficult it could be for this Ghetto Artist side. Star for pressure, fall line for control. They've taken the arcade, but they can't play no games here right now because there are 3 players set up for GA to try and fend this off.
Well, now into the half. We're saying our praises, but for Bleed Esports, see if their prayer here towards this B side can work out better for them. Flanks it again. More of a presence towards the arcade, if ever. But Baby Blue has the right idea. Shorty close to that tower take. Darion losing out the Bay at the start things off. But Baby Blue cannot escape. Lexi punishing it with the paint shells, and Lexi's not done. Bay also gonna fall. It's Itao and Luau now the only ones left here. Maxi now looking for the shots. Did he just wall in front of...
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
He got away with it. That's cool. And now Luau! He's here. 1v3.
I think he was supposed to wall it differently, like maybe vertically, but then because of the peek out from Itao, kind of made him panic to just, you know, left click and throw it out there.
I'm just surprised he survived having his hands up like that. It's like, I surrender. And then you get saved by your friend out of the other side. Oh, I don't surrender. And Luau, no surrender. This time able to snap on away. 10 HP though here, Black and Blue, and well, Bleed, they have such a stellar position now.
Oh, this is gonna break though. Timing won't work out for him. He goes for the swing, finds 1 kill. That's all the head hunter will be able to sniff out in this case. Bleed! Take the opening pistol of the second half. Good at least start, a good step in the right direction for them to come back.
Just looking right now on their defense, and I believe they're gonna have to contest really as much as possible those early utilities from Bleed Esports. They do have to be very careful, especially on what Pit and Lexi can do to flush out some of these corners, and that's one thing Ghetto Artist loves to play. Close contests, over onto corners, onto these small nooks and crannies that can surprise you. And we've seen it on many maps like Ascent that they've done in the HK Taiwan side. Here and now on Fracture. Well, for Bleed Esports, they're gonna have to deal with the oncoming crowd of Get the Artist from their own spawn. Maxi already with the plant. Luau waiting though, potentially for a pinch. He's still there, not been spotted as of yet. Ready also with the shorty, and Maxi in for a world of hurt. Headhunter right now looking for another shot. Darion though does not disappoint. Pit landing on the board. Here we go with Lenny yet again, and the wall is broken. But the bodies of Get the Artist are there to crack down. 6-8 right now. Bleed Esports making do yet again into the second half.
A feast here for Bleed, but famine for GA in that round. This case, though, gonna be different. Rifles abound for Ghetto Artists, and paintings made. Very forceful brush. Quite difficult for GA side to try and steal away. Bleed, let's see if their bonuses can be converted here. It's a real chance, especially with that Bulldog plus Vandal in the hands of Darion. But if anything's to go by, the last game, maybe he could stick with the judge once more.
Trap destroyed.
Little trademark though, little rendezvous rather. Get the Artist this time. Ready with the guns. Now, we were talking so much about how that split map had that judge from Darion, but I think one thing that wasn't really factored in too much was the fact that Bleed Esports completely shut down Get the Artist into the second half, and that might be a concern here. Is Get the Artist that kind of squad that brings all their firepower into the first half, and then they suddenly call it a day? It's all about that retention here, and Float QQ looking to prove the worth of Get the Artist now with the first kill over onto Maxi. Paintshell's thrown on out. Lexi gonna be forced to push forward. And look at Luau, just not disappointing whatsoever. Float QQ forcing the hand of Bleed Esports. And they're tripped up immediately by the defenses of Get the Artist. We're not done. Baby Blue from behind, Pit all alone. He does get a single kill. It's 1v4, tries to make a flash play work, but you don't get to do that against Float QQ. Nicely done by Get the Artist. They survive with many players still in their buy round.
Okay, kind of bonus there from Bleed, but not great, not even good at all. So they did what they could here on this push. Plus, on that cross up there is just way too open. No real smokes, no real concealment or cover for them to cross back into the site and let Lua all the way from the spawn, all the way there from deep Jenny to get those kills and start to get things going. So 9-6 in the favor of Ghetto Esports side. Here comes a blast back from Lexi. He can't continue on that push though because of the concuss, but Baby Blue shutting them all down. A lullaby of death signed here, but Darion has got something to say. He brings him 2 kills as well. 3v2. The favor still of GA. A bit more, I guess, palatable than it initially did seem here now for Bleed.
Yeah, Ghetto Artist has been getting advantages though thanks to Float QQ. The fault line timing perfect yet again. Pit and Darion though moving towards the sites. Get the artist now. Bit of the regroup, maybe even a drop take that can help them out in the pinch with Bea. He's taking a long road, and the rest of Get the Artist already in position to fight. Darion will take advantage of that fact. Low QQ finding Pit though mid-transition. It's all left to Darion now, low on the HP though. Bea finally getting into the thick of things. Flash drive don't force Darion out. Rendezvous not yet ready as of yet, in a single bullet. Doesn't matter where, will be enough for Get the Artist to get the round yet again. A bit of patience, yes, from Get the Artist, but all on those duels that they can win. And then 6-10 now, Get the Artist priming themselves to take a map away from Bleed here.
I mean, they win the round, but I, quite frankly, would have liked to see a bit more patience there from GA. Just wait for Bea to come with the rotate. You know 2 are on site. Bea can just completely run through all the way there. And, you know, at least use a man advantage. But they get the round done, so no real shade can be thrown. But imagine a world where Darion and Pith were able to find a pick a piece, and they brought 1v2 in the favor of Bleed. Could have been deadly. GA, they're looking to extend this into that 3rd map, and they're close to doing so. Eco State forced upon Bleed here. Have this tour de force on Darion to utilize, and a perfect suppress to make sure that that can't come in. Not here to arcade just yet. They take the trip, rather, they take the zip all the way towards the opposing side. Maybe looking to try and aggress towards A or B main.
Well, Darion now. 10 HP quickly. Bleed Esports having to play a game of keep away. Lua though, still not done with his rampage. And you can, this is just forget the artist. A scenario where they're happy to take advantage out. When they have the guns, they're ready to go for the kills. But they're not over-eager. They know the Bleed can punish them with the utility. They also have to deal with the tour de force. A nice fault line though yet again, preventing Darion from even contesting that. And this is Get the Artist right now, just holding their lanes, keeping Bleed inside the circulatory system.
Well, a breath of fresh air would help him in this case. Resistance here from EA, an all-time high, making sure the immunity that they've got towards this is going to be problematic. 2 kills for Baby Blue with a show, and the Phantom to end things off. 11-6 off of that. Eco State not letting Bleed get much value out of what little they invested into the round. Gives them potentially match point very soon. Lua at 32 has his tour de force to pull out in the next round. Baby Blue, he gets an absolute double deal with this. Buy 1, take another. Darion falls down, Pith follows suit. This is looking really like the momentum taken away from Bleed. It wouldn't be a bad idea to call a timeout before the round started, but then it has, so they have to continue on.
In any case though, Bleed now coming in from the arcade, and Lexi playing game of hop, skips, and jumps. Angel still gonna get thrown on out after Bleed. As the moment, it's a similar scenario. Use the utilities early to make a space happen. And Lua now gonna get clocked by Lexi. This is exactly what Bleed needed to do. Just dethrone the king from his tower. Pit right now with the find onto Bea also. And B side, that's for Bleed. And that is where they're gonna station Darion finding Float QQ. At the same time, it's 5v2 now. The main wave being watched over by Lene. He is just waiting for Baby Blue to get rocked there. All left now to Itao in a 1v4 scenario. Can he even get through the fire, the flames, and towards Bleed Esports? But this is looking to be a done deal. A convincing round this time from Bleed. And you can see with the space that they garner, it's just up to them to execute right after the fact.
Too difficult for him to force his way through all those fire. I mean, I think the timeout here called might even be from Bleed. They like to employ this thing where, once again, after they win a round, after losing a bunch, that's when they call a timeout to continue to really do, I guess, rather stop what has been, continue what has been maybe a problem on the opposing side. So when the card comes out, then we'll really know whose timeout this is, but I believe it will be, it's GA.
Bit of a timeout right now though for Ghetto artists, and I feel like it's just they need to understand how to deal with what Bleed brings to the table. It's a bit more telegraphed on what Bleed's gonna do, and we've seen that Float QQ has been able to hit his marks well with the stuns. There still is that possibility to slow things down a little bit more. We'll see how it's gonna be as we get back into the action.
Gonna be quite difficult for them to try and come back into this, but still a bunch of rounds that they can win, especially if they get this. That will force GA to potentially have to have a mixed buy, if anything. Darion on the swing. Shots ring out, so they know Bea is here with that operator up close. Lua is able to find one, but can't rendezvous back out to safety. Rolling Thunder to try and make all these storm clouds be a bit too problematic, but they're able to wade that storm for the meantime. 4v4 still taking that site. Nobody really inside of it to defend and fend them off, so the retake is going to have to come in here for the Ghetto side. To do it proficiently as they can. They do have a Rolling Thunder here to try and counter things out, as well as a Cosmic Divide to try and isolate the angles. Now Baby Blue has got a big job to do. Lenny, good res here for Darion. They get the plant off and the res. Big value found already. But the 5v4 quickly equalized immediately here by Itao.
Waldo being put up by Lennon to slow down the pace of this game. Baby Blue already gonna get on site and get the artist trying to take back that tower, but Itao and Float QQ on the board. 3 already for the Astra. All left now. 2 bits. In a 1v3 scenario, participate in the way, has to contest close here, and Bea will hit his shot this time with the operator. Map points for Ghetto Artists. They understand how to retake towards that B side. It looked pretty clear-cut, honestly, for Bleed Esports as soon as they slayed Luau, but just the efforts, really, of the rest of the squad to get back in position and give the squad a chance to force out Map 3.
Now they have the null command as well to utilize here. For the Ghetto Artists side, not a single ultimate here for Bleed. They use that Rolling Thunder to initiate, but he didn't really find them as much value as they otherwise would have liked. Only finding a single kill from it. They did gain tower control off of that initial Rolling Thunder here, Bleed, but it was GA who held onto their cards. He used it at the most opportune moment, which was that post-plant retake coming from them. So, very good usage of the utility they had on hand. Look at this. Aggressive push towards that arcade side here. Coming from GA. And that signals Bleed to go here towards this A side. But they can't just storm their way in, because the rotations here on the defense are very quick. And already immediately Bea's inside the site. Has this null command to utilize. But with an operator, how well will he really be able to shut them down, especially if they get too close? And that's the answer there. Not at all, as Bea finds himself being taken out.
Yeah, his plug has been pulled and he is gone for the round. Could have been just a beacon of hope and suppression there. Just holding on with the operator. A nice find there by Bleed Esports. But QQ and Luau, actually the real sleuths here, and searches for targets, destroys them immediately with impeccable timing. 4v3 scenario. Darion though, holding down the fort here in the hall with the operator. And he catches out Lua. Nice angle here by Lexi. Baby Blue though makes the trade work. And here comes the rest of Ghetto Artists. They have to look both corners though, both angles before they leave. And this is just one road that they cannot cross. Darion though, gonna rendezvous away. Baby Blue! He says goodnight to Lennon, but Darion will make him cry instead. 8-12, Bleed still alive.
So close, way too close for comfort there. Bleed, not really conceding map number 2 just yet. They have a tour de force to utilize to give them a bit more firepower to hopefully extend this to the final round of regulation to go in overtime if that is the case. But I'm not too sure if that was the right position for the KO to be, for Bea to be within that site underneath with a mere operator as a KO. Very ill-advised. You don't have a back out tool, and you want that KO to stay alive as long as possible with the null command and with the flashes that can potentially support whoever actually is in the site. So, not much weapons, and as I said, whoever loses that round, potentially on a forced buy situation, that's exactly what GA are put into right now.
Ghetto Artists making waves into the scene. A new team formed for this stage. Pitch perfect in their group stage, and now one round away to the map over Bleed Esports. Baby Blue though finding Lennon though, catching the stage off guard. The perfect timing yet again from Ghetto Artists, giving them the man advantage. Bleed though navigating towards the side, bit of a distraction, but the numbers do not lie. It's not the best arsenal here for Ghetto Artists, but they will make do with the tour de force, with the null command, and whatever they can to get this site back.
Well, this could actually work out for them. They could end map number 2 right here, right now. Bea doesn't have a flash to try and address this door. He knows there's way too much heat, but Aftershock gets a kill here. Flow QQ suddenly gets Maxi, and he's able to find another kill, at least for the GA side here on Baby Blue. 3v2. They do not have the weapons advantage, but Baby Blue with that rifle can do some real big work. Pith finds a double. Lua with the tour de force brings it down to a 1v1. Pith, he has the benefit of the post-plant position, but Lua on the swing, he gets the kill, and the round is theirs! Map number 2, secured by GA, and we're going to the third on Haven.
Experience versus precision, and thy name is Lua there, who was so precise as hitting those shots and giving the win here to get the artist. What a run by the Chamber, especially, but a team effort there to pick up the pieces from where he leaves off, and especially in rounds where he falls first. That's where Ghetto Artists as a squad have to step on up, and they delivered here, man. We are tied 1-1, and a team not many knew about, besides a few stats here and there, seeing those flags being raised. But you have to remember now the names of Ghetto Artists, because they are showing that Hong Kong, Taiwan has a little bit more something special in the works for you.
And really, it came down to some special players doing big things in the end of things there. Lua, absolutely just MVP, stellar play we saw from him. That was a complete, almost like a, I'm not going to say it was a one-man show, because it really wasn't. The rest of his team was supporting him to be able to do all that. When it came to the big times, he went even bigger. Lua just really was the absolute biggest pillar that you saw GA kind of latch onto, and without him, it would have been a lot more difficult for them to take this win.
Yeah, well, Ghetto Artists, they keep the series alive and they keep the day going. We'll be going on the break, and when we return, the panel will gonna break down that amazing KD and just the ways that Ghetto Artists was able to get that win. That's here with Black and Blue, and we'll see you guys for more of VCT APAC.
In place, y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking to placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round me, you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me.
Welcome back to the panel of VCT APAC Stage 2 challengers. You've got Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix once again. And I don't know if you guys can tell it from the tone of my voice, but my mind is absolutely blown from that fantastic game that we just witnessed. Fracture absolutely got these teams in shambles. Every piece of utility was thrown, making sure that no stone, there we go, tongue-tied again, is left unturned rather. In the end, Bleed failed to turn the game around, giving that a point over at Ghetto Artist. And as we head on over to the map stats for Fracture, I have to mention some of the most notable players over here. We've got Maxi, who opened the game with an incredible ace. We've got 8 Lua with the back-to-back clutches. And my mind is just blown with every single round. With all of his big plays, what an outstanding player on the side of Ghetto Artist. But now we can see on the scoreboard, it's a 13-8 round over here. Tricks, look at this damage on the side of GA. It's just phenomenal.
I think GA did an amazing job. As Fluffy and I pointed out earlier, we were expecting those explosive plays and felt it would really work in a map like Fracture, and true enough it did. When they started just upping their pace and really going all in, we could see that they started entering their own element and were able to take the frags that they needed to take, the entry points, take all of the space that they wanted to. And I felt that Bleed was struggling in countering that because of also their lineup. And when it turned to them on the attacker side, it felt that when they tried to be explosive with that double sentinel lineup, it just wasn't as effective. I feel with the Sage especially, it should have been more sectioning off the areas in which they wanted to fight.
I mean, those were the predictions that you guys were actually pointing out when we locked in the agents earlier. Now, one thing that I do want to point out about Bleed Esports is that this is, again, a team that loves to have their comfort picks, to have their comfort plays. And when you have a team that, like GA over here, that's just so explosive, especially with GA 8 Lua over here with a 454 ACS, then you're in for some trouble when you're so used to the comfort that you have. But we're moving here over to the game highlights, which I'm so excited to see. Look at that, Trix. The opening ace on the side of Bleed Maxi.
Maxi was phenomenal, honestly. Just the way they were reading GA as well, but GA's aim was so on point. It felt even though they were red, they were still winning their duel.
I don't think that was the entire case. I mean, yeah, to a certain extent they were red, but I guess on the side of Bleed, they weren't sure how to counter it. Look at that beautiful wide swing by 8 Lua. Beautiful execution. He's just out here teaching us that this is how you properly wide swing, especially on a tight corner such as the B-side tower. Now, looking at this now, we saw a lot of these plays come into effect, but I do want to point out the same thing that happened to Split was the Astra pick. I think that when it comes to the Astra, there's a lot of mental play here, Tricks, that come into action.
With the stars and just the way that they're able to force players into position, that's kind of what I wanted to see more GA do during Split, because they had the breach still, right? And if you pair the utility together, as they have done time and time with the Raze entrying, I wanted to see more of them forcing their opponents into certain angles using the Astra on top of that.
Oh, yeah. I saw that. When Itao laid his gravity pool, Lexi was just forced to push up and ended up pushing towards his death. Fluffy, my buddy, are you okay now?
Slightly, yeah, I think I'm good.
All right. I can hear you quite clearly. Oh, okay. So I want to ask you, Fluffy, what was something that you really noticed in the side of Ghetto Artist? What was something that popped off for them in your eyes?
I mean, I guess player for one, I feel like Lua just popped off so much. I've never seen in a professional match a single player get almost 30 kills before they even swap sides to the pistol.
Yeah.
It was actually very insane how he managed to do that, because it was, you know, I credit a lot of things to the team, but just having a player that's able to do that is also such a X factor that maybe you can rely on. But he did it in the previous map as well to a certain extent, but on Fracture it really popped off so hard and it really carried their team for a majority of it.
Oh, for sure. He was just on another level. Again, if you guys aren't sure how close to 30 he was 25 to 5 deaths. 26 rather. 26 kills to 5 deaths. what more could you ask for in this guy? Very reliable, and I'm sure that the team really felt that. You know, that was it. That was it. Like, coming into a team, having 8 Lua just frag out for you, you know, you can kind of sit back, not exactly relax, but have full confidence that this person has your back. Now, Trix, I found a lot of interesting plays on the side of 8 Lua. Again, I'm sorry, I just have to rave about this guy. A lot of amazing
That's
plays
amazing,
from him.
yeah.
But I love how he was utilizing his rendezvous. Him using, you know, he would rush into the site, trying to get a clutch. He'd go in, try to fish some information, use the rendezvous, go back, and then try to go back into site and to actually commit to duels after fishing all of the information that he could potentially get.
Honestly, I'm not so sure what the thought process behind 8 Lua was, because it was just so confident, so sure of himself as well with all of the timings, and I can tell why Ghetto Artist is willing to have him on the chamber. He's pulled off some amazing plays.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's why I'm in awe right now. That's why I'm out of words. Oh my goodness, 8 Lua, thank you so much for showing us that phenomenal chamber outplay that you did there. But of course, not to give Bleed Esports the how do I say this? The shorter end of the stick. They really gave it their all over here. We were actually hoping that they come back in this series, but to no avail for this time, Fracture. Wouldn't you agree, Fluffy?
Yeah, I think so in general.
I think, you know, with regards to Bleed, I felt that there was, especially at that last round where they just decided to push, you know, they decided to just push Ghetto Artist. Granted, Ghetto Artist did have 5 operators, but I felt that's exactly what they needed. They needed that kind of aggressive play to either force the opponents to push back or just kind of meet that aggression head on.
We're gonna be seeing more aggression potentially over here on Haven. It's the land of the ABCs. Now, like I said before, Bleed is a team that performs really well in a control situation. And what better control to have than on a map that's as old as Haven? It's been here since the beginning of the Valorant scene. So, Trix, we're looking at this right now. We've got the Astra once again, Omen on the other side. Interesting picks over here, but anything you want to point out here?
I love the Astra Breach pick. For me personally, I love it when they pick agents with a lot of utility, a lot of map control. But I think the Omen, as pointed out by Fluffy before, is also very malleable as an agent. It's able to TP away, the smokes are on the cooldown, and the flash is also phenomenal in terms of the way we've seen other teams do it with the Killjoy, where it's a bait setup for the Omen flash to get hit. So I think there's a lot of potential here for Bleed to play with that aggression, play with the fact that the site is that the map is so large that they can take certain angles but take it so safely.
I'm actually glad that you pointed out the use of the utility over here. I did see in some rounds over at Split, GA had some trouble from time to time, I guess, coordinating the use of the utility, because sometimes I see the breach being shot at one corner and then, you know, one of the teammates still checks that corner when that's the whole purpose of the utility. I'm happy that they were able to fix that problem over at Fracture with, again, a site that has a lot of like tight corners and everything, so they were able to clear that out and it's worked in their favor. But Fluffy, moving into Haven, how are these utilities gonna play out, or like, what is it on the side of GA that you'd like to see more?
I feel like more than just what I'd like to see more, but if the team is able to play towards the strengths of their agent comp, for example, on the defense or the Astra composition, if they're able to stack more rounds there using the Ready Star and pressures, it is more favorable. And on the other hand, if the Omen team is playing attack, and if they can really leverage that Omen flash, or even on the defense for the retake, it really makes a bigger difference of how well they use their util depending on which side they are, because some of their compositions kind of lean towards the attacker side, some of them, the other team leans towards the defender side, but you know, at the end of the day, everyone's still a person with a gun, so it's really about how the team works out together, because I feel like Haven is one of those maps that you can say it's attacker-sided fundamentally just because of the ABCs, but it can be very daunting as well to attack just because you're not sure where the defenders are always at.
Oh, that is true. And especially when you look at the map, there is always a chance wherein the players get congested towards the attacker side if in case the defenders actually pull out a more aggressive playstyle over here. But that is the story that is about to unfold before our very eyes. In the meantime, though, I'm going to be passing you guys to our casters so we can proceed to Haven.
Drop the comic books because heroes are coming to life right in front of our screens. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Defining names, defining members, and a series that will define basically the rest of how this APAC Stage 2 will become. That's here with Black and Blue, and you guys are tuning on in to Bleed Esports versus Ghetto Artists, and we just saw a slice of perhaps Chinese Valorant coming our way between some of the efforts of Baby Blue and the biggest, loudest bangs that come from Luau himself. That chamber took command of that fracture map there, Black and Blue, and now we're going to be seeing yet again the chamber here on Haven. What's interesting though is there are fundamental changes on both sides of the equation. For the side of Ghetto Artists, it's about the agents that they're playing, but on the other hand, for Bleed Esports, it's a comp that they ran, but with different people all the way back into the playoffs.
You know, Dax, for people like us who are maybe facing typically and more informed about the SEA side of things and the other sides of APAC like South Asia and OCE, you see players like this, like Lua, who just pretty much come out from nowhere, right, from the Chinese scene, and it makes you kind of wonder, where the hell did he come from? Because he is absolutely stellar. This man, this player that we've got right here, has just completely blown us out of the water and out of our minds and how he was playing. And I've seen many scrims between Chinese teams and APAC teams, and what was one recurring theme is that they are absolutely monstrous in mechanics, and that is what we're seeing from Baby Blue and we're here right now. But final map in this series between Bleed and GA here on the first day of the play-ins, and seems like Bleed want to waste no time going straight to the B site.
Yeah, so immediately the action here. Enough about the backgrounds, because at the forefront, Darion though might get spotted here. Ita already keep an eye out, and Luo yet again with first blood into the series. Lexi will fall now. He's on the killjoy, something you don't see too often. That's what I'm saying. Bleed Esports, they ran this roster when they were playing with Retla, who is known to be that sentinel name. This time hit on that breach. Speaking of the breach flow, QQ decides to get in our view. And Lennon now will just be viewing the ground there. Pit on the board. Ita though still around. Get the Artist right now. Not keeping an eye out on the window, and through it, Maxi will appear to find the double up anyway. 1v2 scenario. And now on side. Get the Artist going for the defuse. Baya going for the halfway already. Luau hitting the shots, and through the wall, through that corner, it still hits the head marker anyway. Get the Artist with a first round win. And just to add on to what you were saying a while ago, I even went real quick to Baidu and all the Chinese search engines. I cannot really find anything about this guy, because it just goes to show that, well, these search results, they're gonna happen from this point onwards after what he's done in the series.
The obscurity of the monstrosity, the thing that should not be, that is Lua finding the kill there with Showstopper, waiting in the madness that he's created by himself. But unfortunately, if that plant was a bit deeper, then the one-way here from Maxi actually would have worked out. It would have been much more difficult for Bea to defuse that in any sort of safe fashion, but here they go. The opening round goes in GA's way. They're able to sniff out here Lua, who does get taken down right before rendezvousing from Lexi, so it's only a corpse that finds the other end of that anchor.
Yeah, the split second making the difference, and Get the Artist now doing the rat of Bleed Esports and their first buy. A bit of comeuppance perhaps. Baby Blue though finding Pit in response. The problem for Get the Artist is they have to watch many of these corners that can be contested here on Haven. Weakness a while ago towards the window. This time, it's gonna be Darion into the cubby, but he tries to mow him down. Maxi right there also watching out for CeeLo, and Maxi! Just quick little 180, doesn't matter, front to back, he has it handled. Bleed taking that second round after a substantial investment to win it.
Multiple angles addressed immediately. The force buy. We've been seeing force buys work out here for either side. We saw it from Bleed a while ago. We saw it from GA as well in the previous map. Those are ones we're really looking to return the favor for. Good job here by Bleed, knowing that, hey, that round definitely could have been ours on the pistol. Let's try it once again on equal footing. And we're gonna get the bonus in maybe like 2 more rounds from now on, really. Darion, Soul Vandal here on their side. See what they can do with it. Opening pick goes Maxi's way.
Yeah, Luo again, too late on the rendezvous. Comes back to the backline just as a corpse in this instance, and Bleed Esports, they have such good map control right now, forcing the relocations of Ghetto Artist towards that C site. The rest of the squad already implying the presence towards A. But on the lesser by Ghetto Artist, this is where those struggles will come, and it does feel like for GA as a whole, it's these off angles that will kill them on the spot. If they contest early on, they better be damn sure that they get the frag. And speaking of, Baby Blue, sure shot onto Maxi. This long hallway is perfect for that Marshall. Even gets a tag onto Lennon there. Itao though, into the corner. A bit of a bias that Ghetto Artist has, but playing against, well, perpendicular angles and smokes. And Itao, he's just waiting there still. But a nice movement from Bleed Esports. They realize that B side is where they need to go instead. Fault line right now is the play. Lexi navigating on through. And we have seen these link contests more often here on Haven. Get more of that map control and get more of those kills. Spikes planted towards A-Link. So it's all about holding down the forts on this L-shaped corridor. Can Bleed hold things down safely now. Low HP, 4-2. Baby Blue, they'll be regrouping with Itao and Bea, but here for Ghetto Artist, it's going to be such a struggle with the sightlines.
Oh, perfect shock duck there to maybe try and deny that defuse, and Darion spraying on through, connects on the Baby Blue with a simple repeater action in his hand. That's all he can do. Darion finds a 4th, and there sends him down on Scorched Earth. 2-1. Good rounds here by Bleed to force themselves back into, but they can go for a bonus. You can see a drop can be asked for here. Darion's got his blades to work with, and even though it's quote-unquote a bonus, not really. Bunch of rifles up online. Who needs a bonus? We can just really damn well secure the round. Baby Blue, the only player to be able to get a kill in this. Good shock dart here from Bay. Get a kill on Lenny there. Maybe kind of thin out the ranks towards that A-Link retake side. But what does it really avail? Now, finally, GA. Rifles abound. They've got the blades as well on Baby Blue, but he doesn't pop it just yet. Waiting for a better opportunity to use that. Darion, who pops out his blades here. Quickly shut down by Lua, though. And he backs off, playing the retake. Smart decision.
Yeah, the timing there is perfect for Lua. Before the scan comes, he gets a quick shot there onto Darion. It was a little step ahead perhaps to the rest of the team, but Lexi right now, left and right, he has those angles, and Lua and Bea both go down. Maxi watching the flank as per usual. Baby Blue and Float QQ, the only ones left. But any angle apparently is the creed right now of Bleed Esports, and they're doing it yet again to the surprise of Baby Blue. Let it peeks out from the crate. All left now to Float QQ, but his balloon is looking to get popped here by the side of Bleed Esports. It's Pit though who will fall instead, and bit of navigation towards the site, but the angles are just perfect right now for Bleed. The backstab is an absolute possibility, and Lennon will time it right. Just watch those eyes go white quickly, and Bleed will take the round again.
Great round here from Bleed, even with the man disadvantage. That retake for the garage control was dismantled with the crossfire they set. Realizing that, hey, they probably are going to try and take a rush, considering that we're down a man, so for Lexi and Pith here, be holding it so adversely. Great job by Bleed. Utilize that angle and really get them even further. So now trying to go the opposite way. They have a fault line here utilized, but it's going to come from short, so it might actually be dodged. No, fault line connects. Darion trapped here in that position. Kill coming on Baby Blue's favor. Does retrieve the rifle. Paranoia connects though. He can back off, but flies a bit too high to the sky as Lenny shuts him down. 2 birds, but 2 stones thrown.
One clip though to rule them all, and now Lennon going after another one. Float QQ having to back on away. This lesser buy here from Ghetto Artist, basically an eco state by this point. Just cannot really pan out to the myriad of utilities thrown towards that A-Long. And you can see it there, that sure, Darion just got overrun by the blades. But as soon as Baby Blue tried to get on away, he didn't fly too close to the sun. He flew too close to the Paranoia, and he didn't even see the angle that Bleed had on him in the first place. Now Bleed, speaking of angles, they go towards that C site. And Float QQ is able to pick up a rifle here. Lua also prepared with a tour de force. And Lexi, what are you doing? Just watching the crates right now. Itao able to get the backstab on, equalizing the odds, giving the gun in favor here of Ghetto Artist. And here comes Ghetto Artist now on the retake. By the logs though, it's quite a stellar angle for Lenny, who gets a third. Luau though on the board. Pit will trade it. Itao though cannot hit that final shot. And Pit yet again will provide 4-1 for Bleed Esports.
Itao did a good job there of keeping them in the race, but at the end, can't cross that finish line for them. And he fortunately had that angle to work with, but still, kind of okay mixed situation here. Forced out by the Ghetto Esports side, by the Ghetto Artist side rather. Bleed have been really good at locking things down, especially in their post plant. Even if they don't have the man advantage, as we saw a few rounds ago, they've been really good at making sure that once they get the spike secured, they get the round secured as well.
They have some great post-plant locations. Now, I do have to say that Bleed has to be a bit more careful when they're lacking members or situations where they just get backstabbed by players like Itao, right? That can happen because they usually have the players to watch all the angles that they want in the first place. But with a lesser population that they can bring to the round, it becomes problematic if you're way too far forward there. And I think for Bleed Esports, that's something that they'll look to refine for the next few rounds. But the timeout called by Ghetto Artist makes a lot more sense. There have been those struggles from all the angles and opportunities Bleed have really gotten so far. And this is where expertise really kicks in. Bleed Esports has had so much experience on a map like Haven, playing some of the closest games in APAC on this map in general. And you can really see that they have been forged by that experience to find those angles and those opportunities in terms of the timing. Let's see if they can continue on with that kind of streak.
A red streak here. Quickly blurred by Lua. Lexi found. Great find. Hunter's very blind, but this could actually find Bea. Able to dodge it for the meantime, get away from that radius, but the damage has been done. Almost finding similar fate. Lenny. So crawling up. Sole player addressing this sewer angle might be the death of him. Actually just get found, and exactly what we're talking about. Darion finds that kill here, but still, Lenny gets somehow baby blue.
Spike planted.
This is a retake once again from GA, and we haven't seen one too successful so far. As we say, their positions here pretty stock and standard. You have the jet here towards Graffiti, you have that Omen in the position you can TP away back in the sewers from default, and obviously in Hell, you have that breach. Here comes Flow QQ. Fault line, Rolling Thunder, everything connecting, Aftershock as well, and he still flushes out Piff. This could be that retake that has eluded him so far, and Lua and Flow QQ get everything done. 1-4 quickly, half the lead.
Yeah, the ones to watch out for here for Ghetto Artist. We have seen Lua make such a name for himself, but let's not forget Float QQ, long-time player, long-time stable points of the Taiwan scene, and you really see that he's put in the work to make this APAC dream attainable. He set that up well, pushed on forward with the rest of the squad, Lua hitting the shots, but his fault lines for the past two maps have been very, very effective. His utility in general has led to success for Ghetto Artist, and that's the kind of step up that we're looking for here for Ghetto Artist if they're getting outflanked and outmaneuvered by Bleed Esports. Can they keep the contact a possibility? That seems to be the question running right now, because many times, we've said it before, Bleed Esports finding more advantageous scenarios in their favor. This time, they come through from shorts, into the sewer, they come as a bulk, and this time it's a hard hit towards the A side.
They've crawled their way here to the A side, really. Surpassed even the guidelines set by Bea. Didn't even realize that they were there at that close, and this is something I have seen in the past. Sova committing to that very forward position. They should be back maybe towards heaven instead. Maxi, Darion, everybody finding the bowling pins to roll down. Flow QQ, he follows suit. Lua able to shut down that flanker. Gives him a 2v4, but still way too difficult. They have us, well, 2 stars now to utilize, but what will that really give him here? I think it was a crucial mistake for Bea to be playing that forward position. Now, it would work out if he has a cross of a lobby, but the fact that it wasn't, and there was that small timing for Bleed to walk into, just huge detrimental mistake that they're going to pay real big fines for at the end of things. 2-5 now. This attacking side of Bleed has been looking quite formidable.
Man, just such a good call by Bleed Esports to change it up. They went for that A side, but in the most quietest fashion. And it's a bit problematic right now for Ghetto Artists. We can see that they're quite by the book on their approach. And that's one thing that the region as a whole loves to play. Ghetto Artists is no exception. They like to play those defaults. They want to force out those contact plays. But if Bleed Esports can find the proper navigation, they don't need a compass. The GPS is in their heads. They can see it in the map itself, how they're navigating past the defenses, and just some great reads from Bleed Esports, giving them such an advantageous position right now.
Well, advantages are something that Bleeds know how to utilize, and even disadvantage how they can really turn things around. Oh, that Rolling Thunder knocks him out of his own Cloudburst, and Bea able to get the kill. Can find a second here on the dropping Maxi. That he does. Dropped into the floor. The body's on the ground. Bea could be taken down by Lenny, and that it does. Shock Dart connects. Trying to address his short position, but from the fight, Baby Blue's doing huge things! But Piff keeps them in the game still. Round not done. Over. It could have been there. It could have been it. But it's going to come down to Itao and Piff. 1v1. Plant here on the God spot. No mobility for him to utilize. Does have the fault line now. Coming out of this plant will keep Itao at bay. He has some info. He should be coming from that link position, but on the swing doesn't even need a head. Only the body he finds sprays him through just for a bit of insult to the injury. And they finally get a third on the board.
And Ghetto Artists, if they can stay on site, they are a force to be reckoned with. Bea, one of the more clutch players there, able to hold down the fort, and yet again, Baby Blue, just in the heart of adversity, basically. So, it's such a surprising sight to see that Jet in a corner that could have been already Bleeds to claim. And Lexi tried to back on away. He falls. Pitlow with a very quick reactions, but the damage has been done. And with Ghetto Artists stopping the initial plan of Bleed Esports, it does feel like that they have a better chance when they can just chase after and narrow down the choices of the opposition. So 5-3, Lua has gotten a number of kills right now, but he's one away from that Tour de Force, and they're desperate to try and take this. We don't get the contest though, courtesy of Darion. The Tour de Force now a factor into the round. And as it stands, it's still the more default positions here. It's still the more standard setup for Ghetto Artists. Itao and Baby Blue need to step up to the plate now.
That they are going to do. Actually, never mind. It's Piff. They step up to the plate, but they hit the mark at the very least. Itao, let's get that kill. He's got to hit a home run here right now. Darion does follow suit as Maxi finds a kill on the Itao. He can go 3v3. They got the Hunter's Fury to try and delay that plan for the meantime. Lockdown placed here. Not enough shots of that Hunter's Fury to be able to take it down. So that is going to pop. When it does expire, though, this is going to be his small window of opportunity for Bea to try and make this retake happen. Fault line connects, at least lightly. Not super directly on point. But this turret keeps their flank on watch. We'll make sure that there isn't really much of a chance for Bea here. That smoke, one way, will also be an even bigger detriment. He swings wide, finds a head. Not enough to confirm the kill. This Bleed, extended lead, now back once again, double over GA, 6-3.
I mean, I guess that's the real one way. He went to Seaside and he didn't come back.
Yeah.
Sad.
One way.
I'm gonna play like the world's smallest violin for that eulogy right there. Nice one. Nice hum right there, man. But yeah, Bleed Esports, they have to still be careful in a way of how Ghetto Artists can actually hold down the fort. Itao there doing a great job in the backside. Unfortunately, just didn't get the right reinforcements in time. And when it's the Astra being pressured, you can't really apply your stars the way you want. But this is the application that has no solution. Lua already getting 3. The problem of Bleed Esports right in their face. Get the gun away, Bea. 1 with HP, jumping right now. Darion don't lose it still as he dashes on forward. It's all alone in a 1v5 scenario. How does Luau even hit those shots? I will never know. That mystery, though, has been solved by him, and it's no mystery Ghetto Artist is still in the series because of his efforts.
Yeah, he has been such an important factor here. We talked about how even on last map, absolutely MVP performance he is putting up here. The numbers as well do not lie. If you're somehow able to bring this map back, he would certainly be a good front runner for the MVP of the series. Lua, 3 kills on him in the round. Bea shuts things down. 4-6. They have a lot of ultimates here, though, Dax, to utilize, and so this should be a round that Bleed can secure if they use what they've got right. But a triple stack towards A long could propose a problem if they continue that way. Luckily for the Bleed side, though, opting to go towards the C site, and the forward committed positions here from the Ghetto artists could really pay, I guess, a big problem for their own sake. If the Rolling Thunder comes here, they're not going to have any real way to back on off safely, and Darren's going to be able to pie the corner here behind him, and that's exactly what we're talking about. They played 2 committed positions for the manpower that they had to dress for that C site.
It's okay for Lua to do that, but I was so worried for Intel, and there you go, case in point, the Astra gone from the game. Lexi already finding flow to Q, Bea don't win the trade, and it's a 2v4 scenario, but there you're on in position yet again. This window has been peerless here for the side of Bleed Esports, and here we go yet again. Perfect angle, perfect opportunity, Baby Blue on site to try and fight. Little tap though, they have the scan, and he is spotted, slain on that C long side. So long, says Bleed Esports, 7-4 right now. And just to continue on that train of thought, if Itao didn't get caught out there so early on, it could have been still doable for Ghetto Artists, but some of the same mistakes that we're seeing there, besides the overextension of the wrong agents, that window in the garage, how many times has Bleed Esports been able to get away with someone peeking towards Link and getting a frag for free, basically?
Yeah, they haven't really made a change to that. Potentially could, I mean, they don't have any real sentinel aside from the chamber, who only has 1 trap at this point, so it might be a bit too ambitious or thinking too much to try and place, you know, trademark there, but there has to be some way for them to deny that from happening. Maybe place a star just to apply pressure and not let, you know, Bleed feel like they can freely push it, but this mid control of theirs, which they've been commonly taking into garage control after, has been quite proficient. Baby Blue finds the opening pick, and Flow QQ will do the same exact thing as well, but the trade coming from Darion gives him the B site. He's gonna try and take that A-Link position, which he can't, because Bea has got the job done. He finds a second here to give them potentially the second round of the half, rather, second last round of the half. Still Lenny, not going down without a fight. He does have his recon ball to try and give him even more information. Plant for CT, a dangerous spot for him to be planting for, but this will allow him to try and take a bit more of a forward position. They don't even know that he's here towards the graffiti, but as soon as he swings, Luna's got his number. There's a round, 5-7, so GA, not a bad half at all to get 5 rounds here on the defensive side.
They were able to scrounge a few of those rounds at the end, using Baby Blue yet again as the blood sacrifice for Lua's intel. And as it stands, it's only a 2-round gap, so very doable to tie things up if they do get the pistol. But it seems like the problem here for Ghetto Artists is it just isn't as refined compared to what we've seen there on Fracture. And I could say similarly about Split. When Ghetto Artists look so much in command of the positions of the map, then that is when their amazing prowess on the mechanics really bears fruit. But if they struggle to actually be able to stabilize, to have the utilities that they want to protect them in the first place, then this is where they get overrun by the likes of Bleed Esports, and that's what allowed Bleed to get a good run into the half in the first place. Just the fact that someone like Darion can get onto the site, whether he dies or not, gives already Bleed all the space that they wanted to into the round in the first place, and all the domain that they need to win out the post-plant scenario in itself. So Ghetto Artists, I wonder how they're going to be moving now into this attacking site. We see on maps like Ascent and Haven that they love to go for those hard hits. They love to go for the default plays where they throw everything they can towards the sites. But with the amount of experience and I'd say responsibility that Bleed has into this roster, I wouldn't be surprised to see Bleed try and save some utilities for the post-plant rather than the contestant itself.
I would agree, really. I think that the post-plant is where their bread and butter could be made, and right now, if it goes into the open ground, that is where they're going to get toasted. Not even toasted, burnt, really. That's not a good thing.
No one likes burnt toast.
No one likes burnt toast. I mean, I'm sure someone out there would love a toasty crouton, but it's kind of whack.
I mean, I only think that Fluffy's probably the only one who likes bread of all kinds, but hey.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I like bread.
I like bread too.
Yeah.
But I like the series. This has been absolutely a fun one. Ghetto Artists proving that they're no pushover whatsoever. Bleed Esports absolutely tested after their achievements so far. But only one can win. We gotta have to go. Pit though, perfect fault line now into play. Darion tried to go for the taps, but cannot get the full connection onto Baby Blue though will fall to the hand of Len. He's the one watching onto A-Long instead, and he says, "So long, suckers. I will throw a shock dart your way to even do some more damage."
Yeah.
Yet the Artist stopped immediately as soon as the round hit the green light.
Get away with theft there. You stole your bag and then came back around to steal your purse as well. Darion does use that bait out to his advantage, and Pith just cleans up house here. Bleed, take another pistol round. This is starting to look dangerous for the GA side.
It just goes back to that whole readability, to say the least. We've seen for Bleed Esports into that first half, they understood how Ghetto Artists was going to position, how far they were willing to extend, and they punished that. Now, it's even more clear-cut because of the tendencies of a squad like this, and especially the amount of setup they have. They see the stars, they see the fault line. They should be expecting the commitment there from Ghetto Artists, and this is where like stable points of Bleed Esports like Maxi, like Pit, and especially Lexi right now on that Sentinel role, they're gonna be put to the test multiple times that we've seen them pass it so far. Bolt line though into play. Here we go yet again. Another conundrum waiting to be solved by Bleed Esports. All about the eco state here for Ghetto Artists, and well, Maxi mowing them down. It's 3 already from the logs. All he did is just a bit of that wood, a bit of that spit, and he is just building a home for Bleed Esports to rely on. Luau, the only one left. Puts down the rendezvous being played with the rest of Bleed Esports. Maxi even getting 4 on the board. 4 rounds, even the gap between these two teams.
Takes sip of the nectar with the Spectre as his straw. Bleed Esports continue on further with a 9th round this time. And GA, they're putting up a really good fight. Maybe arguably better than we would have assumed, especially for them to be, not the top seed of the HK Taiwan scene, which hasn't really ever been one of the powerhouses, aside from really early on the SEA scene when you had like that CBT Gaming squad, which actually some of the players on here came from that. So there is that bit of, at least of a fact for them to at least have in this game, but how well really will it translate into this series? Will it actually get them to win? Information, heavy push here coming from Bleed, knowing that they have to go on the aggressive, looking at what they've got here, a bunch of Spectres on the swing. Maxi and Pith, they both find a pick apiece. 4v2 immediately with a shock dart as well. Lenny finds the double with those shock darts. What a god he is! Smiting them down with lightning from up above.
Oh, Olympus is happy, but Etao now all alone. Lexi, no clock by the classic! And it's all left to Maxi right now. 8 versus 7 HP. A single bullet will do them in. And Etao tried to play the great escape. Could have been caught there by Maxi. This round, though, has completely turned into absolute chaos. Bit of a reprieve after everything is said and done. But the Pantheon clashes right now, leading into the post plant here. Spikes planted. A single sliver for both sides, and who will be the one with that precious health and that precious life to save? Smokes though thrown on that Maxi right now, mobilizing and moving in position. Got Etao into the corner. There we go with the tap. Star being set on up, but Maxi's creeping, closing in. Looks the wrong direction though, and it's Etao who finds the clutch. Put the signature on it. It's Ghetto Artists with a masterpiece in abstraction.
Oh my god! What a round we just saw there, Dax. Back and forth, left and right. Absolute scramble on that lobby. Right towards the spawn, but still, somehow, someway, both players, last remaining, controllers, both at very low HP, 8 and 7, both without a single bullet in the mag. Somehow. Man, Etao, the timing works out for him. Maxi almost had his number there because he used that gravity well as soon as, Maxi just came around the corner, but still, the timing works out for them. And the global influence that this Aster could have can be that factor to propel them into a tied scoreline. That's what they're fighting for here right now. Dare I say, if they take this round, that's going to happen. Darion has an operator in his hands, but what can they really do? They line up, and Baby Blue's only good for one.
Could only find a single kill there, and that could have been perfect for Bleed Esports. Lexi unable to confirm that takedown. And I'm still reeling from that last round. Some may call it a mess. I call it art, to say the least. But really, we have two artists on the battlefield. One in Bleed Esports, one in Ghetto Artists. And Darion will get the hell away from that. But Lenny, yet again, here at the lobby, saying hello. Condolences even. A third one there! Just give a bouquet already to Ghetto Artists after all the funerals that they need to host after that one. 3v2, Maxi creeping on forward. Lua did see the dark cover coming his way. Great evacuation from the Omen pit right now, holding on to the corner. Surprising float QQ, making that spike drop, but Luau has infiltrated, isolated Maxi mid-transition. And here comes Pit, here's the reload, perfect timing, and a perfect chance to slay him where he stands. 10-6, it's Bleed Esports with another round.
What a round from Lenny there, especially. Now, after he got that opening kill, I was going to assume that he'd back off a bit, throw a recon dart to see if there's any more, but no! He holds the door, he holds the angle, and he doesn't move. Plants himself like a tree, doesn't budge. But yeah, final member for him to be taken down there by Lenny, but the damage was done. He got 3 kills. That's all that they needed here, Bleed, and the rest of that squad to secure things down. Hunter's Fury and Rolling Thunder, a potential deadly combo that could be used here for Bleed, especially in the next round after they secure this anti-eco of theirs. Darion pops the operator, let's get a shot, but up close, Baby Blue, okay, takes him down in quite a comical way, but they've got the operator to work with, they give it to Ital, and they've got blades as well as that rifle here from Lua. This is winnable by all means from GA.
Heroic rifles so far. Lua has been able to make it happen. I do believe, though, that was not really the best play for Bleed Esports. Yes, they're going to get one, but does Lesser buy the blades, the op now in hand? It's a struggle, sure, for Ghetto Artists, but they can make two. And a squad like Ghetto Artists, if they spot out that this is one target that they can overrun, they're happy to just contest the contact as much as possible. Landed, though, into the corner this time. Red like a book by Baby Blue. Not going to happen twice, but Pit right now will happen stats a third time. Looking for a fourth, finds it in the end! And that tap there to just put away Ghetto Artists to the shelf. 11-6, Bleed Esports. You're hearing the Morse code, and it's looking to be the signal for Bleed's victory soon.
Yeah, that was a great fault line there, and that was kind of more of what I was expecting from Bleed. Like, as soon as Darion went for that play, there should have been some sort of call like, hey, after I shoot, pop a fault line, or pop a flash, or pop a recon, just something, some piece of utility to help Darion in his fight. Pith, he gets it done in the end. Fault line comes on now, it connects to almost the entire squad of Bleed. More than enough for him to clean up house with. Now, yeah?
He just said, please help. Well, there was no help, but at least they got the salvage. Here we go, though, into the round. Lene from afar! Float QQ, though, down. That's a big kill.
Oh, no!
It's just a setup that Ghetto Artists needs immensely for the round. Suddenly, the pace has been slowed to a crawl, and Bleed Esports deciding to rupture the opposition as they stand. Bea and Lua, the only ones left. The lobby, though, is just the only place they can wait for perhaps a meeting with the higher-ups of Bleed Esports. The Aldrone, though, will just tell them to get away from that location. What the damage has been immense here from Bleed right now.
How are they both pinged by the Aldrone? Does it have an AoE because they lined up? I saw Bea also being scanned, like twice, as well as Lua. That was something.
That was something.
That was something. It apparently does have an AoE, because I've seen that happen in the past as well. If you're close enough to each other, you can get double tagged.
Cool.
Curious.
Today I learned, and this is why Black and Blue gets paid the big bucks, and
30 seconds
big
left.
bucks, Luau, he deserves a even start contract after this performance, and there you go, one more time, one more show, take a bow, Luau, custom made with the tour de force, landed though over onto the side, Maxi though, not protected whatsoever, and this gives a chance to get the artist, landed though on the board yet again, and Lene, he brings out the fingers, and he's just able to shoot them all down, 12-6, match point for Bleed Esports.
Lene with a spaghetti at the end there. Really throwing things around into a bowl. Very, very... Such, this problematic effort that he has proposed here towards that GA side. We saw him many times over play these off angles, play these positions that are just out in the open, but because they're so unorthodox, it's almost like GA are like, what the hell is Asova doing here? And he uses that to get the kills. So, Darion, aggressive play, Bleed, trying to secure this game right here, right now, and don't even let this extend even further into the epilogue. Darion gets that opening kill, and for them to take down Lua, that's a huge gun, their biggest player right now, taken off the board.
This is just, I'd say, where the inexperience settles in. Forget the artist adaptability being a problem. But Ito says no problem, gets the read this time onto Lene. Bleed has to be careful about doing the same thing twice because Ghetto artists learn immediately from their mistakes. And they love to check those angles and corners as much as possible. Now we get put in a 4v4 scenario. Post-plant location, Ghetto artists playing the angles that they want to take, but suddenly a myriad of ultimates coming their way. Hunter's Fury right now, courtesy of Bea after the Rolling Thunder from Pits. It's all about the stall. The Cosmic Divide needs to be respected. But look who's on the inside. His name is Maxi. He's ready to try and go for a shot, but Ito gonna get on the board there. 4v3 scenario. Over onto the high ground goes Darion, Baby Blue finding Lexi. And Pit could not even set anything up because he's just dead to rights immediately past the wall. This border is controlled by Ghetto artists, and this time it's Darion all alone, finding Ita as time is running on out, but he will be greeted by Baby Blue, but he does not get denied of his escape. One more perhaps, no, Bea will stop him in its tracks. We're not done. Ghetto artists a handful away from tying things up.
That Cosmic Divide by the Ghetto artists actually saved Bleed Esports because when they got hit by the Rolling Thunder, they can just wait behind it. Fortunately, in the end, they secured the round, and they kind of had to pop the Rolling Thunder because we saw Bleed pop theirs on Pip. If they delayed a few more seconds, who knows? That could have been a bit more secure. Still though, Bleed have quite a cushion to give here, and all they have to do is take a single round to secure this game. But sometimes you can forget and mistake the forest for the trees and really get too ahead of yourselves. Great, look at that recon dart. Very deep, getting them super good. You know, control of the sewer is here immediately. As Maxi's looking to dip, he has to be careful because him and Tao have been having each other's necks really. And these duels! I thought that was going to be a lineup for Lenny once more, but only one he finds.
I mean, he does half damage right now to Baby Blue. So just 2 bullets will get that takedown. Nice lineup, yes, we saw from Bea, but even better here from Itao coming up close. Maxi gold down. Lexi finding Baby Blue in response. Already reinforcements coming in from Bleed Esports. And watch the flag because Darion is there. Pitno finding the last 2 members over at A site. And here we go. The star of the show who has shown bright tonight here for Ghetto artists. It's Luado all alone. But he has to deal with the Crimson Crusade on the other side. And Lexi is there to be the flag bearer and bring Bleed to victory. It took a 2-1 series, but Bleed Esports has done it. The road to redemption, the road from the play-in starts here, and they continue on to the heights that they wish to reattain.
This is one of the maps that we thought the Ghetto artists are going to pick here versus Bleed. Look, they're chilling. 5th. Simply, you can tell that he's both in workout clothes, but at the same time in house chilling clothes. So, no real sweat.
It's the Under Armour, man.
He's got the
brand.
Yeah, he's got the UA. Yeah. So he's vibing that. But for the team here that they've got, finally securing this in decisive fashion on map 3 is kind of what we expected. But I still want to say that Lua, he is a diamond in the rough. He is absolutely just so impressed me, and I'm pretty sure you as well here, Dax, today. And I'm looking for really stellar, even bigger things moving forward from this GA squad when we see them next time around.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the Valorant China Tour comments by this point, and really goes to show this is what the play-ins are all about. Either you find your footing yet again, or you show the world what you can do. But that is about it for the series that we've had, and it's Bleed Esports who becomes the victor at the end of this day. That's gonna be it for us though here at the casting side. That's here with Black and Blue. The panel will be joining you to break down all that's happened in the series and in that last map. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for more of VCT APAC. Keep tuning on in, so still got some thoughts and still got some more after this break.
Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley Chestnut.
test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over break beats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the hurt frequency, the heart.
Esports fans, rejoice! We were given such an eventful day one over here on VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Let me just take this moment to shove it in your faces that I got a 2-0 with a prediction!
Okay, dude. Okay. Alright.
I'm okay.
I know. It's like a weird flex or whatever, but this rarely happens to me, okay? I'm gonna let it all settle down. But not right now, because I got a 2-0. I got it, right? Alright, so best of 3 series potential fully reached with both of our matches, really making use of all 3 maps respectively. We got to the deciding map every single series that we had today. But alas, in the end, Bleed Esports took Haven by storm. And that is why the first day ends. Now, with our post-game stats incoming, Fluffy, tell me your thoughts on how day 1 went for you.
I feel like for this match, Bleed really took control of Haven, especially when they moved onto the defender's side, not giving a lot of ground for GA to really work with. They had so many good contact plays and team play in general. Like, you'd always see Pith in the back. Like, there was that one play where Len was holding close against the Eco, and then they had the breach with the ready stun and everything, so he could play off it. I think he got his 4K off that as well. It's just good team play. And of course, on the side of GA, we see Lua again not disappointing at all on the chamber, but unfortunately for them, falling a bit short this series.
Yeah. Well, actually, sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to add that for me, I felt that GA just didn't have enough innovation in their plays. That they have great contact plays. I think they're great aggressive as well. But there wasn't enough of denying the information from Bleed or taking information away and overcommitting a little too many times.
I'd have to agree with that. In fact, when they were defenders, Ghetto artists were defenders, I thought that one of the tricky situations that they had, despite having an anti-flank like chamber, was that, we have an ABC site over here, and you need more ground to cover at the end of the day. So even if you do have like that trap ready, it's not gonna be enough. But although I say that, we can see that 8 Lua, really phenomenal player over here, but Lene, something else on the Sova, Fluffy. I'm really proud of him. I'm pretty sure you are too. You're the lineup guy over here.
Yeah, I mean, but more than lineups, to have the aim to back it up, use the information is one thing for your team, but use it for yourself and be able to frag out as well. It's just such a valuable asset to have in one player.
Well, I'm looking at this now, and we do see the difference between having a Chamber and a Killjoy on the team. For you, Trix, would you have preferred having a Killjoy over a Chamber here on Haven?
I personally like the KJ because I feel that they're able to anchor a site better and use, their agent to actually look somewhere else because they have so much utility on one side, which I actually feel that's what Bleed did. They utilized the Killjoy, able to move their players around some more, so their rotations were on point as well.
Oh, I'm looking at Etau right now, and then we got the Lexi kill. I love these plays, man. Also, I want to point out that, yes, this is what you were talking about earlier. A lot of these breach, what is the skill called again? It's slipping my mind right now. Yeah, there we go. The fault lines, the aftershocks, really, really good use of utility to just give out more space for our fraggers out here to really get the kills that they wanted. And I talked about this earlier, how the aggression in Haven is something that's really rewarding, especially when you're on the defending side. And we saw that from time to time as the match progressed. Now, as we went to the second half, I'm telling you guys, give Fifth a pistol, he'll pop heads. Give Maxi an SMG, prepare for an absolute massacre. Give Lenny a shock ball, get electrocuted. Trix, Bleed Esports is just really out here to show us that, hey, we're here, we got control, that's all you need to know.
Bleed really performed better than I actually expected them to. Their aggression was so on point. Their map control was fantastic. The way they would read the opponent and decide, look, we have SMGs, so we're going to push here. That was also amazing.
And here we have Maxi as the series MVP all the way from Bleed Esports. Now I gotta say, Fluffy, Maxi's psychological warfare that he initiated through his placements of the smokes and all of his utility really paved the way for this team to get victory.
Yeah, I mean, controlling space is the game for the Omen player, but also being able again to land those shots and have so much high impact on the team and being so erratic that you can really make a lot of plays happen solo. But as a team, like what Trix mentioned, I feel like they just had the game sense to know when they had to be aggressive, when that's the win condition, when that's the important fight, but also when to fall back and just play super disciplined. So that duality that Bleed Esports really presented this series, especially over the entire course of it, really proves why they're here in the play-ins.
I guess you could say that either way, it could have been anybody who was the series MVP for that team because they all performed really well. But it just so happens that when it came to the aim part, Maxi was really popping off today, right, Trix?
Maxi really popped off in so many different ways, just being able to assist his teammates, control parts of the map, just kind of shift the tide towards Bleed at the end of it.
Yeah, Bleed was something else today. And you know what other team was something else today? The team that had the same initials, which was actually Boom Esports. Let's take a recap of the games and how they went down today. Oh boy, what a phenomenal first day over here. We've got Boom Esports with a 2-1 versus Cerberus Esports, and Bleed Esports getting 2-1 versus Ghetto Artists. I almost said Ghetto Esports because every single team out here except for them have had esports in their names so far. Fluffy, I know your prediction, unlike mine, went the other way around, but would you say that you were pleasantly surprised of how things went?
Aside from my own personal loss with the predictions, I think overall, yeah, I was pretty pleased to see the gameplay that has evolved for all these teams. I mean, in the first series, you look at it, right, it was a nice reverse comeback. I mean, a nice comeback coming out from Bleed Esports, Boom against CES. CES just came out so strong in the first game. You thought that they already had it. They played so well, but they started losing the grip on the second and more off on the third. But in game 2, you saw that Bleed started out strong, but then had a little gap in the middle and then ended really strong. So it's a nice duality from both, but at the end of the day, it also shows that all the teams are not willing to go down 2-0. They're really trying to put their all in because, as we mentioned earlier, based on the way the play-ins work, you basically cannot lose 2 games. So having the initial momentum, knowing that you already secured one of your victories, is such a great thing for your mental and also for your team's confidence moving forward.
Moving forward, indeed, we are taken to the updated version of our brackets. Here at the Group A play-ins, we can see that Boom Esports is the first team to progress over to the second round. On the other hand, for Group B play-ins, let's take a look in just a bit. Alright then, Bleed Esports. Again, I don't know what it is about these initials, but I'm guessing that it's just the universe telling us that we have to be. B-E. Anyway, you guys didn't get the joke.
Okay.
I'm not gonna...
I see, okay.
Right. So on this side of the Group B play-ins, we've got Bleed Esports moving forward to match number 4. And we're gonna go tomorrow. I want to see the schedule that we're gonna have here because it's gonna be the deciding factor to find out who's actually gonna be fighting the teams that went forward at the upper bracket. Again, just want to clarify that none of the teams that have lost today are going to be eliminated. They still stand a chance of making it into the group stages. I'm sorry about that. I guess when we mentioned Cerberus Esports, my dogs just can't help it. But anyway, like Fluffy said earlier, majority of us here on the casting panels are Filipinos, so we're on board the RRQ train. But looking at the remaining teams for the play-in, Trix, is there any team you'd like to shed some light on?
I am currently looking forward to seeing Myth play again. I love watching them play. I feel they have such great teamwork. So I'm wondering if that has changed at all, if they have improved on it, to see how they can punish their opponents even more.
Made in Thailand. Interesting team. I don't want to reveal too much of our secrets. We still have a lot to reveal as their series goes on tomorrow. But for our lovely audience, make sure that you guys stay tuned tomorrow. A lot of exciting matches to come. This was just day number 1 of the play-ins. There's still a lot of action, of Valorant madness that we're going to be witnessing as the day progresses. We still have the play-ins. We got the group stages. We got the playoffs. A lot is in store before we head on over to Masters. So, okay then. I can't wait for day 2 to start. I need more of the Valorant action. I need more of the Rising Tides. I need it! Okay, I needed to get that out of my system. But now, as we close the show, we'd like to thank you guys for watching the broadcast. And we'll be back again tomorrow for more Valorant. See you then.
The beats on beat as we breathe deep, oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift, this right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst, there's a shift. Set sail like shit to find upper lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the melon, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world. where they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had a tough. Never had enough. Feared, love, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick. El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
On road and they start. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go. Belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of